both righteous and wicked. The small characters rise in rebellion just to survive, fearless of power, walking a difficult path on the edge of knife. Chapter 1. The Loss of Spiritual Roots. The evil god possesses the body. The moon is bright, and the stars are few, at the bottom of the fallen immortal cliff on the Tianmu continent. On the sandy edge of a rippling pool of water, a ragged boy, covered in dark bloodstains, suddenly opened his eyes and slowly sat up. Ugh! The moment he straightened his emaciated body, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his expression became exceptionally grim. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, sitting cross-legged, and gently lifted the tattered clothing over his chest. In the faint moonlight, a 3-foot-long knife wound appeared, with fresh blood continuously seeping out. Hiss! Damn you, Yin Zai-Tian. You actually dug out my cultivation spiritual root. I won't let you go. You shameless old bastard, just wait. As long as I can survive this place, I will definitely reclaim everything from your son with my own hand one day. The boy took a sharp breath, gritted his teeth, and groaned a few times, then stopped talking, placing his hands in front of his abdomen, continuously forming seals. In a moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly gathered towards the boy, greedily absorbed into his body. Due to the loss of his spiritual root, his refining speed was exceptionally slow, but as time passed, a hint of color finally returned to the pale cheeks of the boy, and his breath stabilized significantly. The wound on his chest stopped bleeding, but the past events kept cycling in his mind, lingering for a long time. Chapter 2. The Evil Sword Classic. The Hatred of Seizing a Waifu. The wind howled, ancient trees and flowers swayed, and under the moonlight, the middle-aged man who mocked Yun glanced up at the sky, an overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, and the surrounding space once again came to a standstill. In an instant, his aura completely vanished, and his transparent figure reached out towards the distant corpse of the red cloud leopard, grabbing it as if it weighed nothing, pulling the several 100-pound beast to him. In the middle-aged man's charming yet complex eyes, a hint of emotion appeared, and he sighed. Alas, I accept my fate. From now on, you will carry my will and overturn this vast world. After speaking, the power in his hand surged, and the body of the red cloud leopard shattered in an instant. Its energy and a core were grasped in his hand and directly thrust into Yun Yi's forehead. The middle-aged man's illusory finger pointed at Yun Yi's brow. The energy of the red cloud leopard's core fused into Yun Yi's limbs and bones. His bloodied hands visibly healed at that moment. In a short while, his injuries had fully recovered, and the energy of the core was completely exhausted. However, the middle-aged man's figure became even more transparent, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Ugh! At that moment, Yun Yi let out a muffled groan and once again regained consciousness. Chapter 3. Initial Mastery. 6 levels of Qi Condensation. Haha. Brother Yichan, come, let us have another drink. Brother Yun, you're too polite. After this cup, the Yi and Yun clans will be a strong alliance, and soon, Tianyan City will be under our control. Haha. In the Yi family hall, Yun Zaiyan and Yichun, the head of the Yi family, were already flushed from drinking, unaware that Yun Yi had just left. The two exchanged toasts, their hearts filled with ambition, making many guests envious. Now that the Yi and Yun clans have united, it seems Tianyan City is about to change. Indeed, the ones who should be worried now must be Lin Dongtian and Ji Changqi. With the Yi and Yun clans joining forces, the already weak Lin and Ji families are about to become lambs to the slaughter. Those 2 low-grade spirit stone mines outside the city will likely change hands soon. Just enjoy the show. Let the 4 great families fight to the death. People like us can't get involved anyway. Among the guests, many nobles of Tianyan City whispered to each other, looking at the 2 at the main table with envy. Everyone knew that many clansmen had died in the struggle between the 4 great families for the 2 spirit stone mines outside the city. Now that the Yi and Yun families had become one, the Lin and Ji families, which had always fought alone, were likely doomed. Chapter 4. The Clam and the Snipe Fight. The Fisherman Benefits. Ding dang. Bang. Boom. Just as Yun Yi left the Taoist temple, a sudden sound of fierce fighting erupted in the forest 10,000 meters away. The sounds of blades clashing accompanied by the whinnies of warhorses echoed throughout the Sanqing mountain range. Kid, there's a battle up ahead. Want to go pick up the spoils? Before Yun Yi could react, the evil god consciousness spoke first, a hint of mockery in its words. Hee. It's probably the Yun or Yi family's convoy being robbed by bandits from Sanqing Mountain. Such a good opportunity for revenge. How can I miss it? Today Yun, Yi, will be the fisherman and make that old dog Yun Zaiqian hurt. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi grinned wickedly, bent down to conceal his aura, and leaped into a nearby bush, quickly flying toward the battlefield. You little brat, how do you know it's your enemy being robbed? Old dang, isn't that obvious? Don't forget, I grew up in Tianjin City. I know exactly when which family's convoy goes out and when they come back. All right, I forgot about that. In that case, I'll just watch you collect the interest, hee. Chapter 5. King of Picking Spoils. Movements leaked. This guy came to a protruding rock by the riverbank, his eyes darting around. Seeing no one around, he smiled and took out Yun Zai Fei's storage bag, sinking his consciousness into it to check. TSK, TSK, TSK. How could this old guy be so poor? In the large storage bag, there were only 130 low-grade spirit stones, which is just a month's salary. So poor. After inspecting for a while, this guy spoke with a face full of disdain, because aside from a few spirit stones, the storage bag contained only 2 bottles of Foundation Establishment pills and Qi condensation pills. Besides that, there were just some daily necessities and a few elder robes from the Yun family. After cursing and counting, Yun Yi took out the clothes and useless items and casually tossed them into the Sanqing River, where they quickly disappeared from sight. Hee kid. There might be big goods in that bandit leader's storage bag. As expected, there are pills you need for your cultivation in those boxes. Hurry and take a look. Just as Yun Yi was feeling disdainful, the evil god's voice came through. With your master's good words, if it's all pills, then Yun, will strike it rich. Hee. This guy suddenly changed his demeanor, speaking respectfully to the evil god, leaving the latter speechless. Chapter 6. Pursuers arrive, escaping the snake's mouth. Meanwhile, Yun Yi ran wildly, covering 30 miles before panting and stopping at the mouth of the canyon. After passing this Xuanhuan valley, the sky is high and the birds fly freely, the sea is vast and the fish swim freely. Let us give it a shot. Sensing the sound of hooves growing closer, he leaned on his knees, panting heavily for a moment before turning to glance at the blurry figures on the official road miles away. After speaking with charm, he gathered his spiritual power in his legs and charged into the canyon like the wind again. Hiss. But just as he charged 100 meters into Xuanhuan Valley, a chilling sound erupted from the grass on the side. A spirit beast at the initial stage of Foundation Establishment. Hearing the strange noise, Yun Yi instinctively stopped and gasped, subconsciously dodging to the side. Suddenly, a jet-black, fist-sized hellish venomous snake sprang up from the grass on his left, its crimson eyes exuding a chilling aura. It opened its mouth, sharp fangs glistening with poisonous light, and lunged at his neck. Seeing the venomous snake attack, Yun Yi's mind raced. He took out a 3rd-grade spirit sword from his storage bag and, attacking to defend, swung it toward the snake's head. Clang! The long sword clashed with the venomous fangs, scattering brilliant sparks. Yun Yi staggered back a few steps before pulling away from the hellish venomous snake. Chapter 7. Flying Foundation Establishment. G Family Crisis Boom. Sure enough, just as he crossed the border of Tianjin City and entered the black pine forest ahead, a dull explosion echoed from Xuanhuan Valley. Accompanied by a mushroom cloud rising, a bloodied figure flew out of Xuanhuan Valley with the shockwave. The person was none other than Yun family's Grand Elder Xuanhuan. At this moment, the old guy's clothes were tattered, and several snake fang marks appeared on his left arm, indicating he had been bitten by a hellish poison python. After flying out of Xuanhuan Valley, he crashed down like a meteor and, like Yun Yi, landed heavily in a rocky gully, spitting blood continuously, his breath chaotic. Damn beast, just wait for me. Once I deal with that little brat, I'll come back for you. This old guy wasn't heavily injured, just poisoned, and his strength had decreased. Seeing that his subordinates had become food for the Xuanhuan, he angrily chose not to tangle with the hellish poison python anymore and fought his way out of Xuanhuan Valley. But unfortunately, he was still ambushed by the hellish poison python, which bit his left arm, and he was swept out of Xuanhuan Valley by its tail, resulting in the earlier scene. After getting up, he sealed his meridians, took out a bottle of detoxifying pills, swallowed them, and without treating his wounds, coldly glanced at the exit of Xuanhuan Valley, cursed a few times, and then chased after where Yun Yi had left. Chapter 8. Falling into a cave. Black Flood Dragon appears. Just as Ji Chongqing was trying to deal with the crisis coming from the Yun family, Yun Yi, far away in the Heilong mountain range healing, was unaware of the commotion caused by Yun Feiyang's breakthrough. He sat under an ancient tree for an entire day before slowly opening his eyes. Fortunately, there were bone-repairing pills in the box he picked up, otherwise, he would have likely bled to death internally. Sighing, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly stopped operating the evil god, True Sutra, and stood up. After twisting his slightly sore waist, his entire body crackled as he changed his demeanor, clenched his fists, and let out a low growl. It's great to be young, and this recovery speed makes even me envious of you, kid. So, are you planning to continue living as a wild man in this deep mountain, or are you going to face all the challenges head on? Just as he was feeling a bit too pleased with himself, the voice of the evil god came with a hint of mockery. Escape? Not a chance. The injuries have healed, and the bones are fine. It's just right I need to vent all the frustrations from these days. This fellow chuckled a couple of times, using both hands and feet to quickly climb the ancient tree behind him, which was 100 meters high. After surveying the surroundings, he slid down from the tree and headed into the dense forest ahead. Chapter 9. Instant Kill of the Flood Dragon. Treasure Acknowledged Humph. A little beast dares to attack first. It's truly seeking death. I have drifted in the chaotic flow of time and space for thousands of years and have been suppressed for thousands of years. Today, I'll use your blood to ignite the flame of my revenge. The final form of the heavenly evil sword technique. Endless Black Prison. Seeing the black flood dragon attacking. The evil god's voice carried a hint of mockery as he controlled Yuni's body to tremble, lightly stomping his right foot. A pink ripple spread out from under Yuni's foot, and the black flood dragon suddenly froze 3 feet away from him. The beast's eyes bulged, its massive mouth still open, but it was already experiencing a storm of fear in its heart. It never imagined that as a powerful, blood-refining realm demon capable of easily sweeping away all human strongmen in Xuanhuan Prefecture, it would be trapped in mid-air, waiting to die at the hands of a 16-year-old boy. However, the evil god didn't waste time with it. The moment the black flood dragon was trapped, he flashed above its head, a light shining from his index finger that quickly transformed into a sharp sword, piercing directly into the dragon's forehead. The black flood dragon's body trembled, and the sword light pierced through its tail, directly penetrating the space behind it and creating ripples that spread in all directions. Chapter 10. Essence Blood Tempering the Body. Retribution Descends Buzz. Just as Yuni was momentarily stunned, the blood ball in front of him emitted a loud roar and instantly entered his forehead, a piercing pain immediately spreading across every inch of his skin. Crack, crack. In an instant, Yuni's bones began to erupt with explosive sounds, his skin tearing inch by inch. His meridians and blood vessels twisted and squirmed visibly, and his entire body turned into a blood person in the blink of an eye. A piercing scream echoed within the Xuanhuan Tower, but there was no echo from the outside world. As Yuni's body continued to disintegrate, he could no longer bear it. His voice abruptly cut off, and he fell into a faint, losing consciousness. Tempering the body with essence blood. If you get through this, you'll be reborn, not just foundational, but surpassing foundational. It's truly worthy of being a congenital treasure, possessing such powerful effects. I envy you to death. Heaven has opened a door for you, but left a window. It's fate. It's fate. Seeing Yuni being tempered by the flood dragon's essence blood, the evil god whispered with envy, feeling happy for Yuni as he quietly watched his body continuously disintegrate and heal. Soon after, above the Black Dragon Mountains, dark clouds gathered, layer upon layer descending. Chapter 11. Spiritual Root Rebirth. Encountering Nie Qing, the group of Yun Mansion guards, seeing their master in such a state, felt speechless. Coupled with the fact that Yun Zietian had previously killed their companions without a second thought, many outsiders were already considering leaving Yun Mansion. Indeed, following such a master, their lives were hardly guaranteed. Being killed by an enemy was one thing, but being used as a tool for venting frustration by their own master was rather tragic. Thus, with the support of Yun Kuang and others, Yun Zietian roared angrily for a while before being assisted onto a warhorse, his face dark and silent as they returned to Tianyan City. Meanwhile, in the underground cave beneath the Black Dragon Mountains, the Xuanhuan Tower was still suspended, spinning in the water-filled cavern. Endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth was being forcibly drawn into the tower through the cracks in the earth. The crisp roaring sound had not stopped. But as the external rust completely fell off, revealing the true appearance of the Xuanhuan Tower, its crimson golden light shone brightly, illuminating the entire cave. Inside the tower, a red light flickered, appearing quite eerie. At this moment, Yuni, with his eyes tightly closed, was involuntarily spinning at the center of the tower, his bones and meridians undergoing the tempering of the flood dragon's essence blood. Chapter 12. Acting for Heaven. Bravely withstanding Chuba. Oh, you old thing. How shameless can you be? Are you a dog? You still want to bite back at me? A mountain bandit is just a mountain bandit, inherently lowly, with no shame or bottom line. Since that's the case, today I will act for heaven and send you to the northwest to find your grandmother. Seeing Nye Qing make a move at the slightest disagreement, Yuni felt anger rising in his heart. Watching the large knife slash towards him, he moved his feet back, easily dodging the fierce strike, and executed a few backflips to create distance from his opponent once more. After stabilizing his stance, he began to mock the latter, nearly causing Nye Qing to spit blood. At the same time, this old fellow was utterly astonished. He never expected that Yuni, a mere ant at the 9th level of chi condensation, could easily dissolve his strike. Damn kid, it said that you had your spiritual root dug out by Yun Zaiyan and had already become a waste. I never thought it was all a lie. You can dodge my knife. You do have some skill, but today I swear to kill you to vent my hatred. The old fellow's face looked somewhat grim as he adjusted his breathing, coldly speaking to Yuni. The ripples beneath his feet stirred, and he leaped high into the air, bloodthirsty, pouncing down on Yuni with a diagonal slash of his knife. Chapter 13. Movements leaked. Enemies attack. Are you coming again? Facing the spectator's speculations, Yuni ignored them and looked at Chu Ba with a wicked smile, his words filled with mockery. You little brat, have the guts to tell me your name. Chu Ba was shocked and stepped back, feeling even more uncertain after hearing the crowd's discussions. However, he still looked at Yuni with a cold expression, wanting to know the latter's identity. Just a beggar, nothing special, no status. If you continue to pick a fight, I'll accompany you. Yuni smiled mockingly, not only failing to answer the other party's question, but also belittling himself. His words made Chu Ba feel even more uncertain. This old fellow felt extremely frustrated, but also regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. Instinctively touching his already swollen cheek, he glared at Yuni and said fiercely, Kid, I will remember this grudge. I will definitely get my revenge one day. Just wait. Seeing the crowd growing larger, this old fellow felt humiliated. He could only threaten Yuni a few times, and, amidst the laughter of many, returned to the listening wind in an embarrassment, his face dark and terrifying. What a thing, let you look down on others. You deserve to be slapped. Chapter 14. Walking into a trap. Unexpected encounter with Ru Meng. Meanwhile, in Tianxue City, Zhuo Yunxing, who was following the residual aura of Yuni, also entered the city with a dark expression. His appearance naturally drew the attention of many, primarily because the murderous aura around him made many people uncomfortable. When he walked by, everyone actively avoided him, and no one dared to block his path. This old guy had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Shortly after entering the city, he caught the lingering scent left by Yuni. Damn ants. I've finally found you. Today is your day of death. This guy had searched for a short while, and in just over half an hour, he found the inn where Yun Yi was staying, the Xuanhuan. He concealed his aura and did not enter the inn. Instead, he went to an ancient tree behind the inn, staring at an open window on the 3rd floor with a cold, knife-like expression. Soon, the sky darkened. Yun Yi, who hadn't slept soundly in a long time, was currently in deep slumber, completely unaware that danger was about to descend. Fortunately, the consciousness of the evil god in the tower sensed the aura on Zhuo Yunxing as she approached the Xuanhuan. However, he did not warn Yuni. He merely smiled wickedly and ignored it. Meanwhile, the Xuanhuan Tower in Yun Yi's sea of consciousness remained quietly suspended, showing no signs of movement. Chapter 15. Brief Memories. Narrow paths of enemies. Half an hour quickly passed, and the 3 of them were in high spirits, having eaten and drunk well. Yun Yi stood up first, smiling at Ji Rumeng and Du Xinyan. Sister Rumeng, Miss Du, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Let us meet again another day. After cupping his hands and greeting to the 2 women, he turned to leave. Wait, Igo, will you attend the auction? Upon seeing this, Ji Rumeng reached out to grab Yun Yi's arm, but halfway through, she shyly retracted it, her voice barely above a whisper. causing Du Xinyan beside her to stifle a laugh. I will go. If nothing unexpected happens, that old dog, Yin Tian Tian, should come as well. Just right. I'll take my revenge on him first. Take care. Yin didn't look back, raising his hand behind him, his voice carrying a hint of murderous intent as it reached the ears of the two women. Young Master Yin, we are staying at the City Lord's mansion. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come directly to the City Lord's mansion and say you're a friend of Du Xinyan. The people there will definitely help you. As Ji Ruming appeared somewhat dazed, Du Xinyan's voice echoed in Yun Yi's ears, making his eyes suddenly feel a bit moist. He hadn't expected this woman to say such words to him. Chapter 16. Decisive Escape. Mocked again, hearing Yun Feiyong shout, Yin Dong and the others exchanged glances. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and swung their swords, surrounding Yun Yi and preparing to strike. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not knowing when to back down, daring to oppose young Master Feiyong. That's right. Young Master Feiyong is now the most likely to become the strongest in the entire Xianyan state, a peerless genius. What are you? A mere waste without even a spiritual root. Have to fight against him? Today, brothers, let us use your head as a token of loyalty to follow young Master Feiyong and enjoy a life of luxury. Brothers, why waste words with this waste? Chop him in a meat paste, so he knows some people are not to be trifled with. These guys had forgotten about Zhu Jin's fate just moments ago and didn't even notice that Zhu Jin hadn't come out since he was sent flying. Each of them was hot-headed, shouting at Yun Yi, and finally, under Yin Dong's furious roar, their swords clashed together and charged toward him. A bunch of dogs? I can't be bothered to entangle with you. Seeing this, Yun Yi looked speechless and with a stomp on the ground. He leaped onto the roof of a nearby house that was 4 to 5 meters high just a second before their swords struck him, making a lewd gesture at them and running wildly on the rooftop with a wicked smile. Chapter 17. Midnight Theft, Furious Slaughter of Zhu Jin. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful day passed again. As the sun set below the horizon, the bustling Tianshui city gradually fell into silence. The busy vendors were packing up their unsold goods, preparing to go home to enjoy the warmth of their wives and children. Yin Sanjin, the manager of the Spirit Tool Pavilion, had a good harvest today. After driving away Yun Yi, he welcomed several big orders, earning a total of over 10,000 spirit stones. However, the owner of the customized blood-drinking sword did not come to pick it up today. He anxiously waited until nightfall, but still saw no one, so he could only mumble a few words, quickly extinguish the lights, lock up the store, and hum a vulgar tune with a lewd smile as he walked toward the brightly lit brothel in the distance. Shortly after he left, Yun Yi's figure emerged from a dark corner. Old guy, you look down on me. Now you're having fun, but tomorrow you'll be crying, daring to look down on me. I'll make you lose everything. With a wicked smile, he watched Yin Sanjin leave, and seeing that no one was around, he flickered and appeared in the shadows outside the Spirit Tool Pavilion. I can't break the lock, so I'll have to do it here. You go in and swallow it yourself. Chapter 18. Revealing the trump card. Transforming techniques. What is this? A spatial treasure? Or does he know the art of teleportation? How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? In his panic, even someone like Yin Sanjin took a few steps back, stuttering as he spoke. This bastard must have obtained an incredible opportunity at the bottom of the fallen immortal cliff. I made a mistake. While Yin Feiyong pretended to be high and mighty, he was also shocked. After Yun Yi disappeared, he was the first to react, but after spreading his consciousness, he surprisingly couldn't find where Yun Yi had escaped to. Thus, he bitterly whispered to Yi Lianqing beside him, ignoring Yin Sanjin and his son entirely. As for Zhu Jin, who lay on the ground and was already starting to grow cold, he didn't even glance at him, as if he didn't know the person at all, cold-hearted to the point of being chilling. The other young men lying on the ground had already been scared silly by this scene, each struggling to get up and fleeing in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Feiyong, that waste definitely has a spatial treasure on him. This is a rare treasure. You must find a way to kill him and seize his belongings. If you succeed, Lianqing will be at your disposal in the future. Chapter 19. Playing with enemies. Tianshui auction. Wow, there's so many people. This guy wore a foolish smile, dragging his plump body quickly into the bustling street. The road leading to the Tianshui auction house was already packed with strong individuals from all directions early in the morning, and he immediately showed a look of surprise. There are really so many rich people in this world. A small auction can attract families from 100 miles away. Impressive, impressive. Looking at the various people in front of him, he felt a deep sense of emotion. Amidst the disdain of many, he could only follow the crowd, slowly making his way toward the auction house. Since he had used the transforming technique, his aura had changed along with his appearance, so he was not worried about being recognized. Soon, he spotted Yun Feiyong and Yu Lianxing among the crowd. The two were holding hands, flirting with each other, occasionally bursting into laughter, looking like a pair of dogmen and women. In front of the two people, Yin Tian and Yi Chun, the two masters of their respective families walked side by side, their expressions stern and majestic. Dressed in black and white brocade robes, they stood out prominently in the crowd. Behind them followed the butlers, Yin Qing and Yi Shao. Get out of the way, don't block the road. Chapter 20. Deliberately causing trouble. 5 elements spirit pearl, everyone. Without further ado, the first auction item is the Red Flame Sword Technique, a 3rd grade, Xian level sword skill. As for its power, that will require you buyers to ponder over it when you return. The starting price is 200,000 spirit stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000. Now, we officially start the auction. Those who are interested, don't miss out. As a maid brought a tray covered with red cloth to the auction table, Ling Rong, with a charming smile, pulled down the red cloth, gently picked up a sealed ancient book, and showcased it to everyone, waiting for bids with a smile. The Red Flame Sword Technique is indeed a good item. I need it. 200,000 spirit stones. As soon as Ling Rong set down the ancient book, Yi Chun, with a fiery expression, was the first to raise his hand to bid. Hee, Master Yi, aren't you being too stingy? This is in Xian level skill. Apart from the 4 major forces in Xianyan Prefecture, not many possess this. You think you can take it for a mere 200,000? Impossible. I'll bid 300,000. Just as Yi Chun finished his bid, a mocking voice came from not far behind him, belonging to Lin Dongtian, who raised the bid by 100,000 spirit stones, causing many to show expressions of shock. TSK, TSK, TSK. The 4 major families of Tianyan City are still as incompatible as ever. It seems today, they all want to use this auction to gain the upper hand over each other. Chapter 21. Anger to the point of spitting blood. Xuanhuan Wu Ji, amidst countless mockeries, the 3rd auction item was brought up, and everyone's attention shifted from the few people. Ling Rong, with a beaming smile, continued her introduction. The moment the red cloth was removed, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The 3rd auction item was a 4th grade spirit weapon, the Battle Soul Blade. Oh my, after so many years, finally a 4th grade spirit weapon. I must acquire it as a clan treasure. Although it was far away, I sense that the spirit weapon seems to have nurtured a spirit within it. It should be a rare treasure that can grow independently. Many seasoned Foundation establishment cultivators, especially those who cultivate swords, were eager to try, waiting for Ling Rong to announce the starting bid. Even Yun, he straightened up, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness. Too bad I'm not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, this sword should allow me to reach the peak of Foundation establishment. He murmured, looking regretful. At that moment, Ling Rong, seeing the fiery gazes of the crowd, was already overjoyed. After clearing her throat, she continued, as you all can see, this blade is called the Battle Soul Blade, forged from the mysterious heavenly iron found in the Xiantian mountain range. It is extremely sharp and highly resilient, capable of cutting through iron like mud, and can sever gold and jade without curling the edge. Chapter 22. Picking up a leak again, the biggest winner finally. It has arrived. The Xian level internal skill. I've finally waited for you. 500,000. As soon as Ling Rong finished speaking, Chen Tianfang, the head of the first family of Tianshui City, stood up with a fiery expression, immediately raising the bid by 200,000 spirit stones, looking as if he was determined to win. 3 million. He had just finished speaking when Yi Chun, who had been silent during the auction, finally spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people gasped in surprise. Are the people of Tianyan City really that wealthy? Starting with a bid of over 1 million spirit stones? The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible for us, small fry. It seems like in their eyes, spirit stones are no longer spirit stones, but more like toilet paper. Sigh, since you're not from a big family, don't be envious. Just enjoy the show. Just wait. Undoubtedly, someone will raise the bid again. 7 million. As the crowd discussed, a mysterious figure in a black robe and hood raised the bid by 400,000, leaving everyone in astonishment. Where did this strong individual come from? Why can't I see through him? It seemed he was deliberately hiding his aura to remain unrecognized. It appears this auction has attracted many remarkable figures. Chapter 23. Preparing to flee, confronting Chuba, you little brat. What are you afraid of? Why not take the chance to withdraw using the transforming divine technique? As he rushed to a corner where no one was, the evil god's voice reminded him, and only then did he react, swiping his face. Instantly changing back to his original appearance, his entire aura transformed. Chase, don't let that kid escape. Just as he restored his appearance, he heard the sounds of pursuit behind him. Yun-Yi turned to look, his face instantly lighting up, as the pursuers turned out to be Du Fei, the lord of Tianshui City, and Ji Changqing. Behind them followed Ji Rumeng and Du Xinyan. Is this waste at the 9th level of Qi gathering? Get out of the way quickly. Do you want to die? Du Fei didn't recognize Yun-Yi, and upon seeing him standing dumbly in the middle of the corridor, he directly shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful aura that nearly sent Yun-Yi flying. He hurriedly moved aside to avoid, while Du Fei and Ji Changqing didn't even glance at him, rushing forward in pursuit, quickly disappearing into the corridor. Brother Yun-Yi, what are you doing here? Did you see that fat guy? After Ji Rumeng and Du Xinyan caught up and approached Yun-Yi, they were first taken aback, then began to ask, leaving Yun-Yi feeling awkward. I didn't see him. You guys hurry and chase. We can talk later. Chapter 24. Heavily injured, assassination failed. Who is that kid? Why does he have such a foul mouth? How did he provoke that Chuba? Hee, you're quite uninformed. I heard that a few days ago, Chuba's son deliberately sought trouble to curry favor with Yun Fei Yang, but unexpectedly, he encountered a tough opponent and was directly killed by that kid. Now that Chuba has found the person who killed his son, he naturally wants revenge. So that is how it is. I really missed a good show. Looking at that kid, he seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, still at the 9th level of Qi gathering. How could he kill Chu Jin, who was at the foundation establishment stage? It seems he is another hidden powerhouse. Amidst the discussions of many onlookers, Yun-Yi continued to provoke Chuba behind him, driving the latter into a frenzy. That damn kid. Today I will chop you to pieces. Kill. The third style of the deadly blade technique, man and blade unite die. In a fit of rage, Chuba unleashed his full power at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, channeling it into the long knife in his hand, and with a powerful push off the ground, he shot towards Yun-Yi like an arrow, stabbing fiercely at his back. If that knife hit Yun-Yi, he would surely die instantly. Just when everyone was watching in excitement, expecting Yun-Yi to meet his demise, he instinctively moved sideways, crouched slightly, and with a push off the street, he leaped onto the rooftops of the nearby houses, perfectly avoiding Chuba's deadly strike. Chapter 25. Trading injury for life. 1st level of foundation establishment die. But just as he didn't know where to go, a cold, piercing voice came from not far behind him. Boom! In a critical moment, Yun-Yi instinctively shifted to the side for Tianzhong, but just as he stood, a violent explosion occurred at his original location. The raging shockwave spread out, sending him flying dozens of meters away, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. You will die here. Just as Yun-Yi was spitting blood, a familiar voice came from the darkness. A shadow flashed, and a palm shadow heavily struck his chest. Bang! He couldn't dodge in time and was hit squarely, his body bending like a bow as he flew again over 10 meters, crashing heavily against a large rock. Cracked! The rock cracked under his impact, making a crisp sound, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Just as he steadied himself, the figure in the darkness approached him again, slamming a palm toward his head, intending to kill him in one blow. However, at this moment, Yun-Yi had already reacted. He activated his evil god sutra. His Dantian's spiritual power surged, and the blood-drinking sword appeared in his hand, fiercely slashing out to meet the incoming palm. Chapter 26. Return to Tianshui. Blood battle with Chuba. Not long after, this guy happily encountered a wild boar foraging in the valley. With a wicked grin, he surged with spiritual power, charging at the wild boar like a gale, landing a punch squarely on its head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and the wild boar let out a mournful cry, its 100-pound body flying 100 meters away in the blink of an eye, kicking its legs a few times before dying. When he reached the wild boar, his eyes widened in disbelief. The boar's brain had been smashed out, its head completely shattered. Wow! Is this the power of a foundation establishment cultivator? That a bit too strong, isn't it? This fool still couldn't adapt to his own strength. Mumbling to himself before reaching out to grab the wild boar and tearing it apart with his bare hands. In an instant, the scene was exceptionally bloody. In just a short while, he had dismembered the wild boar's 4 legs, and he simply discarded the rest of the body. He then gathered some dry wood nearby, made a fire, and started roasting. After more than half an hour, Uni finally had something to eat. Although the taste was indescribable for Uni, who hadn't eaten for several days, it was a feast. Chapter 27. Slaying Chuba, Du Fei Scheme Yige is definitely the final winner. I believe in him. As soon as the two finished speaking, Ji Romling behind them wore a determined expression, her small fists clenched. Her eyes fixed on the sparks and blurred figures constantly erupting from the dust. Uft, 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 uft. Just as she finished speaking, the dust was filled with crisp sounds of blades cutting flesh, accompanied by bursts of bloodlight, causing everyone's hearts to rise to their throats. The celestial demon blade shines with the heavens. The heavenly evil sword classic, a sword chasing shadows. Uft. After the exchange, the angry roars of the two came again from the dust. The onlookers saw the light of swords and blades flash as they cut through the dust. And at that moment, the two figures passed each other, rushing 10 meters behind each other, both stopping, their swords still in the position of attack, their bodies slightly leaning, silent. Who won? No one knew. From the looks of it, both seemed to have landed fatal blows on each other. Perhaps they perished together. Uft. Just as the onlookers were in confusion, Uni was the first to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body staggering as he knelt on one knee. His aura in disarray, blood continuously dripping from his chest. Chapter 28. Healing on the ground. Leaving without saying goodbye moments later, Ling Rong brought Uni into a secret passage in the backyard. The two twisted and turned for a long time before stopping in front of stone door. Sister Ling, where's this? Although Uni's aura was weak, he still asked the latter with a puzzled expression. Sister's cultivation secret room. Don't worry. No one can enter here except for me. You can rest here and heal. I will personally bring you 3 meals a day. It's impossible for the people from the city lord's mansion to find you. Let me accompany you inside, Ling Rong said charmingly, placing her hand on the stone door. A formation inscription was activated by her, and the stone door made a creaking sound as it slowly opened, revealing a large cultivation room. Inside the cultivation room, a fragrant aroma filled the air, and a primary gathering spirit array was set up in the center, with various weapons available. On one side, a rack hung numerous colorful silk skirts, with a faint pink mist lingering, making Uni think he had entered a bridal chamber. There's a bed right next to you. If you feel tired while cultivating, just rest. This is a 3rd-grade blood-condensing vitality pill. I don't have many, so I'll give you 1 bottle. Use it sparingly. Chapter 29. King Kong, Exploding Ape, Devouring Spiritual Roots Kid. Enter the mountain. I'll take you to find demon beasts to train and improve your combat ability. It's just right. You can also use their meat to enhance your physical strength. This is much better than swinging a sword foolishly. After easily escaping from Tianshui City, as Uni arrived at the territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, the evil god reminded him again. I was thinking the same thing. Now that place. The Black Flood Dragon is dead. The other demon beasts are just right to be my opponents. Delicious and tender demon beast meat, just waiting for me. This fool actually didn't argue back, nodding as he took advantage of the lack of people around, diving back into the Black Dragon Mountain Range, quickly disappearing without a trace. Soon after, cries of demon beasts echoed from deep within the Black Dragon Mountain Range. These early Foundation establishment demon beasts can't withstand the power of the heavenly evil sword classic. Master, are there stronger ones? This fool was standing next to a dozen wolf demon corpses, his sword still dripping with blood. The wolf demons on the ground had all been killed by his sword-chasing shadows. You ignorant kid, just a few wolf demons, and you're so proud of yourself. These are just the lowest level demon beasts. If you really encounter a more intelligent demon beast, you'd probably be spitting out blood by now. Chapter 30. Chance encounter with Xuanhuan, framing. Master, don't mind me. I was just joking, Uni said with a smile, but with a mischievous expression. If it weren't for you having the Xuanhuan Tower protecting you, I would have killed you, you little brat. What nonsense. I don't want to talk about it anymore. As for the effects of your spiritual roots, you can slowly experience that yourself. Right now, I'm just playing the lute to a cow, The evil god was directly provoked by this guy, coldly finishing his words, huffing, and then directly fell silent. Cut, you're so grown up, still so petty. If you don't want to talk, then don't. I don't care. This guy was also quite the character. Seeing the latter ignore him directly, he shrugged, looking disdainful and muttering, which nearly made the evil god in the tower explode. Damn it, don't get angry, it's enough to make one die of anger. The old guy was almost about to go berserk, his illusory hand rubbing his chest, rising and falling, nearly exploding directly. He also encountered a peculiar character like Uni for the first time, completely a novice in the cultivation world, knowing nothing at all. However, after heaven closed one door on him, it opened a sky window even bigger than a door. But this kid insisted that his spiritual root was a useless, attribute-less root. Chapter 31, Black Dragon Sword Technique, Ancient Beasts. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected from the disciples of Xuanhuan's sect, although the spirit stones were only 200,000. There were 2 4th-grade spirit weapons, dozens of 3rd-grade healing elixirs, and 10 3rd-grade foundation-building pills. Various ores for crafting spirit weapons. Quite impressive. Huh? This is the Xian-level combat technique, Black Dragon Sword Technique, the entry-level sword technique of the Black Dragon Holy Land. Unexpectedly, this guy actually carried it with him. It's a bargain for me. This fellow dumped all the resources from several people's storage bags in front of him, quickly piling them into a mountain of resources taller than a person, absorbing the spirit stones and elixirs into his own storage bag, and even found a handwritten manual of the sword technique, instantly grinning from ear to ear. Unfortunately, in the other few people's storage bags, besides a little spirit stone and foundation-building pills, there were no good items, making Uni look disdainful. I didn't expect these guys to be poorer than me, fine. Let little Chin swallow them all. This fool, after putting away the things he needed, threw all the ores and miscellaneous items to the Xuanhuan Tower. What amused him was that after the Xuanhuan Tower devoured those ores and weapons, it actually spit out several people's clothes and a lot of useless junk, burying Uni directly. Chapter 32, Crazy Cultivation, Yunqing's Tragic Death. I don't know if I have the guts or not. I only know that if I don't escape, the next one to die will be me. I'm just a trash at the first level of foundation building. And you want me to subdue an existence that I can't even see the realm of ISNT, that indirectly coaxing a blind man to jump off a cliff. Wanted me to die? Facing the angry scolding of the evil god, Uni didn't care at all. While running wildly, he occasionally looked back, and until he had escaped for more than 10 miles and found that the ice Qilin did not chase him, he finally collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath with a pale face. Ignorant kid, do you know that although the ice Qilin won, it has already been injured? If you were a little bolder, you could have suppressed it with the Xuanhuan Tower while it was weak, and even if it had heavenly powers, it would only be at your mercy. Sigh, you really are beyond saving. Just after he finished speaking, the angry voice of the evil god came, even more excited than Uni. Forget it. I am not blessed enough to receive it. Even if I subdued it, what difference would it make? It would just give others another reason to kill me. Master, you are a dignified strong man. You would not know what ancient beasts represent, right? If it truly follows the disciple, I might not even walk out of this Xianyan prefecture before being crushed into ashes. Chapter 33, Kneeling and Begging for Mercy, Losing Face. At this moment, Yun Zaiqian was sitting in the main hall of the family head, drinking tea with a gloomy face, feeling very unhappy. But when he heard the angry shouts and curses coming from outside the door, this old guy became furious, jumped up, and rushed out of the main hall like the wind, his curses spreading out. Who is the blind fool daring to shout outside my Yun residence? Are you looking for death? His scolding was quite something. Originally, there were many people wanting to befriend him, but upon hearing his curses, they all looked disdainful and shook their heads, dismissing the thought of getting to know him, taking their own juniors far away from the Yun residence. This Yun Zaiqian was completely a mindless fool. With his scolding, the fate of the Yun family was already half determined. Yes, even if this was just a misunderstanding. But with that scolding just now, he had already offended Long Tianxiang. Even if it was truly a misunderstanding, the Black Dragon Holy Land would continuously suppress the Yun family until it was completely shattered. An undeveloped, peerless genius was definitely not a match for the Black Dragon Holy Land. That is for sure, although Yun Feiyang's talent is monstrous. He is still too young, and his strength is only at the foundation-building stage. Long Tianxiang would definitely not allow such a disaster to exist. Chapter 34, Harmonizing with Light and Dust, Dugu Qingfeng. The Yun father and son, upon seeing Long Tianxiang leave with his men, cautiously got up from the ground. Filled with fear as they staggered back to the residence. Many servants, filled with panic, began to clean up the blood and flesh on the ground, and many even vomited, feeling extremely uncomfortable inside. So what exactly happened? After returning to the main hall, Yun Zitian slumped in the grand chair, looking at Yun Feiyong, who was kneeling in front of him with a confused face, his voice sharp. "Father, please see clearly, the child really did nothing. Ever since returning from Tianshui City last time, the child hasn't stepped out of the house even once. How could I go robbing the techniques of the Black Dragon Holy Land? The child thinks that old thing is just causing trouble for our Yun family, because he sees my exceptional talent, trying to establish the authority of the Black Dragon Holy Land. The humiliation of today, I, Yun Feiyong, will make that old thing pay back 1,000 times in the future. Father, let us endure for a while. Once the child successfully joins the Tongtian Holy Land, we can slowly settle this debt with that old scoundrel. Uncle Yunking von De Yin Feng. Also, Father, you'd better send someone to investigate where Long Yuan and the others were robbed of their resources. Only by clarifying these matters can the unjust grievances of our Yun family be completely cleared." Chapter 35. Registering for the competition for sect elders. Brother Yun, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who had your spiritual root gouged out by your foster father and was then thrown off the falling immortal cliff, right? To be honest, Brother Yun, after hearing about your experience, I was very angry and personally went to falling immortal cliff half a month ago. Now that I see Brother Yun safe and sound, I feel very relieved. Taking a sip of tea, Dugu Qingfeng smiled at Yuni, his eyes filled with curiosity. "You're right, that's me. I'm the one who was raised like a pig by the Yun family for several years, and after I activated my spiritual root, it was cruelly gouged out. However, from what you said, I'm a bit confused. Do you know me?" Yuni was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand why the latter would go to falling immortal cliff to look for him after hearing about his situation, naturally wanting to ask for clarification. "Huh." Brother Yun misunderstood. "The person I despise most in life is your foster father, that kind of treacherous and cunning character. So, I just wanted to see what was so miraculous about falling immortal cliff that allowed Brother Yun not only to come out alive, but also to become stronger after having his spiritual root gouged out. Hearing that you even killed the third-level foundation builder Chuba and the weapon refiner Yen Sanjin, I'm even more curious." Chapter 36. Invitation from Mu Yun, Two Idiots. At the same time, after successfully registering his information, Yuni left with a wicked smile under the furious gazes of several guards from the city Lordess mansion. He wandered around and unknowingly arrived at a corner of an alley, where he saw a familiar figure walking ahead. "Uncle Yinfei," he shouted in surprise, and the latter's body trembled, instinctively turning around, only to find his left arm empty, with only the sleeve fluttering, making Yuni even more puzzled. "It really is you. Why have you come to Tianshui City? And what happened to your arm?" Startled, the old man exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Yuni. You brat. Why are you back in Tianshui City? Don't you fear for your life? Hurry and hide with Uncle Yin Fei, or if Lord Du's subordinates find you, you're done for." Seeing Yin Fei's expression relaxed considerably. He hurried over to Yun Yi's side. Didn't he respond to Yun Yi's question, but instead scanned the surroundings nervously and whispered to Yun Yi, "Don't worry, that Du Fei wouldn't dare to make a move on me right now. I just registered for the disciple selection tournament of the 4 major forces at the Lordess mansion. He doesn't have the guts to act openly against me." "Uncle Yin Fei, you still haven't answered my question. What happened to your left hand?" Chapter 37. Nangong Wuhan. Robbery in broad daylight. Both of them turned to look at the source of the voice. In the corner sat a handsome young man dressed in a black and red long robe, appearing only about 16 or 17 years old. In front of him was an inconspicuous black long sword, and he was idly spinning a teacup, watching Yun Yi and Dugu Qingfeng with a mocking expression. "Nangong Wuhan. So it's you. You bastard. Dare to say that again?" Before Yun Yi could speak, Dugu Qingfeng had already rushed in front of him, one foot on the table, looking down at him and shouting loudly, causing many people to leave their seats in astonishment. "Idiot, don't you feel embarrassed? Get your dirty foot off the table and clean it, or I'll beat you until you can't find your teeth." Facing Dugu Qingfeng's threat, the young man named Nangong Wuhan still wore a mocking expression, his tone indifferent and his heart unshaken, which surprised Yuni a bit. Nangong Wuhan, the first prodigy of the Nangong family, had broken through to the 3rd level of foundation establishment at 16 with an unknown spirit root, and was a genius who had grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. The other young man seemed to be Dugu Qingfeng, the young master of Duga Mountain Villa, a descendant of the sword god Duga Winnie, and was also the most talented and perceptive genius in the Duga family, likely to become a remarkable figure who would ascend to the immortal realm in the future. Chapter 38. Exchange of Techniques, Embryonic Form of Sword Intent. Brother Yun. What sword technique did you just use? Can you teach it to me? I can exchange it with the Dugu family's inherited sword techniques. So we both won to lose out. What do you think? The two quickly fled and soon stopped in an uninhabited area. Duga Qingfeng looked at Yun Yi with a fawning expression, causing Yun Yi to widen his eyes in shock. What did you say? You want to exchange sword techniques with me? Aren't you afraid that after I learn it, I'll chop you up? After realizing this, Yun Yi grinned with a mischievous smile, making Dugu Qingfeng feel a chill run down his spine. Who knows who will chop whom? I want to learn your sword techniques too. It's just a simple exchange. Finally, after stabilizing his mind, he looked at Yun Yi with hope on his face. I need to ask my master about this. If he has no objections, I'll agree to the exchange. Otherwise, it's off. Seeing Dugu Qingfeng's serious expression, Yun Yi could only voice his concerns. After all, the one who taught him this sword technique was currently in his spatial treasure. If he took matters into his own hands, he might be punished by the evil god, which was the least respect he could show to the latter. He wouldn't act without permission. Chapter 39. Tian Gang and Di Sha, the Chancellor's son in the tower. As Yun Yi continuously performed the star spiral, time passed unusually quickly. Before he knew it, his Dantian's spiritual power was completely exhausted, and he was drenched in sweat. Yet he was still one step away from achieving minor success with this move, a step he couldn't reach for a long time. He had to stop with a face full of regret, sit cross-legged, take out a few recovery pills to swallow, and began to refine them with the evil god's true scripture, while still continuously deducing in his sea of consciousness. It seemed that having just the sword technique wasn't enough to fully unleash its power. I wonder what will happen if I use this move after operating the evil god's true scripture. After contemplating for a long time, he gained nothing. He suddenly recalled that although he had infused spiritual power into the sword body during practice, he hadn't added internal power. So, after replenishing his Dantian, he immediately operated the evil god's true scripture, leaping up as if a white crane soaring to the sky, jumping to the top of the tower, turning his body and spinning in a spiral, creating a phantom sword shadow that stabbed downwards. Crack, crack! At that moment, where his sword light touched, the space produced a series of crisp sounds, followed by tiny cracks appearing, leaving Yun Yi with a look of excitement. Chapter 40. Encountering assassination again, the competition begins. Sister, you should rest early. I'll take my leave. Yun Yi blushed, hurriedly getting up to avoid Ling Rome's wandering hands, cupping his fist to her before swiftly escaping the clothing shop. You brat, how could you agree to that girl so easily? Aren't you afraid it's a trap? Just as he left the clothing shop, the evil god's voice echoed in his ears, a hint of worry in his tone. Master, don't worry. Although I'm not good at reading people, I can feel she has no ill intentions towards me. Plus, this is an opportunity for me to train. I naturally don't want to miss it. Besides, that Du Fei will definitely not let me off easily. So teaming up with her to deal with that old man is not a loss. As for the task, I'm confident I can complete it. If I really encounter a situation where I can't survive, I still have you, Master. You wouldn't just watch me die, would you? This fool, while rushing along, communicated back, leaving the evil god speechless. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been completely grasped by Yun Yi. You little brat, do as you wish. Follow your heart. Right or wrong doesn't matter, as long as you have no regrets. In the end, the old man could only accept this fact calmly, muttering a few words to Yun Yi before falling silent. Chapter 41. Killing 2. Fierce battle with Yin Feng. Brother Yun, let us go too, or soon all the good spots will be taken. Dugu Qingfeng laughed, ready to rush onto the arena, but was stopped by Yun Yi. Why the rush? Let those guys go first. The edge isn't bad. Yun Yi said with a wicked smile, and Dugu Qingfeng immediately understood. That's true. The edge is easy. We could just eliminate them without much effort. While the two were quietly discussing, Nangong Wuhan walked straight towards them from a distance. What does this bastard want? Seeing the annoying expression on his face, Dugu Qingfeng whispered coldly, feeling disgusted. Who cares? It seems he can't wait to fight with me. I also want to see how much difference there is between us. After saying this, Yun Yi looked at the approaching Nangong Wuhan with a wicked smile. tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, taking a defensive stance. Idiot, what are you so nervous about? This young master is here to propose that you two team up to fend off the attacks from others. Don't you know? The first round of this selection tournament is a free-for-all. You must stand firm on the ring for 1 hour without falling off to pass. Chapter 42, Eliminate the Opponent. Bataille du Xuanhuan. At this moment, he had no time to think about anything else. He unleashed all his power, swinging the sword in his hand to the extreme, crazily slashing and stabbing at Xuanhuan. Unknowingly, he had transformed into a ghostly figure, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Engaging in fierce combat with Xuanhuan for over 100 rounds. Clang, 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 clang. Xuanhuan did not show any weakness. The two exchanged blows continuously, colliding with each other, both being pushed back, stabilizing their stances, and then charging at each other again. Wherever they passed, many combatants on the sidelines were directly sent flying, creating a chaotic scene. These two damn guys are really infuriating. Brothers, let's take them down first. Then we can see who's stronger. Otherwise, we will both be eliminated. Many people, after getting back on their feet, looked at the two troublemakers rampaging around and shouted angrily, rushing towards them. Oh no, Brother Yun has stirred up a hornet's nest. What should we do? Seeing this bizarre scene, Dugu Qingfeng, who had just finished battling and was ready to rest for a moment, looked worried but remained in place. Hypocritical guy, you worry about him. But why don't you go help him? All you do is complain. I truly look down on you. Chapter 43, Successfully Advancing, the Pain of the Soul. Since no one is willing to punish your evil deeds, today I shall act on behalf of heaven and let you witness what a true genius is. As you wish. Let me show you the gap between you and me, so you can die with your eyes closed. Fierissoir technique, burning even stab. Seeing Yun-Yi charging at her, Du Xinyan showed no fear. With a cold snort, her delicate body trembled, and a fiery blaze erupted from her sword, colliding with the golden staff in Yun-Yi's hand in an instant. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and the fiery sword energy exploded, instantly enveloping Yun-Yi's body. Break! Sensing the flames that were about to ignite his spiritual power, Yun-Yi was alarmed and promptly stomped his foot, unleashing his momentum to successfully disperse the flames. At the same time, with a thought, the Xuanhuan tower flew back into his sea of consciousness, and the sword in his hand reappeared, transforming into a shadow as he thrust out several strikes towards her in one breath. Just a small trick break. Du Xinyan coldly snorted, continuously blocking with her sword, effortlessly fending off all of Yun-Yi's attacks, earning cheers from the onlookers. Kill that kid. Chop that waist. Amidst the curses of many, Yun-Yi was knocked back over 10 meters by a sword, blood surging. Chapter 44, Thunderbolt Swordsman, a sword floating away. At this moment, the half-hour break time was over, and Wu Tianxi and the others opened their eyes, all looking towards Mu Yun. The time is almost up. Let us start preparing the ring. I was just thinking the same. Mo Lage, Long Brother, let us begin. Mu Yun nodded and stood up, speaking softly to Mo Yunfei and Long Yu beside him. The two nodded, and the four stood up, their figures flickering. In the astonished eyes of countless participants, the four instantly appeared in the huge square, continuously forming seals with their hands, taking out a large number of spirit stones and embedding them into the ground of the square. Boom, boom, boom. In just 100 breaths, the previously huge ring trembled continuously, autonomously splitting, and in a moment, 10 small rings, both solid and illusory, were formed, until the area outside the rings was completely enveloped by formations, and the roaring sounds disappeared. All right, now we can start the competition. Once the rings were set, Wu Tianxi and the others finally withdrew their hands. However, upon seeing the sweat on their faces, it was evident how much energy they had expended to set up the rings. The four finally returned to their seats and looked at Du Fei and the more than 10 elder attendants waiting nearby. Chapter 45, Qiling Xiongyi, Dugu Jiaron. The three watched Lei Qingyi leave, feeling a bit regretful, but reality was cruel, and they were powerless to change it. Bang! At this moment, on ring number 6, a woman was sent flying by her opponent with a single strike, crashing in front of the three, blood spraying from her mouth. The three looked at the woman, and after Dugu Qingfeng helped her up, he also gave her a bottle of healing pills before turning his cold gaze towards the young man on the stage. Dugu Qingfeng, if you're not convinced, come up and fight. The young man looked at him mockingly, full of provocation. making Dugu Qingfeng grit his teeth. Shangwan Wudi, don't be too proud. We will cross paths eventually. I hope you can still be so arrogant then. After coldly saying this, Dugu Qingfeng ignored him. TCH, the Dugu family is all useless. You're no different. This young master is always waiting for you to come find trouble. After Shangwan Wudi finished speaking with a smirk, he flicked his hair and made a downward gesture with his pinky, nearly driving Dugu Qingfeng to the edge of rage. Dugu brother, it seems you have many enemies. Which rock did that guy crawl out from? Chapter 46. Who do you think you are? Ling Rong makes her move. Shortly after the three left, many people who had just won in the second round hurriedly gathered in various restaurants to eat. Even practitioners need to eat, otherwise, at their level, they could starve to death. When Yun Yi and the others arrived at the Drunken Immortal Tower, it was already packed and noisy. A waiter saw the three enter and greeted them with a smile. "Three young masters, what would you like to eat? There are no empty tables on the first floor. Would you like to reserve a private room on the third floor or above? But the price, enough with the nonsense. Do I look like someone without money? Hurry up and prepare a quiet private room. I won't skimp on the spirit stones." Before the waiter could finish his boast, he was scolded harshly by Dugu Qingfeng. The little man spoke out of turn. "Please follow me, young masters." The waiter could only smile and lead the three up to the third floor. Listening to the Rain Pavilion? That name sounds good. Let us go with that. Upon reaching the third floor, they heard the sounds of drinking games from various private rooms. Clearly also wealthy young masters. Dugu Qingfeng immediately set his sights on a corner private room and stepped forward to enter. "This, young master. This private room has already been reserved by Miss Du Xinyan. How about you switch to another room? The fourth floor is fine. Generally, very few people go up there." Chapter 47. Shadow Phantom Divine Formula, Free Challenge. Xuanhuan, seeing Ling Rong directly blow away the manager of the Drunken Immortal Tower for Uni, was also extremely shocked. This guy didn't dare to say a word and took advantage of the chaos to slip away, fearing that Ling Rong would come looking for trouble. Many people were equally shocked, speculating about the relationship between Yun Yi and Ling Rong. Chen Tianfang and the others were even more confused, unable to understand, and could only shake their heads and leave. Several hidden members of the City Lord's mansion were also extremely shocked. After Ling Rong took Yuni away, none dared to stay, and all hurried back to the City Lord's mansion to report to their master. Soon after, in a grand hall in the back courtyard of the Tinshui auction house, Yun Yi and the others were brought here by Ling Rong. "Sister, you brought me to such a hidden place. What's the matter? Is it really just for a meal?" That silly Yuni, looking at the magnificent hall with a smirk on his face, his eyes darting around. "What are you thinking? You little rascal, causing trouble wherever you go. If sister hadn't shown up, you would have lost your bones by now, Yuni slapped Yuni on the head, her playful tone making the nearby Dugu Qingfeng feel all tingly, and even Nangong Wuhan almost lost control. Chapter 48. Instant kill of the opponent. Qualification to enter the gate. As Du Fei's voice fell, all the participants showed expressions of joy. Many people had already begun to look for their targets, each with a cunning smile in their eyes. It is said that people always pick the soft persimmons to squeeze, and, after scanning the crowd, many people locked their sights on Yuni, especially Nangong Wudi and Du Xinyan, who were eyeing Yuni like a hawk. They realized that among the more than 2,000 people, only Yuni was at the peak of the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage, while the others had at least reached the third level of Foundation Establishment. In terms of strength, they were all stronger than Yuni. Of course, among them, there were also those bought by the City Lord's mansion, deliberately targeting Yuni, and they were also watching closely. Unfortunately, this opportunity was only once. Whoever snatched it first would naturally take it. Just as many were hesitating, a furious roar came from the crowd. "I by Yunxiao challenge Yuni." As the words fell, a tall figure leaped onto the first arena, causing Xuanhuan Wudi and Du Xinyan to show anger on their faces, but they could only hate themselves for being half a beat slow. At this moment, Bai Yunxiao's eyes were fixed on Yuni, his gaze burning with intensity, leaving everyone in shock. That guy, isn't he the son of the white-clothed captain of the City Lord's mansion? Is he planning to take revenge for his father? Chapter 49. Abandoned Disciple of the Holy Land. Ancestral which secret realm after the three of them won. They encouraged each other a few times, and the other two helped Dugu Qingfeng suppress his injuries. Then they waited in place for the competition to end. Yuni, however, was not in the mood to watch the battles on the stage. He sat under a tree, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend again which made Mu Yun smile broadly. On the viewing platform, Wu Tianxi and the others all looked rather abnormal. Completely immersed in the previous battle between Du Xinyan and Duge Qingfeng, their faces filled with confusion. At this moment, Du Fei had already returned to the viewing platform. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing as he stared at Duge Qingfeng, wishing he could tear the latter apart with his own hands. City Lord Du, I am willing to make an exception this time and give your daughter a chance to join the Holy Land. A genius with dual spiritual roots should not have her life decided by a single victory or defeat. Our Biming Sword sect is also willing to give Miss Du a chance. Mu Yin followed closely, making a promise to Du Fei, which made the old man full of gratitude as he hurriedly bowed in thanks. Thank you both, seniors. On behalf of my daughter, I express my gratitude for your kindness. Please wait a moment. I will go check on my daughter's injuries and inform her of this good news. Go ahead. Wu Tianxi waved his hand, and only then did Du Fei turn and rush into the back hall. Chapter 50, Mysterious Helper by the Blackwater River Kid. Someone is chasing you. You better let your friend go first, so you don't drag others down. Just as the two left the city, the evil god's voice echoed in his ear, and a charming look appeared on Yuni's face. I understand. After replying, he stopped and looked at Nangong Wuhan. Brother Nangong, you go ahead. I have something to deal with. Nangong Wuhan was taken aback, then reacted, do you need me to help? Yuni shook his head. No need to get involved. This is my grudge with them. Brother Nangong, if you want to watch the show, that's fine, but please don't intervene, as it's not worth it. Ha ha ha. Brother Yan's words are very reasonable. Then I will sit back and watch you perform. Nangong Wuhan laughed wildly, his figure flashing, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing atop an ancient tree 100 meters away, holding a black sword and smiling as he watched the struggle unfold. Yuni grinned wickedly, not looking back, and slowly walked towards the open area outside the city. Under the moonlight, his Dantian spiritual energy began to surge, the phantom shadow movement technique activated, and strange ripples appeared under his feet, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Just over 100 breaths later from the city gate, 18 masked figures dressed in white robes and black scarves rushed towards Yuni, their footsteps creating ripples as they quickly closed in on him from 10 meters away. Chapter 51. Two beauties together, transforming into killing gods, the two raced along, running wildly for more than 10 miles before stopping at the foot of a magnificent mountain. Huh, Brother Nangong, what place is that? Why does it give off such a creepy feeling? Moreover, it seems like someone lives at the mountain's peak. Could it be that bandits are holed up there? Standing on the official road, looking at the towering mountain ahead, Yuni suddenly felt a chill all over and turned to Nangong Wuhan. You're right, Brother Yun, there are indeed bandits on the mountain, and their strength is not weak. This place is called Wind Ridge, a necessary passage to Black Dragon City. Many years ago, a person named Yi Wuming, who was at the 6th level of the Foundation establishment stage, came to Wind Ridge and established a stronghold, gathering many people to rob passing travelers and merchants. Some say that Yi Wuming was originally a disciple of the Black Dragon Holy Land, so for these years, the Black Dragon Holy Land has ignored him and allowed him to act recklessly here. To be honest, Brother Yun, I had a friend who died at his hands 2 years ago. Just right. Today you and I can join forces to uproot this stronghold and avenge those harmed by him. As Nangong Wuhan spoke, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his expression turning extremely cold. Chapter 52. Killing strong enemies. Both escape us. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred in the arena. A shadow suddenly flashed behind Yuni, and a sharp sword, accompanied by a roaring sound, pierced straight at his back. Yuni was taken aback and hurriedly dodged, but was still a step too late. Although he avoided a fatal blow, his lower back was still pierced by the sword, blood spraying as he was thrown back to 100 meters away under an ancient tree, his expression painful. Huh, little grasshopper, you actually dodged this. Truly a monster. At this moment, Long Shun, the second in command of Wind Ridge, appeared where Yuni had just stood, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Although he was somewhat surprised, his face was full of disdain. Long Shun, the former 9th outer disciple of the Black Dragon Holy Land? I didn't expect you to become a bandit of Wind Ridge. How pathetic. Nangong Wuhan recognized him at a glance and slashed back at Hong Du with his sword, speaking coldly. Hee, so you're the little brat from the Nangong family? I didn't expect you to be walking with an ant. What a pity. Today, I specially came to take your head. Once I deal with that ant, I will properly handle you. Third brother, hold him off. Second brother will come to help you soon. Chapter 53. Wrong Direction, meeting the Qilin again, just as the two escaped for 10,000 meters. The murderous Yi Wuming led a large group of bandits to the location of Long Shan and Hongdu's bodies. Damn ants, you are all going to die. Seeing the two dead in a tragic state, he let out a roar towards the sky, then ordered his men to bury them. However, he glanced at the blurred figures at the end of the official road, pointed his saber at them, and shouted angrily, "Others, chase them! We must annihilate them before they enter Black Dragon City. Kill, kill, kill!" As his roar echoed, the group of mountain bandits let out furious shouts. Wielding their swords and knives, leaping at full speed through the forest on both sides of the official road. "Brother Yun, they are chasing us. There are too many of them. We need to enter the mountains and use the cover of the forest to deal with them." The two, running wildly, sensed the fury of the crowd behind them. Nangong Wuhan was the first to speak, already separating from Yun Yi and leaping towards the left forest. "Got it. Take care of yourself. See you in Black Dragon City." Yun Yi replied, looking at a 100-year-old ancient tree ahead. He pushed off with his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was standing atop the ancient tree, turning to look at the dense figures in the forest. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he leaped into the forest, his mocking voice echoing through the mountains and fields. Chapter 54. Subduing the Exotic Beast. Teaming up to eliminate the enemy, his action instantly stunned the ice Qilin. Although it was unable to move or speak, its eyes were fixed on Yun Yi, revealing a pleading look, with 2 drops of icy tears even trickling from the corners of its eyes. "What the hell are you feeling wrong? Can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, blink twice. If you can't, then you're of no use to me. I'll just open you up and take your inner core to enhance my strength." After Yun Yi finished speaking, he raised his right hand, the shadow sword emanating a ghostly light, ready to kill the latter. But at that moment, the ice Qilin let out a roar from its throat, blinking twice, and a faint beastly voice reached Yun Yi's ears. "Human, spare my life, I don't want to die. Don't kill me, just let me do whatever you want." This guy, at this moment, was full of the desire to survive, actually lowering its noble head to plead with Yun Yi, completely exceeding Yun Yi's expectations. "No way. You're a dignified ice Qilin, an ancient exotic species, and you're giving in so easily? You're not trying to deceive me to relax my guard and then freeze me into ice shards, are you?" Chapter 55. 9 Dragon Soul Refinement, Refining Dragon Soul Kid. Now that the strong enemy is dead, Shu Ti take a good look at what's in his storage bag. "Don't miss out on the good stuff, haha." Just as he sighed in relief, the voice of the evil god rang out, making Yun Yi react. He smiled and squatted on a large rock next to the cave, opening the storage bag left by Yi Wuming. After taking a glance inside, his face instantly lit up. "Wow, this old guy must have robbed so many people. There are actually over 10 million low-grade spirit stones, and over 100 4th-grade spirit weapons, all kinds of knives, spears, swords, and halberds available. There is also quite a bit of Xintian fine iron and array materials. This is a fragment of the 9 Dragons Soul Refinement Technique? Oh my, I've hit the jackpot." This fragment of the 9 Dragons Soul Refinement Technique seems to be a secret method for cultivating the soul. Although it's only 1 page, it details the methods and incantations for soul cultivation. No wonder this old guy was so powerful. I really struck gold this time. After flipping open a pitch-black fragment, he scanned it and immediately burst into wild laughter, his whole body trembling with excitement. "You kid really hit the jackpot. Actually obtained a soul refining fragment. Great. Now, you can use your shadow sword to break open that black stone you bought at the Tinshui auction. There is truly good stuff inside. It's time for you to let it reveal itself." Chapter 56. Brothers reunite, studying divine skills together. This guy, this time, was determined to follow the path he came from, operating the shadow body technique to its limits, his feet creating ripples as he turned into a ghost, covering hundreds of meters in an instant across the mountains and fields. But after running for hundreds of miles, he finally saw the shadow of Wind Ridge in the distance. "Who? Finally back. Damn it, I'm exhausted. That damned wind chaser beast." This guy bent down to catch his breath, his Dantian's spiritual power nearly depleted, and had to sit down to take a recovery pill to restore his strength. But just then, from not far away, the sound of rustling footsteps reached him, and Yun Yi's face immediately darkened. He quickly concealed his aura, his body blending into the dense forest, his eyes sharp, fixating on the source of the sound. Just 100 breaths later, in his line of sight, Long Yuan and 6 or 7 disciples from the Black Dragon Holy Land whom he had robbed earlier appeared. These guys also wore faces full of anger. One approached Long Yuan and complained, "Brother Long Yuan, how much longer do we have to search? We've been looking for almost a day and haven't seen Brother Yi and those 2 kids. If we keep searching endlessly like this, will we even be able to return to the Holy Land?" Seeing this guy, it was clear he was already impatient, his face full of fury. Chapter 57. 2 starving ghosts, 3 idiots the next day. As the sun just rose, the 2 opened their eyes simultaneously. Although a bit tired, they exchanged smiles and leaped down from the ancient tree, striding towards the recently opened city gate. Another 2 guys who spent the night in the wild. What a pity. Seeing the 2 walking together, several soldiers from the Tianwu dynasty guarding Black Dragon City started to tease them. However, they did not stop the 2 from entering the city, simply watching them as they walked into Black Dragon City. "Brother Yin, let's go eat something first. I'm about to starve." As Nangong Wuhan entered the city and saw many food stalls outside shops steaming with hot food, he rubbed his growling stomach, swallowing hard. "I'm even hungrier. Let us go." Yun Yi chuckled, and the 2 quickly arrived at a bun shop, cupping their fists toward the middle-aged woman. "Mom, how much for the beast meat buns? And this fresh soybean milk? Let us have a bowl of both." Nangong Wuhan spoke first, unable to wait any longer. "1 spirit stone for 10 buns, and I'll give you 2 bowls of soybean milk for free. Look at how hungry these 2 kids are." The woman was straightforward. Seeing the 2 staring at the steamer without moving their eyes, she immediately smiled and responded, taking out a large bowl to serve them the soybean milk, adding plenty of sugar for flavor. Chapter 58. White Wind's Conspiracy, Primordial Sword Intent. After that, the 3 of them teased each other, laughing and wandering through the streets and alleys of Black Dragon City, buying the supplies they needed, which made many passers-by envious. Probably due to the upcoming opening of the ancestral secret realm, the city was much busier, with many family disciples collecting resources, waiting to enter the secret realm for a big haul. The 3 then went to the Holy Dan Pavilion, purchasing a lot of 3rd-grade recovery pills and blood coagulation pills, among other healing medicines, before stopping outside and in called Morning Dew Inn. "Let us rest here for a few days before setting off to Jinyu Mountain. It's no use going too early." Nangong Wuhan spoke first, and the 2 nodded in agreement. "I'm fine, just right. I've made a breakthrough and need time to refine it." Yun Yi said softly, and the 2 looked at him with expressions of excitement and envy. "Congratulations, Brother Yun. You have comprehended the rudimentary form of sword intent. Don't do anything else. Just focus on understanding the sword intent," Nangong Wuhan advised with a smile, while Qingyi beside him wore a cheeky grin. "Hee. Also congratulations to this young master, you stinky rock. I have successfully grasped my own rudimentary sword intent too. When the opportunity arises, I will definitely knock you down." Chapter 59. Mad Dog Attack, Pitiful Person Goo Goo. At this moment, he felt like he was about to starve. So he bowed to the evil god, exited the Xuanhuan Tower, and slowly made his way to the 1st floor. "Yuni? Little brat, I finally get to see you." Klapala Tudi. Just as Yuni reached the stairwell on the 3rd floor, he ran into Yunling coming up from the 2nd floor. The old fellow's face twisted with rage upon seeing the latter. He scolded Yuni angrily, drew his knife, and stepped forward to slash at Yuni's neck without any hesitation. I didn't check the calendar before going out. How unlucky can I be to encounter you, old dog?" Seeing the latter attack him directly, Yuni felt speechless. But he immediately activated the Shadow Phantom technique, pushing off the walls on both sides of the stairway with his feet and soaring over Yunling's head, avoiding the latter's powerful strike. "Damn little brat, where do you think you're going?" The knife missed, and although Yunling was furious, he quickly turned around and shouted angrily at Yuni, who was already rushing down the stairs, and gave chase with his knife. "Help! Help! A mad dog is attacking." This fool Yuni sensed the pursuit and, with a wicked smile, yelled out, while he quickly fled down to the 1st floor, causing countless diners to look up at him in shock. Chapter 60. Black Market Deal, Strong Arm Transactions. The next day, Yuni opened his eyes again, feeling that after a night of hard work and comprehension, his primordial sword intent had become more solid. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased. And even when facing someone at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, he wouldn't be as embarrassed as before and could even achieve a one-hit kill. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to leave, there was another knock at the door. With a thought, he left the Xuanhuan Tower and appeared in his room. quickly opening the door. Hee, Brother Yun, aren't you hungry? It's been 2 days, and we finally get to see you. As soon as he opened the door, Lei Qingyi and Nangong Wuhan stood outside, smiling awkwardly at him. Lei Qingyi chuckled, looking at Yuni with curiosity. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lei. Then this meal is on you, Brother Nangong. No objections, right? Yuni clasped his hands and smiled cunningly at the sword-holding Nangong Wuhan. Hee, finally a chance to treat this guy. I naturally have no objections. Let us go, it's settled then. The latter grinned evilly, dragging Yuni out the door, leaving Lei Qingyi behind, looking speechless. Chapter 61. Death Struggle, Life Hanging by a Thread. This world is truly crazy. Old man, I respect you and call you senior. But if you want to bully the weak, then today, I really want to let it go. As the saying goes, if a deal can't be made, at least there should be righteousness. But you threaten me like this. Do you really think I have no temper? If you have the guts, try making a move. Seeing that this old fellow couldn't take a joke, Yuni felt furious and drew the soul-seizing blade, slashing out against the pressure coming at him. The primordial sword intent suddenly erupted, swirling around him, causing the onlookers to retreat in shock. What the hell? Brother Yin, what sword intent is that? How can it be so terrifying? Lei Qingyi was clearly frightened by the sword intent erupting from Yuni. He had never seen such a violent power of sword intent. Not to mention him, even the well-informed Nangong Wuhan couldn't tell what sword intent Yuni had comprehended at that moment. Could it be the legendary chaotic sword intent? But it didn't seem like it. Although it was white, it was completely different from chaotic sword intent. Strange, very strange. Nangong Wuhan sensed it and murmured, his expression serious. Because it was the first time he had seen such an eerie sword intent, it wasn't among the top 10 supreme sword intents, but looking at this sharp aura, it was definitely not weaker than the top 10 supreme sword intents, and he was instantly confused. Chapter 62. Desperate Struggle. Successful Escape. Brother Yun, run. Just as the latter was about to reach Yuni to prepare to kill him, Lei Qingyi roared, his body bursting with lightning, instantly transforming into substantial sword energy, slashing out a sword at the old man with destructive force. Thunder sword intent? TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, I didn't expect you to do this for your friend. You really surprised me. Seeing that Lei Qingyi was willing to hold back the old man to allow Yuni to escape and had comprehended the true thunder sword intent. The middle-aged man was also shocked. Looking at the rolling thunder sword coming at him, he showed a serious expression, his spiritual energy surging in his dantian, and struck out with a palm against the incoming sword shadow. Boom, 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 boom. The two attacks collided instantly, shaking the ground, and with a loud explosion. Shockwaves swept in all directions, lightning and fire flashing, igniting the surrounding trees in an instant. Shadowless sword technique, a sword without a trace. Just then, Nangong Wuhan let out a cold shout, his black sword radiating sword energy, leaning forward as he stepped on the ground, and with his black sword, he slashed out an illusory sword shadow, instantly striking the black spiritual shield surrounding the middle-aged man. Crack! Chapter 63. Dog Slayer. Outdoor feast inside the Xuanhuan Tower. At this moment, the evil god looked at the fully recovered Yuni with satisfaction, growing fonder of him. The reason was that during the previous battle, when Yuni was in a desperate situation, he did not choose to escape immediately, but fought with all his might against the opponent. There were times when the Ice Qilin almost rushed out of the Xuanhuan Tower to help Yuni kill the enemy, but was ultimately stopped by the evil god. His idea was simple. He wanted Yuni to unleash his blood and potential under such a life-or-death situation, becoming a true sword cultivator as soon as possible. Mainly, Yuni's previous performance had been too cunning and somewhat off-putting, making him uncomfortable. Now, after experiencing the previous battle, Yuni's performance had greatly satisfied him, and the Ice Qilin finally realized that its little master was not as weak as it had imagined, thus increasing its loyalty to Yuni. Naturally, Yuni was completely unaware of this. He had considered that if he exposed the Ice Qilin, it might not necessarily be able to kill Xiong Fei, but he had to guard against Nangong Wuhan and Lei Qingyi. After all, in this world, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. What if the two of them became greedy? That's why he didn't dare to summon the Ice Qilin to assist in battle. After all, he had previously been betrayed by the person he trusted most, who had literally ripped away his cultivation roots, and he had also been tricked by the Yi family's antics. So now he was much more cautious. Chapter 64. Killing the Transcendent. Artifact Spirit Awakens. The three were comfortable, But the demon war and others stationed in Xuanhuan town were extremely furious. This guy brought a large number of disciples from the immortal demon sect, and despite turning the entire Xuanhuan town upside down, he still couldn't find any trace of Uni and the others. In the end, he could only return to the inn in a fit of rage, yelling at the few disciples who had provoked the three. You bunch of useless fools. You can't even deal with a stray cultivator. How can you still have the face to live? You have completely embarrassed our immortal demon sect. If this gets back to senior brother Xuanhuan, you're all dead, hum. Faced with his furious scolding, the few young men whose mouths had been slashed by Uni didn't dare to breathe, huddling in a corner, trembling. Get out, all of you. If it weren't for the sake of being fellow disciples, I would have slaughtered you all right now, hum. After venting his frustrations, he finally felt a bit better and yelled a few more times at the remaining disciples, who quickly fled his room, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heh. Stray cultivators? Daring to provoke the dignity of our immortal demon sect. Just wait until I catch you, or else you'll wish for life and death. Chapter 65. Full of nonsense. The talents gathered. You two idiots. You're really disgusting. Soon, the two returned to the riverside to wash their hands, nearly making Xuanhuan vomit. Brother Xuanhuan, what are you thinking? Don't you wash your hands after using the restroom? Why the long face? Just as he finished speaking, Uni replied with a wicked smile, nearly causing Xuanhuan to explode with anger. You bastard, do you want to fight? Xuanhuan's face turned ugly as he shouted. But Uni and Lei Qingyi exchanged glances and completely ignored him, putting their arms around each other and laughing at the distance. Ha, Brother Yin, I've finished purging the toxins, and now I'm hungry again. What should I do? What else can we do? Let's catch some fish in the river. If we get another green python, that would be delightful, hee. Your idea is unrealistic. Let's go, let's do it. These two fools, amidst Xuanhuan's lament, laughed and jumped into the Xuanhuan River, quickly catching several large carp. Uni handled cleaning the fish scales and entrails, while Lei Qingyi went to find a large pile of dry wood to ignite. Following Uni's instructions, he made a barbecue rack, skewered the carp, and started roasting them. By the time Xuanhuan finished and returned, the two were already laughing and enjoying the feast. Chapter 66. Legends of the Secret Realm successfully arrived. Wow. Is that the Xuanhuan mountain range? It's so spectacular. From a distance, under the glow of the setting sun, it truly resembled a giant golden crow. This world is indeed magical. Soon after, the three arrived at the top of a high mountain 10 miles away from the Xuanhuan mountain range, standing still as they gazed at the massive mountain range. Uni's face filled with shock and admiration. There was once a legend that said this mountain was formed after a golden crow died. Back then, the entire mountain range was barren, and the raging flames burned for over 100 years before finally extinguishing. Xuanhuan smiled as he explained to Uni, who widened his eyes in amazement. The old stone is right. I've heard this legend from my family elders as well. After being engulfed in flames for a century, a secret realm of ancestral witches appeared in the mountains. Every 10 years, the secret realm would open, and only those in the foundation building realm could enter. This has continued for tens of thousands of years. Lei Qingyi spoke passionately, making Uni feel embarrassed, but at the same time, a question arose in his mind. Chapter 67. Trouble arrives, facing the demon battle 1 hour later. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, along with a number of disciples from the immortal demon sect, appeared outside the ancestral, secret realm. Many people, seeing the arrival of disciples from the four major forces, quickly made way, their faces filled with envy. Numerous newly emerged talent from the four major forces were also finally experiencing what it felt like to be admired and respected, each one with their noses in the air, looking very pleased with themselves. In contrast to their ignorance, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan wore grim expressions as they searched for the whereabouts of Uni and the others, their eyes scanning the area, attracting the curiosity of many. Countless stray cultivators quickly stepped aside, not daring to block the way, and the few of them made their way directly to a spot not far from the secret realm's teleportation portal before stopping. Ling Tianyu, Zhen Wui, and others also gathered with the sect's talents who had arrived early to occupy the point, entering their respective strongholds to rest. Xuanhuan did not rush to find Uni to cause trouble. Instead, he led his disciples toward the high ground on the right side. The high ground, surrounded by wooden stakes, had the immortal demon sect's banner planted on it, preventing others from approaching, making quite a show. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan quickly arrived at the entrance of the stronghold, where many guarding disciples greeted them with cupped fists. Chapter 68. Playing with the opponent. Comforting the soul, immortal demon spirit shield broken. Boom! The latter's attack missed, and with a surge of spiritual power, he quickly formed a spirit shield in front of himself, successfully blocking Yuni's attack. Immortal demon moon probe. Steadying his position, he raised his hand and struck out towards Yuni again, his speed incredibly fast, heading straight for Yuni's head. If this hit, Yuni would either die or be seriously injured. Seeing this, Yuni stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the sky, flipping his body from 20 meters high, the sword in his hand swirling with sword flowers, stabbing straight at Xuanhuan's head as he murmured, "Star selection reversal." Sounds of tearing echoed along the way, as Xuanhuan's palm shadow was shattered, and his figure landed steadily on a nearby rock with a wicked smile. "Kid, is that the Dugu family's Dugu sword technique?" After Yuni executed this sword move, Xuanhuan recognized the sword technique at a glance. This guy's heart sank slightly as he looked at Yuni with a cold expression, momentarily not daring to attack. Hee. So you're afraid of the Dugu family? Sorry to disappoint you, what I executed is not the Dugu family's Dugu sword technique, but a Pseudo-Dugu sword technique, you understand. Chapter 69. The Secret Realm Opens. Violently breaking and bastard, you can slay peak foundation building demon beasts, yet you're being driven to the point of retreat by a guy, the 6th level of foundation building. Are you kidding me? Looking at Yuni, slumped on the ground, Lei Qingyi not only didn't care, but instead wore a face full of lament and ridicule. Almost going over to kick Yuni. Brother Lei, you don't understand. If we really kill that guy, then you and I will have no way out. So many people are watching. Do you think that if we kill a few of Xuanhuan, the other disciples of the immortal demon sect and the Black Dragon Sacred Land will let us live? Yuni was not angry, just grinning as he analyzed the situation with him. Brother Yun is right. Brother Lei, you need to think more. The martial world is not just about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships and affairs. If we really kill those 3 guys and make the Black Dragon Sacred Land and the immortal demon sect lose face in front of the other forces, then today, we will have no chance of escaping. Don't forget, Long Qingquan and Mo Shirtian have been keeping an eye on the battlefield situation. They didn't pursue us because they didn't suffer any losses, and in the end, our escape spared them some embarrassment. Chapter 70. Joyous Acquisition of Spiritual Medicine. Power Surge Charge. Just as the 3 successfully rushed into the secret realm, countless scattered cultivators pulled out their weapons and roared, thousands of them charging towards Xuanhuan and the others. Damn it! Hurry inside. Seeing so many people coming to attack, Xuanhuan and the others trembled with fear. They no longer had the courage to stop them. They shouted at the surviving disciples and turned to rush into the teleportation portal. The other disciples, seeing this, dared not block the crowd and quickly turned to enter the secret realm as well. I never expected that Yun, that little beast, would actually dare to kill disciples from the 4 major forces. He really is insane. But this is good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Yun Zaiqian, that old man, stood still, and although he felt angry, he was shocked to see Yun, and the others kill many from the immortal demon sect and the Black Dragon Holy Land in front of so many people. But after a moment of thought, the old fellow revealed a cunning smile and followed Yi Chun and the others into the secret realm. This might be the largest and easiest entry of scattered cultivators into the secret realm in many years. Countless people, though silent, felt immense gratitude towards Yun, and the others. If they were stopped again this time, they would truly have no chance to enter the ancestral, secret realm in the future. Chapter 71. Yun Ling's Death. Framing and scheming, the ice Qilin leaped over a cliff, and ahead was a thicket filled with wildflowers blooming all over the ground, with the surrounding spiritual energy in the air becoming significantly denser. However, the scorching sensation rising from beneath the ground made Yun even more shocked. This secret realm is too miraculous. Could it really be the transformed body of the Golden Crow, sitting on the back of the ice Qilin? He looked at the red flames swaying in the wind under the scorching sun, his expression grave as he murmured, "Kid, stop lamenting here. Quickly search for opportunities. If I'm not mistaken, this secret realm is not that simple. It is very likely related to the legendary Golden Crow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hot. Don't you feel that there's a faint burning sensation on your body? That's not the temperature from the sun. It's rising from the depths of the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, most of the monsters and spiritual medicines here are primarily fire attribute. Just as he was in shock, the voice of the evil god came from the Xuanhuan tower, further shocking Yun. If your master's words are true, and it is indeed related to the legendary immortal bird, then I have a complete chance to obtain that opportunity. Chapter 72. No need to thank me. Kill to stop killing. Just as Yun vanished, Xuanhuan stopped laughing, raising his knife high, bloodthirsty as he swung it down towards Xuanhuan. At that moment, a crisp sound of flesh being pierced echoed through the valley. Xuanhuan, who had originally closed his eyes awaiting death, found that the knife meant to kill him had not yet fallen. Instead, the sound of dripping blood filled his ears. When he instinctively opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. When he saw Yun standing beside Xuanhuan, the sword still dripping blood in his hand, he stared in shock, his face filled with terror as he stumbled back, stuttering. No need to thank me. It's just that this damned thing dared to frame me. Now, hand over your storage bag and get lost. Yun at this moment ignored the dazed disciples of the immortal demon sect standing at a distance. He spat on the corpse beside him and then looked mockingly at Xuanhuan, who had retreated 10 meters away, extending his left hand in a contemptuous manner. Xuanhuan, still in shock, saw Yun's outstretched hand and understood his intention. But to Yun's surprise, this guy actually did not hesitate at all this time. He hurriedly unfastened his storage bag, threw it to Yun, and then scrambled away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 73. A fortuitous encounter. Instant kill of 4 after collecting the evidence and storing it in his storage bag. Yun continued on with the ice Qilin. He felt no emotion regarding Bai Feng's death. He clearly understood that being merciful to enemies was being cruel to oneself. However, the resources in this secret realm were not as abundant as he had imagined. There were rather few useful resources, and spiritual medicines were becoming increasingly scarce. But Yun also knew very well, with a secret realm opening once every 10 years, how many useful items could there be? Even if there were good things, they would only be divided among the disciples of the 4 major forces. For scattered cultivators like him, let alone resources, encountering someone from the 4 major forces could lead to death without knowing how. The hard-earned resources would also become someone else's possessions, and in the end, he would have to pay with his life. But this is the fate of cultivators in the Tianwu continent. If not successful, they perish. This is the only opportunity for many scattered cultivators, and they naturally would not give up so easily. He hurried along the way, unafraid of being seen on the ice Qilin strutting through the streets. But along the way, he did not encounter anyone else. This secret realm was too vast, and with just tens of thousands of people entering, it felt like a swarm of ants. Those encountered were simply unlucky. Chapter 74. 9 Sunfruit Tree. Fierce battle with the demon flute brother. You've changed a lot. I can barely recognize you. On the road, Xuanhuan lowered her head, her voice very soft, probably afraid of making Yun angry. If you had gone through my experiences, you would change too. I used to be someone who wouldn't dare to kill even a chicken, but now I'm forced to kill as easily as killing a chicken. I don't know if I've become ruthless or if this world has forced me to change. Yun didn't care, just giving a self-deprecating smile. Feeling helpless inside. Knowing this, Xuanhuan said, Brother no matter how you change in the future, I will always believe in you and stand by your side. I will strive to cultivate and help you as much as possible. Although Xuanhuan felt anxious, she still blushed and whispered to Yun again. Thank you, Xuanhuan. However, since we grew up together, there are some things I feel I need to remind you about. Recently, Uncle Ji seems to be getting close to Du Fei. They appear to be plotting something. If you see him, tell him to stay out of it. Otherwise, the final outcome will only be family destruction. This matter you must tell him personally. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. In this world, people are doing things, and heaven is watching. Tell him not to push himself into the abyss. Chapter 75. Taking advantage of the chaos to steal fruits, benefits, share die. But just as the two were in fierce battle, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Yun. Amidst everyone's shock, a short blade, radiating with bloodlight, stabbed directly into Yun's back. In a moment of crisis, Yun was startled, and with a thought, his figure became illusory. At the instant the short blade pierced his back, his figure had completely vanished, but drops of blood had already fallen to the ground. How is this possible? The shadow missed its strike, emitting a faint sound before disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving the magic flute standing in place with a face full of astonishment. How could the Blood Shadow Tower assassin target that insignificant ant? Meanwhile, the spectators, including Ling Tianyu, looked on in confusion at the shadow that had appeared and vanished in an instant, shocked to speak. What a pity it was so close. That ant could have died under the assassin's sneak attack. But where did it escape to? How could it vanish without a trace, even its aura gone? Just as Ling Tianyu finished speaking, Imo Shirtan, not far away, let out a cold snort of regret, scanning the surroundings but failing to see Yun Yi's figure, which left him even more puzzled. Damn, he's on the Nine-Yang fruit tree. Chapter 76, Spirit Root Advancement, Assassins in Boom. Boom, boom. Just over a quarter of an hour had passed when Ji Rumeng and Duguxing Feng both expanded their auras, and their realms unexpectedly broke through simultaneously. In Yun Yi's astonishment, Ji Rumeng rose 3 levels, successfully stepping into the early stage of the 4th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm, her aura significantly stronger than before. Not far from her, Duguxing Feng, although he only broke through 1 level, was now also a genius of the 6th layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Moreover, after his breakthrough, his body emanated an incredibly dense aura of destruction, leaving Yun Yi in shock. He hadn't expected that during this time, Duguxing Feng had successfully comprehended his own unique sword intent. Congratulations to both of you. Seeing the powerful aura radiating from them, which should be fully stabilized, Yun Yi smiled and congratulated them. He, I owe it all to Brother Yun. You let me slack off quite a bit. Duguxing Feng quickly compressed the expanding energy back into his body, then gave Yun Yi a dry laugh as he stood up with a beaming smile. Brother Yi, thank you. Ji Rumeng, however, spoke shyly, causing Duguxing Feng to feel like he was eating dog food. This guy was quite aware of the situation, jokingly said to Yun Yi, you two chat. I'll go wait for Miss Ji over there. But let's keep it short. If it takes too long, it might raise suspicion from those few guys. Chapter 77, Ice Burial Service, Soul-Devouring Demon Lord. However, Yun Yi was unaware that this assassin was not arranged by Du Fei. Instead, he was hired by Bai Feng to kill him. Although he had killed Bai Feng before, the assassin had received spirit stones from the latter before entering the secret realm. So he naturally had to complete the task. Sure enough, he had finally found Yun Yi's trace and intended to deliver a fatal blow. But unexpectedly, Yun Yi managed to dodge his lethal strike at the last moment. He wanted to find another opportunity to strike. But he didn't expect Yun Yi to approach him using a rare spatial treasure, successfully killing him with a sword. Now, both the employer and the assassin had perished under Yun Yi's sword, and he had successfully shifted the blame to the clueless Du Fei. It was hard to say whether Du Fei would curse Bai Feng's ancestors upon learning all this, but he would surely be quite troubled. Meanwhile, Yun Yi, filled with inner rage, quickly arrived outside a canyon. But as he looked ahead, his heart sank. The canyon was filled with bones. There were bones of beast and human alike, and even some he didn't recognize, lying haphazardly in the canyon. Chilling winds continuously surged from the canyon, leaving Yun Yi feeling icy all over. Chapter 78, Ultimate Contre-Attaque, Soul-Devouring Sword Technique PFFT. A mouthful of old blood spewed from Yun Yi's mouth. His head pounded painfully, and blood seeped from his 7 orifices, leaving him in a miserable state. The attack he had just faced was a true soul attack. Although his sea of consciousness had been significantly strengthened after being tempered by the dragon's soul power, he still couldn't withstand such an attack. With one blow, he was heavily injured, and the Xuanhuan Tower lost its power, failing to suppress the soul-devouring banner. I didn't expect you to be a person with a spatial treasure. But your realm and spirit root are truly pitiful. How strange, how strange. Just as Yun Yi was spitting blood, the soul-devouring banner trembled, and a sinister voice echoed, nearly causing Yun Yi's head to explode. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes turning blood red, and his body developed several cracks. Although you're a waste spirit root, your body and blood are not bad. It seems I can only devour your soul first, and then use this body to leave this damn place. After the eerie voice finished speaking, it transformed into a black streak of light and charged straight toward Yun Yi. Linger, come back. Chapter 79, Duel of the Two Beauties. A tragic end. Just as Yun Feiyong left the cave and walked toward the canyon, he unexpectedly ran into Lei Qingyi. Lei Qingyi, is that you? As soon as the two met, Yun Feiyong spoke coldly, gripping his sword tightly. The moment he saw the other party, he recalled how the three had shown off in front of the secret realm, and jealousy surged in him, prompting him to consider attacking Lei Qingyi. Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's the great young master Yun Feiyong. How's it going? Merging someone else's spirit root. Stepping into the ranks of top talents in Xuanhuan Prefecture. Feeling pretty good. Huh? Seeing the other's expression, Lei Qingyi looked disgusted and immediately mocked him, making Yun Feiyong's face turn dark. Bastard, how dare you mock me? Do you really think I won't move against you? Yun Feiyong, being quite clever, immediately caught the underlying tone of the other's words. His expression changed as he drew his long sword from his waist, pointing it at Lei Qingyi, and shouted sternly. Ha, come on, give it a try. Seeing his expression, Lei Qingyi burst into laughter, mockingly beckoning him with his hand, clearly looking down on Yun Feiyong. Since you seek death yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 80. Malicious intent, constant reversals. Fool, you stay here to heal. I'll go in and take a look. Before I came, I heard from family elders who had entered the secret realm that there's an extremely terrifying treasure deep in this canyon. I want to see if that thing has been obtained by that damn Yun Feiyong. If he really got it, then you and I should be more cautious when we encounter him in the future, and I should remind Brother Yun. Half an hour quickly passed, and Xuanhuan, seeing that Lei Qingyi's wound had stopped bleeding, spoke with a serious expression. What? You're saying that there are treasures deep in this canyon? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think there are bones everywhere? Those people were all killed by some strange energy that sucked away their souls, dying here in confusion. You and Yun Feiyong are lucky. You weren't sucked away, otherwise, you'd probably be a corpse by now. Facing Lei Qingyi's question, Xuanhuan mocked him fiercely, causing the latter to suddenly realize. Then you don't need to go see it. Most likely, that thing has already fallen into that bastard's hands. Damn it, knowing everything. He felt immense regret, sitting in place and roaring, leaving Xuanhuan speechless. Chapter 81. Extraordinary treasures appear. Minor mastery of body techniques, a cold voice came from behind Du Xinyan, causing her face to darken immensely. However, she did not make a move, suppressing the anger within her. Changing her expression, she turned around with a smile and spoke sweetly to Yun Feiyong, who was being pursued from behind. Oh, senior brother Yun, you finally woke up. It's great that you're okay. Here, this is your storage bag. Xinyan hasn't touched anything. When I saw you faint, I was worried your storage bag would be taken, so I took the liberty of keeping it safe for you. Now that you're awake, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. The poison in you has been resolved, so I can rest easy. You should take care of your injuries, and I will go find the others to take care of you. As for this woman, her inner depths were unmatched. She looked at Yun Feiyong, smiling as she said a lot, casually tossing his storage bag to him, and then attempted to sneak away. She didn't have the courage to kill Yun Feiyong, probably fearing being discovered, as she couldn't afford to bear the consequences. Moreover, she had completely memorized the incantation of the soul-capturing sword technique. So there was no need to tear her face with Yun Feiyong. You know what's good for you. Chapter 82. Gathering of Talents. Golden Crow, or once again attacked. Yun Yi, although not very angry, had already developed a killing intent towards Du Fei. As he picked up speed, he was getting closer to where the light pillar appeared. However, in front of him, there were more and more people. Most of them were disciples from the four major powers. He didn't even see a single loose cultivator. Yunyi, you're not dead yet? Kid, you really are lucky. A voice rang out. It's better if you're not dead. Soon, I will personally take care of you. Don't compete with me for his life. He belongs to me, the demon flute. I want to avenge my brother. Anyone who dares to compete with me is my enemy. Amidst the jeers of many, the cold voice of the demon flute came from 100 meters away from Yun Yi, leaving him speechless. Idiot, I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. If you have the guts, come now. Although he didn't stop, he didn't give the other party any face, directly cursing back, almost breaking the demon flute's composure. Kid, you wait for me. You will definitely die at my hands. In the end, the guy yelled a few times at Yun Yi before ignoring him, his figure flashing as he quickly disappeared from the other site. Chapter 83. Fire Spirit Crystal Mine. Full harvest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just when he was happily collecting, a series of rumbling sounds echoed in the cave, and the swirling light pillar rapidly dissipated. The waiting Ling Tianyu and others showed excited expressions, loudly calling out to the disciples behind them. Prepare. Charge! When a gap appeared in the light pillar, someone roared, and hundreds of people surged forward with their spiritual power, rushing into the ground and scattering. Wow, so many golden crow ores. Hurry up and collect them. Ha ha ha. I have materials for forging profound weapons. This is great. In an instant, wild laughter came from the ground, followed by the sounds of fighting. That biggest one is mine. No one can compete with me. The demon Xuanhuan, who arrived at the bottom of the cave, spotted a basin-sized golden crow ore and yelled at others, charging towards the ore and casually slapping out a palm, sending several loose cultivators who tried to approach flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Ha ha, it's mine. This guy was incredibly arrogant, arriving in front of the ore and laughing with his head thrown back, while the loose cultivators he knocked away could only crawl away in anger, staggering towards other ores. Chapter 84. Useless Ledger, Flash of Spirit Light Rumbling. Just as Xuanhuan had moved forward for several thousand meters, a thunderous roar came from the right side of the sky. He suddenly turned around, looking towards the direction of the loud noise, and immediately smiled. I knew it. It turns out that after the first extraordinary treasure emerged in this secret realm, it triggered a butterfly effect. The first treasure was completely taken, and the second extraordinary treasure is following closely behind. Moreover, this time, as Xuanhuan looked towards the distant colorful light pillar, he vaguely saw many items resembling spiritual tools within it. This guy murmured to himself and immediately dashed towards the light pillar without hesitation. The demon flute and others also rushed towards the light pillar at the first opportunity. Subsequently, more and more people burst out from the ground, looking excitedly at the light pillar in the sky, motivating their body techniques and laughing maniacally as they ran. At this moment, the disciples from the four major powers no longer cared about killing the loose cultivators trailing behind them. Their minds were solely focused on the extraordinary treasures. Having tasted the sweetness, they naturally didn't want to waste time. Arriving a minute earlier meant gaining more benefits than others, because at this moment, the light pillar in the sky had already begun to slowly dissipate, and if nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't have to wait to obtain the treasures they desired. Chapter 85, Second in the Outer Sect, Killing with Heart. Not long after, in a valley of the secret realm, 4 or 5 disciples from the Tontian Holy Land were happily sitting on a boulder counting money. Each of their storage bags was filled with various spiritual herbs and many spiritual tools, crystals, and other resources, together with their sect's stipends and self-prepared healing pills. Each person's wealth at this moment was worth hundreds of thousands. Senior Brother Wu Yao, we have gained so much this time. As long as you can step into the 6th level of Foundation establishment, entering the inner sect will definitely be a sure thing. At that time, our master might reward us with a lot of benefits. Just then, a disciple smilingly flattered a young man who somewhat resembled Wu Tianxi. Exactly. With so many resources, we will surely succeed in advancing to the inner sect, especially Senior Brother Wu Yao, not to mention entering the inner sect as the first. At least you'll be second. That's for sure. Who doesn't know that among the outer sect of Tontian Holy Land, besides Senior Brother Qianfeng, who is a head above Senior Brother Wu Yao, the others are no match for him? As the disciple spoke, the other few also flattered him, making the young man named Wu Yao beam with joy. Chapter 86. Robbing Everywhere, Killing the Demon Flute. Haha. These guys really have quite a fortune. The total amount of spiritual stones added up to more than 1 million, and there were over 30 bottles of third-grade healing pills, as well as more than 10,000 Foundation establishment herbs and spirit-returning herbs. Huh, what is this? I've never seen it before. Xuanhuan, this fool, was currently sitting on an ancient tree, grinning as he checked the resources in the storage bags of the others, feeling incredibly happy inside. But when he took out a black spiritual herb exuding rich energy, he revealed a look of confusion. Kid, that's soul gathering grass, the main herb for enhancing soul power and refining soul gathering pills. Of course, you can also refine it directly to accelerate the transformation of your sea of consciousness. Just as he was puzzled, the voice of the evil god came, leaving him utterly astonished. This is soul gathering grass. No wonder I feel the energy it emits is somewhat familiar. Since it's a good thing, it should be directly refined. Alchemy. It's impossible for me to practice alchemy in this lifetime. This foolish guy, after saying that, directly put the soul gathering grass in his mouth and started chewing, simultaneously operating the evil god true scripture to begin the refinement. Ugh, It tastes so bad. I'll just refine it directly next time. Chapter 87. Enemies meet. Beat up the old man, huh? Yun Zaiqian? Not long after, he saw Yun Zaiqian collecting a spiritual herb in a canyon. At that moment, this old guy had just put the spiritual herb into his storage bag, and when he turned around, he saw Yun standing 100 meters away, looking at him with a mocking expression. So it's you, kid. What do you want by looking at me like that? Upon seeing Yun Zaiqian was first taken aback, then looked at Yun with a mocking face, coldly speaking, gripping the battle soul blade tightly. The aura of a peak foundation establishment's 6th layer radiating out, staring fixedly at Yun. He, my good righteous father, what are you afraid of? After all, I was once half your son. What could I possibly do to you? At most, I would just stab you with a sword, strip your spiritual root away, and then throw you off a cliff to let you fend for yourself. Seeing the latter looking at him warily, but not daring to make a move, Yun self-deprecatingly chuckled a few times, his eyes filled with mockery, and he spoke lightly to Yun Zaiqian. But every word he said felt like a sharp blade to Yun Zaiqian, continuously piercing his heart. Because everything Yun said was exactly what he had done to Yun before, how could it not make him feel anxious? Chapter 88. Inciting public fury. Surrounded by the sect's senior brother, that kid is over there. Just as Yun was sprinting at full speed, he heard Mo's furious shout not far behind him. Surround him from all sides. Don't let him escape. Kill this young master. The arriving Xuanhuan, upon seeing the figure in the distance, shouted loudly to the hundreds of disciples of the immortal demon sect beside him, waving his hand, and everyone began to move, turning into streams of demonic light, shooting towards Yun. Aunt, where do you think you're going? Come and take your life. After a few breaths, Mo was the first to rush to 100 meters behind Yun. He let out a roar, the peak aura of Foundation Establishment 7th layer bursting forth, slashing out a majestic sword light at Yun. Demonic sword pursuit. The cold shout echoed through the valley, and he looked at Yun, who was about to be pierced by the sword energy with a bloodthirsty expression, feeling disdainful. Shadowless. Meanwhile, Yun, sensing the sharp sound of the wind behind him, without any hesitation, his feet rippling, vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a phantom at the original spot. Puff! When he appeared 200 meters away, the phantom he left behind had already been pierced and shattered by Mo's sword light. How is that possible? And what kind of movement technique is that? Chapter 89. Legacy Ruins, Fiery Trials. Not long after, the three of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm under the unfriendly gazes of the disciples from the 4 major forces. But at this moment, outside the ruins, the disciples of the 4 major forces had already gathered, with Ling Tianyu, Qin Feng, Mo, Xuanhuan, and Long Qinquan arriving early at the ruins. Behind them, more than 2,000 disciples from the 4 major forces followed, each radiating an aura of Foundation Establishment 6th or 7th layer. And the 4 standing at the front were all peak Foundation Establishment 9th layer. It seemed that everyone had gained considerable opportunities in the secret realm, and their realms and strengths had improved. Of course, many disciples from the 4 major forces had also died, especially in the immortal demon sect, where several of the top 10 outer disciples had been killed by Yun, suffering heavy losses. Surrounding the ruins, there was currently a strange formation blocking the way. Although they could see the scenes inside the ruins clearly, no one could enter. At this moment, everyone's gaze was attracted by the ruins, and no one was paying attention to the 3 of them. Ling Tianyu, do you think we can obtain the inheritance inside this time? Qin Feng was the first to speak, looking at the latter with a smile. I don't know. After all these years, no one has ever obtained the ultimate inheritance, so it's hard to say this time. Chapter 90. Fiery Armor. Pressure Trials. How can those 3 ants be so strong? In front of the 3, Mo, Xuanhuan, sensing the presence of the 3 behind him, immediately spoke with a face full of anger. Senior brother, doesn't he know? That kid Yun is very strange, especially his movement technique. It's like he appears and disappears like a ghost. When he activates it, I can't even trace his whereabouts or aura. He must have some secret on him. Once I obtain the inheritance, I will personally kill him to avenge junior brother Modi and the others. Beside him, Mou, with a cold expression, whispered, clearly still unwilling to give up. Don't worry about him for now. The inheritance is the most important. If nothing unexpected happens, this is just the first trial. We don't know how many more trials await us. There's no need to waste time on him. P.S. Just a foundation establishment 4th layer trash. Being able to pass this first trial is already his limit. Although Mo. Xuanhuan felt furious and wanted to crush Yun E right now, he was also severely exhausted and didn't dare to be careless. So he could only let Mo temporarily give up on targeting Yun E and focus all their efforts on the challenge ahead. At this moment, not far from them, Ling Tianyu, Qian Feng, and Long Qinquan suddenly exerted their strength. Chapter 91. Abnormal Yun E. Devil Trials Yun E. Aren't you very powerful? Why are you trembling and standing still like a dog now? Exactly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? How come the pressure of just the first step is making you tremble all over? How embarrassing. Hee, trash is trash. Even if you got first place in the first trial by taking shortcuts, this second trial is a real gravity test. How can a mere foundation establishment 4th layer trash compare to us? At this time, Ling Tianyu and the others stepped onto the first step, enduring the violent gravity. And seeing Yun E trembling all over, with his bones cracking, they all mocked and ridiculed him, their eyes filled with disdain. Trash. Just wait to be crushed in a meat paste. We're going up, hee. At this moment, Mo Xuanhuan once again mocked Yun E, his body shaking as he stepped towards the second step, steadily climbing up. And Ling Tianyu and the others, each with wicked smiles, also stepped forward, successfully reaching the second step. Just like that, continue. After sensing for a moment, they all spoke simultaneously, stepping forward, and in one breath they reached the 20th step. Standing in place, their bodies slightly bent, and their expressions gradually becoming ferocious. Chapter 92. True Scripture, 3rd Layer. Ultimate Refinement Crack. At this moment, Yun E's whole body was making crisp cracking sounds. He felt like he was being struck by countless heavy hammers. His entire body was experiencing small ripples in his muscles, bones, and flesh, making him feel sore and uncomfortable. After 100 breaths, he felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. Ugh, such strong gravity. Is this really a trial? This is self-torture, right? This guy let out a muffled groan, feeling extremely shocked in his heart. At this moment, at least 30,000 pounds of gravity were constantly impacting his entire body from all directions without any dead angles, even causing his soles to feel as if they were being smashed by a giant hammer weighing 10,000 pounds, leading to intense pain. Kid, hold on. This gravity field, although a trial, is also the best tempering for your foundation building stage. You should be grateful for such a trial. If you want to become someone extraordinary, you must endure the pain and suffering that others cannot bear. Push through. It may not be sunshine, but you will definitely gain something. Just when he was about to collapse, the voice of the evil god echoed in his sea of consciousness, startling Yun E. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth and operated the evil god's true scripture with all his strength, finally feeling a bit more comfortable throughout his body. Chapter 93. The trial continues. Climbing to 800, that kid finally moved. What are we waiting for? Go. Seeing Yun E move, Mo Xuanhuan snorted coldly and urged the others, Ling Tianyu and the others, who were still hesitating. If you can, go ahead. What are you waiting for? Exactly, aren't you strong? What's wrong? Are you scared? If you want to go, then go first. This young master needs to recover for a while. The three of them retorted back and forth, their eyes filled with disdain, making Mo Xuanhuan's face turn ugly. Damn it, I don't believe this. A bunch of cowards. Watch me. This guy was also someone who forgot previous lessons. It hadn't been long, and he had already forgotten the earlier lesson. With a few cold snorts, his body shook, and amidst the rolling demonic energy, he was the first to charge up the 700 steps. Wow, what the hell? In the midst of everyone's expressions of excitement, this boastful idiot, as soon as he entered the 700 steps, was once again pressed down on the steps, letting out cries of misery, completely losing face. TSK, so tragic. Ha, so pitiful. This is the consequence of showing off. Mo Xuanhuan, your IQ needs improvement. Ha ha. Chapter 94. After much hardship, a dangerous pass, such strong power. At this moment, Yun E felt as if his whole body was about to fall apart. With a roar, the primordial sword intent erupted, allowing him to withstand the crushing pressure of the gravity field. But his legs bent again, and his bones let out cracking sounds, as if millions of giant hammers were crazily smashing him, making his expression increasingly ferocious. Kid, hold on. If you pass this level, you'll have a chance to reach the peak. At this moment, the evil god sat in the tower, constantly watching Yun. Seeing his expression, he could only encourage him again, his face serious. Even a powerful being like him was shocked by the trials in this secret realm. Even he, at Yun's level, would probably not be able to endure such terrifying gravity for long. I'm going all out. Break! Just as Yun was about to be thrown away by the gravity, he let out an angry roar, his aura explosively erupting, causing his realm to instantly break through to the 5th level of foundation building. As his realm broke through, his bent legs instantly straightened. Although they were still trembling slightly, he managed to withstand the crushing gravity. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the gravity enveloping him had increased significantly after the breakthrough. Fortunately, it was still within his tolerance range, which allowed him to relax a bit. Chapter 95. Entering the Death Gate. The Flame Giant Useless. I finally waited for you. Do you know that the 9 of us have waited for you for a full hour? Such a useless person. I didn't expect you to pass the second trial. Truly. Heaven is blind. Just as Yun entered the main door, the scene inside changed, and he found himself in a vast hall in the void. Montak Shitian, Yun Fayang, and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, turned around and began to mock Yun, their faces full of disdain. Yun, I didn't expect you to actually pass. Although it took a bit too long, you're the first person without attributes to succeed in this trial. Although this young master looks down on you, I have no choice but to look at you differently. Before Yun could retort, Mo Shirtian and Yun Feiyong, Ling Tianyu, who was beside him, spoke with a mocking expression, his eyes constantly scanning Yun, not knowing what he was plotting. At this moment, the void hall trembled, and a fiery red shimmering shadow appeared on the high platform of the hall, looking down at the 10 who had passed the second trial. Mo Shirtian and Yun Feiyong, who originally wanted to continue mocking Yun, promptly shut their mouths and looked at the shadow, not daring to breathe. Chapter 96. The earth roars, endless gloom die. In the giant's roar, the sword shot towards Yun's body like a meteor. If he didn't dodge, he would surely be cut in half. At the crucial moment, Yun activated the phantom body technique and narrowly avoided the giant's strike, appearing above the giant's head, stabbing his sword into the giant's burning head. As his sword vibrated, the giant let out a mournful cry, its massive body trembling several times before turning into a pile of molten lava. This bizarre change left Yun in shock. He hadn't expected that with one sword, he would directly kill the giant. Kid, don't forget what your sword is called. This giant is merely a wisp of condensed, being directly struck in the head by your sword. That wisp naturally couldn't withstand it, which is why you could slay it in one blow. However, this should only be the first enemy. After this, you don't know who else you will encounter. Just as he was astonished, the evil god reminded him again. Thank you for the reminder, Master, the disciple understands. However, this big guy is indeed difficult to deal with. Its speed and power are simply against the heavens. If it weren't for this sword, I would probably have spat blood 3 times. This trial is indeed quite abnormal. Chapter 97. Obtaining the Wood Spirit Pearl. 6th level of foundation building looking for death. Seeing numerous wood spirits pouncing towards him, their vines turning into blades trying to pierce him, Yun snorted coldly. With a stomp in place, he transformed into a flying arrow, quickly arriving above the head of the nearest wood spirit, dodging its vine attack, and stabbed his sword into the wood spirit's head. Ow! The wood spirit let out a mournful howl, its massive body swaying a few times before dissipating into spots of green light. I knew it would be like this. Seeing this, Yun revealed a wicked smile. He had figured out the characteristics of these wood spirits. Like the previous earth and fire beings, they were merely a wisp of the secret realm masters will transformed. Although they looked intimidating, they couldn't withstand the soul-seizing sword in his hand. Thus, Yun no longer hesitated, turning into a phantom, constantly weaving through the gaps among the wood spirits. In just 100 breaths, over 100 wood spirits were all slain by his sword, turning into spots of green light. But just as he cleared the wood spirits in front of him, thinking he had passed this level, a flash of green light appeared 100 meters ahead, and once again, 100 wood spirits charged out from the dense forest. Damn it, is it never-ending? Looking at the wood spirits sweeping towards him, Yun's face showed helplessness. He could only activate his body technique again, wildly wielding his sword to the extreme, crazily slaughtering among the wood spirits. Chapter 98. The Golden Armored Giant. The Dragon Abyss reappears soon. Yun passed through the end of the dense forest, and arrive at a vast beach by the endless sea. Looking at the churning waters before him, he felt as if he were dreaming. No way. How am I supposed to get across? Staring at the mountains at the edge of the sky, Uni felt somewhat speechless. Without a doubt, there must be extremely terrifying beings hidden in this sea, simply because the water here looked incredibly clear, yet deep down, it was pitch black. Just a glance made the hair on his body stand on end. Let's do this. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth, looked at the sea before him, activated the Shadow Phantom technique to its utmost, his figure flickering as he stepped onto the water's surface, rapidly charging towards the mountains in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he continuously tapped his feet on the water's surface, the waves spread out, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the sea surface 10,000 meters away. But at that moment, the water in front of him suddenly parted on its own, and a massive creature emerged from the depths, its lantern-sized eyes fixed on Uni. Before it opened its mouth and unleashed a towering water soared towards him. A dragon? How is that possible? Seeing the giant beast rising from the water, Uni gasped in fear, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 99. The King of the Undead, ultimate counterattack as chaos erupted in the secret realm. With blades flashing everywhere, Uni, who was in the trial of the Life Gate, opened his eyes once again and ran wildly towards the distant horizon. Huh? Is it the exit gate ahead? Before long, he reached the edge of the plain and saw a gigantic teleportation portal shimmering with strange colors. He stopped puzzled, unable to believe that he had passed the trial just like that. Shouldn't I go in and check it out? What are you dawdling around for? Seeing him standing still, the evil god in the tower mocked him, making him feel embarrassed as he scratched his head, sensing that something was off. Thus, he became cautious, took out the soul-seizing grief, and held it tightly, while the primordial sword intent enveloped his body, transforming into a stream of light and charging straight into the portal. The scene shifted. Uni's figure appeared in a bizarre place, surrounded by a suffocating aura of death, with cold winds howling. Countless ghostly figures flickered in the distance, their sharp and eerie cries mixed with strange laughter, occasionally reaching his ears, making him feel as if he were in a real hell. I knew it would be like this. Looking at the terrifying scene before him, although Uni felt his scalp tingle, he still shook the long sword in his hand, and with ripples surging beneath his feet, he headed towards the distant place, glowing with a scarlet light. Chapter 100. Passing Together. The clash begins. Congratulations to Uni for being the first to successfully pass the Life Gate trial. He received a blood pool baptism for his body once, a Shinji's sword technique, the undead sword technique, and a drop of immortal blood. Now begin the blood pool baptism. Just as Uni, with a face full of excitement, finished speaking, a phantom voice echoed in his ears. Immediately, a ball of light appeared before him, wrapped around an exquisite jade bottle and a black manual embroidered with a skull. Making Uni overjoyed, he hurriedly stored the ancient book and jade bottle into his storage bag, his face filled with joy. But at that moment, an invisible energy enveloped his body, and he vanished from spot. The scene shifted. Uni's figure had already appeared in a massive blood pool. The energy in the blood pool was thick and pungent, almost making him vomit, but he didn't hesitate. Quickly operating the evil god, true classic, to begin absorbing and refining it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the devouring spirit root in his body roared, transforming into a voracious beast, fully opening all the pores in his body, and in an instant absorbed a large amount of blood energy from the blood pool. Ugh, it hurts. What kind of blood is this? How can the energy be so terrifying? I feel like I'm about to burn up. Chapter 101. Rebirth. The collapse of the secret realm. 10,000 swords. Thunder. Seeing Yun Feiyong unleash his ultimate move right from the start, Lei Qingyi naturally did not dare to be careless. He trembled the giant sword in his hand and instantly slashed out several majestic sword shadows. Above the sword shadows, thunder rumbled, and the space along the way directly shattered. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the two attacks collided, producing a thunderous roar. As sparks flew, shock waves swept in all directions, causing both of them to have their clothes billowing. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks fell into the nearby grass, igniting the surrounding dry grass and starting to burn. Sur contrôline sword technique. Chaotic souls. Seeing his attack had no effect, Yun Feiyong's face turned pale. Before the shockwave spread, he once again thrust several strange sword lights towards Lei Qingyi. You're giving me face? Thunder movement to the skies. The latter snorted coldly, stomped his feet, leaped high into the air, gripping the giant sword tightly. And amidst the rolling thunder, he fiercely slashed down at Xuanhuan. Boom! 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 The violent ripples surged, and both figures flickered as they madly slashed at each other. In a short time, they exchanged dozens of blows. Du Qingfeng, come at me with your life. While the others watched with mocking expressions, Du Xinyan glared at Du Qingfeng with a face full of venom, recalling the humiliation he had brought her in Tianshui City. Her delicate body trembled, and with a shout, she wielded her 6th grade spirit's sword and charged at him. Chapter 102, Successfully Escaping. Brothers reunite, just as the two had left for less than 10 breaths. Yuni's figure finally appeared outside the ruins. What the hell? Is the apocalypse upon us? Why is the entire secret realm starting to collapse? Damn it! As soon as he landed, he jumped up, the ground shaking continuously. The distant mountains began to crumble, and he was instantly shocked, roaring, "Little master, the teleportation portal, hurry and escape." The weapon spirit hurriedly reminded him, and Yuni finally reacted. He stabilized his figure, fully activated the Shadow Phantom technique, and, just a second before the ground beneath him began to collapse, he vanished from the spot, and in an instant, he appeared outside a teleportation portal, diving right into it. Boom! His figure had just disappeared when the entire secret realm erupted with a deafening roar. As if a nuclear bomb had exploded, and in an instant, a massive fireball appeared, completely vaporizing the secret realm, making it vanish without a trace. At the same time, in the place where the Golden Crow Mountain Range was located, a super earthquake of magnitude 12 occurred, shaking the entire ground. The entire Golden Crow Mountain Range was continuously collapsing, the ground shaking, billowing smoke rising, and endless lava flowed from the depths. As a super volcano suddenly erupted at that moment, with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees raining down, instantly turning all the ancient trees and flowers on the mountain into ashes. Chapter 103. The human heart is hard to gauge. Cherish each other not long after. The three of them enter the Morning Dew Inn with smiles on their faces. Busy with her work, Qin Zhaolu, upon seeing the three, smiled broadly and spoke first. "Wow, you three little rascals actually made it back alive. You really surprised me. I heard that the ancestral witch's secret realm has been completely destroyed, and the volcano underground is currently erupting. Can you tell me how you managed to escape?" This old guy looked at the three with a gossiping expression, his eyes squinting into slits, making the three of them feel disdain. "Senior, curiosity killed the cat. It's better if you don't pry into matters of the world. You should focus on the business of your inn. Leave other things to us scouts." Yun Yi chucked it, replying to Qin Zhaolu, causing her face to twitch a few times, rolling her eyes at Yun Yi. "You little brat, I'm actually surprised you made it out alive. I see you've broken through to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. You must have gained quite a bit of fortune. It seems this complete collapse of the secret realm had a lot to do with you. Am I right?" This old guy looked at Yun Yi with a sly expression, as if he had noticed something. Chapter 104. The Wrath of the Demon Cloud. The fight for the Dragon's universe, a bunch of useless trash. Over 1,000 people went in, and less than half returned. Mo Xuanhuan, how are you even fit to be the senior brother? Just as the three were leaving Black Dragon City, within the immortal demon sect, Mo Xuanhuan was kneeling in the Elder's Hall, being stared down by a dozen outer sect elders. The elder in the main position, Mo Yun, had a face twisted with rage as he roared at Mo Xuanhuan. This was all because his disciple, Mo D, was killed and didn't make it out of the secret realm, along with the loss of 4 or 5 of the top 10 outer sect disciples, causing heavy losses to the immortal demon sect. Naturally, this old guy placed all the blame on Mo Xuanhuan, interrogating him harshly. "Disciple has no guilt. As for the deaths of my fellow disciples, I'm not very clear. As for my junior brother Mou, he had already left the secret realm, but he insisted on traveling to Black Dragon City. Not long after, his soul token shattered, which has nothing to do with me. If the elder wants to blame someone, it shouldn't be the disciple. At least I have successfully broken through to the Transcendence realm and obtained inheritances from the secret realm, not failing the sect's cultivation. As for other matters, I don't wish to evade responsibility, but the elder should know well that we sign a life and death contract before departure, taking full responsibility for our lives." Chapter 105. Both sides suffer bloodline mutation trash. You still haven't died, huh? Seeing Yun Yi take his full force attack head on and fall far away, Long Qingquan stopped. His face twisted with malice, and he coldly roared. In his eyes, after taking his blow, Yun Yi was undoubtedly dead. Even if he was still alive, he would only have a breath left. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Yun Yi but walked slowly toward where he had fallen, cursing angrily. Damn it! That dog thing is really ruthless. That blow almost broke my bones. If it weren't for being tempered again in the blood pool, I might have had my organs shattered. At this moment, Yun Yi staggered to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest with his left hand, and whispered bitterly. With his right hand, he grabbed the soul-hunting grief that had fallen on the ground and infused it with a torrent of primordial sword intent. He was planning to fight to the death with Long Xuanhuan. When the dust settled, Yun Yi took a deep breath, his face pale, as the two swords in his hands clashed and sparked. With a push off the ground, he soared into the sky. "Aunt, you still haven't died?" Chapter 106. Instant kill of Chuyang. Escaped swiftly. Yun Yi, little brat, I've finally been waiting for you. Just as he was a kilometer away from the city gate, a cold voice came from his left side. Following that, an old figure appeared on a boulder 100 meters away, his fiery eyes fixed on Yun Yi as he scrutinized him. This old man was none other than Chu Ba's uncle, Xuanhuan's master, and the outer sex elder, Chu Yang of the immortal demon sect. Although this old guy was furious upon seeing Yun Yi, he didn't rush to attack, but kept scanning Yun Yi, trying to uncover his secrets. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Yun Yi didn't recognize Chu Yang. After stopping, he coldly glared at him and asked in a deep voice, remaining wary. "Aunt, you actually don't know who I am? You should know Chu Ba and Xuanhuan, right? They both died at your hands, didn't they? And I am their master and elder, Chu Yang. Today, I specifically came to collect your head. Are you prepared to die?" This old guy, although extremely angry, still suppressed his rage and coldly introduced himself to Yun Yi. Chapter 107. Accepting the task, furious kill of Yi Feng, cunning little ant. Your methods are indeed extraordinary. Seeing Yun Yi escape again, disappearing without a trace, Taijun not only didn't pursue him, but stood there with a smirk, a cunning look on his face. In the tower, Yun Yi's face turned ugly as he navigated the Xuanhuan Tower toward the city gate, only to see a large number of city defense troops gathering, with the city gate even closed. Where did this old fool Du Fei find these powerful beings? How did so many in the Transcendence realm suddenly appear in Tianshui City? And where did Sister Lingrong go? It's been so long without any news. Did something happen that I don't know about? He quickly arrived near the city gate and, through the Xuanhuan Tower, saw Yin Shun and others directing the city defense troops to build defenses, making his expression even worse. After mulling over it for a long time, his mind raced, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, Taijun had already turned around to return to the city Lord's mansion alone. He didn't chase after Yun. He must have received some orders to temporarily abandon the pursuit, just when Yun Yi was at a loss for what to do next. The communication jade tablet in his storage bag, which had been silent for a long time, finally vibrated. Chapter 108. Encountering Mo Yunfei, spending wealth to avoid disaster. Damn it. Who killed you? My Fengya. Moments later, Yi Chun appeared beside 3 corpses, and the onlookers quickly backed away. The old man immediately recognized the lifeless body of Yi Feng on the ground and let out a furious roar, holding the still warm corpse tightly and howling. At this moment, within the Yun residence, Yun Zaiyan also received the news, his face full of shock as he stood up and rushed out of the Yun residence with Yun Kuang and many members of the Yun family, their expressions as cold as knives. Report. Just as he and Yun Kuang left the Yun residence, a man rushed over, shouting loudly from afar. "What is it?" Yun Zaiyan stopped, coldly regarding the newcomer. "Head of the family, someone saw Yun Yi not long ago. Yun Yi's figure, he has returned." The man stuttered as he finished speaking, and Yun Zaiyan's head buzzed, filled with intense anger. "So that little brat really has come back." Yun Kuang. "Go and tell Yi Chun that his son's death is likely related to that little brat Yun Yi. Since he has returned, I will first go back to the residence to prepare, in case he gets desperate and comes after us." Chapter 109. Using a knife to kill. Destroying Yun Mansion. Seeing that the latter had already rushed out of the city lord's mansion, Yun Yi smirked wickedly, moved his figure, and disappeared in the blink of an eye in the square. Outside the door, Mo Yunfei's expression was cold as he watched the rush of meow due from the city lord's mansion, his brows tightly knitted. He had not seen Yun Yi's figure, so he yelled first, "Where's that little brat Yun Yi?" But just as he finished speaking, Miao Du came 10 meters away from him and let out an angry roar. Old man, get lost. Are you talking to me? A little brat. When did the people of my city lord's mansion become the little brat in your mouth? I give you 3 breaths to leave, and if you dare to cause trouble again, I'll have you thrown into the dungeon. Don't regret it. If you can't see the situation clearly, even if your celestial demon sex leader arrives, you'll still have to leave your life here. Miao Du is also a talent, but after receiving a bit of benefit from Yun Yi, he worked hard and didn't give Mo Yunfei any face at all, making the latter's face turn ashen and his heart filled with anger. Aunt, who gave you the courage to speak to me like this? Do you want to die? In his rage, Mo Yunfei spoke coldly, the pressure of the transformation realm spreading and enveloping Miao Du. Chapter 110. The despicable cultivator Yun Yi. Storms are coming Hanzhong's solitary shadow. But just as he finished speaking, Yun Yi flashed like a ghost beside him, and with a reverse hand, he slashed with his sword, the fierce sword light diagonally cutting towards the old man. A mere trick. You dare to show off in front of me. Seeing the sword shadow coming, Mo Yunfei snorted coldly, shattered the sword shadow with a palm, and reached out to grab Yun Yi, his face filled with murderous intent. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old man, you really are strong. No wonder you're the 9th elder of the celestial demon sect. Your strength is indeed much stronger than that old guy Xuanhuan. I'm not your match. I'm out of here. Seeing that the latter had instantly shattered his sword shadow, Yun Yi stepped back rapidly, not forgetting to praise him a few times, and then turned to escape into the distance. Aunt, where do you think you're going? Seeing Yun Yi escape again, Mo Yunfei's face twisted in rage. He was truly angry. But Yun Yi's speed was too strange, making it impossible for him to catch up, and he could only roar in anger as he left the already ruined Yun mansion, chasing after the direction Yun Yi had fled, nearly infuriated to death. Phantom without trace. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly fled thousands of meters away. Yun Yi snorted coldly, having already disappeared on the roof, and in an instant, he slipped into a street corner, entering the Xuanhuan Tower, rushing into the space node, completely vanishing from the street. Chapter 111. The great battle begins. 100 to 1 as night fell, the entire Tianyan city fell into silence. Many vendors seemed to sense the unusual aura, hurriedly closing their shop doors, their faces serious as they shrank back into their homes. Among the 4 great families, except for the Yin mansion, all the other 3 family courtyards had their guards fully equipped and ready to go, each with a fierce expression, gripping their weapons tightly, waiting for their family heads to give the order. At this moment, Du Fei appeared in black combat gear outside the east gate of Tianyan City. On his left and right sides stood 2 middle-aged men, the other 2 generals among the 4 great city defense armies he had recruited, Man Long and Chun Ba. Behind the 3 men, in the dense forest, followed at least 100 black-clothed masked individuals, who should be the assassins from the Blood Shadow Tower. Following the assassins were over 1,000 city defense troops from Tianshui City, each one suppressing their aura, all at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Jian Ba, send word to Huang, Hu and Taijun. Act immediately at the high hour. Let the people of the 4 great families capture the 4 main gates first. You and Man Long take your men to control the other people in the city defense army camp, and kill anyone who resists. I will personally lead my guards and assassination team to the city lord's mansion, isolating that old man Li Ruofeng, letting him slowly die in despair. Chapter 112. Retreating Li Longsheng, blocking the knife with my body, the phantom shadow divine, art pursues the soul. At the same time, Yun Yi's figure flashed in time beside Li Ruofeng, and with a loud shout, the shadow sword in his hand had already stabbed towards Li Longsheng's head, shocking the latter. He hurriedly retracted his sword, his body turning into a bloodlight and retreating 10 meters, staring in disbelief at Yun Yi, who appeared in front of Li Ruofeng, and angrily shouted, Aunt, I really didn't expect you to be a member of the Earth Fiend. I truly underestimated you. Ha ha ha. The old man who can't see the light. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the master of the Blood Shadow Tower, right? But looking at your assassination skills, it's nothing special, is it? How dare someone like you come alone to assassinate the city lord? You truly don't know how to seek death. After mocking the latter, Yun Yi's body shook, and the second-tier primordial sword intent suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping both Li Ruofeng and himself. Clang, 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 clang. In that instant, several blood-colored figures flashed around Li Ruofeng, launching deadly attacks at him, but all were completely blocked by Yun Yi's timely sword intent. Damn, so many people have come? You really think highly of me. Chapter 113. The city gate is breached. Yin and Yang double kill. Just as Yun Yi was healing, the four great city gates were in a tense situation, with the city defense troops, led by Miao Du, continuously retreating. Miao Du, Lu Gui, Zhang Wu, and Gao Ning, all covered in blood, with 10 or so wounds bleeding, gritted their teeth as they retreated towards the city lord's mansion with the remaining people. Chase them down. With one final push, kill them all, and avenge our fallen brothers. Kill. Du Fei and the others rushed into the city at this moment, pointing their swords at the fleeing Miao Du and issuing a thunderous roar. Chen Ba and the others let out a simultaneous roar, leading hundreds of people pouring in from the four great city gates, heading towards the city lord's mansion to kill. Soul-shattering crossbow. Shoot those dogs dead. As Miao Du and the others fled, they loaded arrows, and once the soul-shattering crossbow was fully loaded, they looked at the oncoming forces from the four great families and many blood-clad people, continuously issuing orders. The remaining city defense troops were also well-trained, turning around to shoot a round from the soul-shattering crossbow, before once again sprinting towards the city lord's mansion. The streets were filled with the sounds of battle, leaving behind numerous corpses of the great families along the way. The two sides fought fiercely for over an hour, and only then did Miao Du, dragging his severely injured body, stagger back into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 114. Ling Rong arrives. The great battle concludes Han Zhang's solitary shadow. Seeing the palm shadow attacking, Yun Yi snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he slashed out a majestic sword light. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and both he and Li Ruofeng's figures were blasted back 100 meters, the ice Kirin also at this moment slipping into the Xuanhuan tower. Kid, you really have some skill. Yang Sha was somewhat surprised to see his attack shattered by Yun Yi's sword, and with a cold snort, his figure, like a ghost, once again rushed to within a few meters of Yun Yi, launching 2 consecutive punches. Yin Yang Definitive Feast. Destroy. A cold voice echoed, and the fist shadow struck directly at Yun Yi's chest, shattering the sword intent around his body and sending him flying, crashing down dozens of meters away at the edge of the square. Uncle Li, run! He struggled to rise and shouted hoarsely at Li Ruofeng in the distance. With a stamp of his foot, blood gushed from his mouth, and he transformed into a shooting star, charging straight at Yang Sha. Yun Yi. Li Ruofeng was clearly moved by Yun Yi's actions, letting out a startled cry as he flickered and rushed towards Yang Sha, unleashing dozens of fist shadows in succession. Thousand Death's Fist. Amid his roar, Yun Yi also followed closely, arriving just a few meters from Yang Sha and thrusting out a mighty sword light, shouting. Chapter 115. Injuries healed, determined to leave comfortable. Not long after, this guy completely cleared the delicious food on the plate, then rubbed his belly with a satisfied expression, awkwardly smiling at Ling Rong. Let's clean up. Ling Rong nodded with a smile, glancing at the maid waiting nearby, giving a command. A few people hurriedly stepped forward, took away the plates, and cleaned the table before bowing and exiting the backyard one by one. You did well on this mission, although Li Ruofeng suffered severe internal injuries. It's not your fault. It's my sister who didn't expect Du Fei would actually invite the Yin Yang twin evils to intervene. I apologize to you on her behalf. After the maid left, Ling Rong's expression changed, becoming serious as she spoke to Yun Yi in a deep voice. In the end, this woman actually stood up, cupping her hands and bowing to Yun Yi in apology. Sister, there's no need for that. It's all my fault for being too weak, which caused Uncle Li to get hurt. If this mission were graded, I'd only score 60 at most, which is just passing. But please rest assured, next time, I'll definitely get a perfect score. Yun Yi quickly stood up, assuring Ling Rong, which made her beam with a smile. It's rare for you to be so humble. That puts me at ease. For this achievement, I'll give you a few rewards. Keep them well. Chapter 116. The Golden Knife Guard arrive. Meteor Sword Technique the next day. In Tianyan City, 3 uninvited guests arrived. The 3 were clad in golden knives and silver armor, shining brightly in the sunlight. And their steeds were all at the early stage of the Transcendence Realm. All 3 appear to be around 22 or 23 years old. Yet their strength was at the mid-stage of the Transcendence Realm. The arrival of the trio left the crowd, including Mao Do and others, in shock as they all bowed from afar. However, the 3 paid no heed, merely urging their steeds towards the city lord's mansion, slowly making their way. Aren't those the Imperial Golden Knife Guards? What are they doing here? Isn't that obvious? They're here to escort Du Fei back. It seems like there will be a good show to watch. You're overthinking it. With the golden knife guards here, who would dare to act recklessly? If nothing unexpected happens, Du Fei should be safe. I've heard that many in the golden knife guards have already sided with the Prime Minister. A few wandering heroes exchanged hushed words. Their expressions uneasy. These people had come to watch the commotion, but now that the golden knife guards had arrived, they had guessed what was going on. Chapter 117. Following all the way, almost caught young master, wake up. The artifact spirit autonomously drove the tower, following Du Fei and the others for dozens of miles when it suddenly awakened Yun Yi. What's wrong? Yun Yi opened his eyes, full of confusion. There is an ambush ahead. If nothing goes wrong, someone has gotten wind of Du Fei being escorted back to Tianwu City and wants to intercept him on the way. Looks like that old man has offended quite a few people. Young master, should we take action? The artifact spirit's voice rang out again, and Yun Yi's eyes widened in shock. No way. Although that old guy has offended many, and surely has many enemies, but with the golden knife guards escorting him, who would be so bold as to intercept him on the way? I'll assess the situation first. If it's another one of that old man's tricks, then I'm really doomed. After speaking, Yun Yi's consciousness spun, guiding the Xuanhuan tower forward. At this moment, Du Fei, Du Zhu, Miao Qian, and Xuanhuan stopped their figures as they reached the entrance of a canyon dense with ancient trees. Xuanhuan, I feel something is off ahead. You go check it out, Du Jiu said coldly, looking at the silent forest. It was noon, and usually, this place would be filled with small animals and the sounds of birds. Chapter 118. 100 swords untraceable. Instantaneous dragon. Xuanhuan given up? Seeing Yun Yi's expression, the artifact spirit's teasing voice came, leaving the latter even more helpless. He shrugged and smiled. Otherwise, should I go die directly? It seems that to kill that old man, I can only look for another opportunity. I'll go stroll around Tianlei City first. Just right, I can meet that guy Lei Qingyi. He, after saying that, he chuckled a few times, no longer following Du Fei and the others, but turned to follow a side path ahead. At the same time, outside the Tongtian Holy Land's outer door, Yun Feiyang's face was extremely cold as he listened to an elder's words. He wished he could leave the Tongtian Holy Land immediately to find Yun Yi and tear him to pieces. Fourth uncle, you go back to the family first. I recently obtained some resources to take back and give to my father for the reconstruction of the Yun residence. As for Yun Yi, once Feiyang fully masters the Tongtian sword technique and the soul capture sword technique, I will personally slay him beneath my sword. And as for that Mo Yun Fei, he bullied my Yun family so much. I, Yun Feiyang, will not let him off. And that Li Ruofeng, who dared to kill my father-in-law's family, I, Yun Feiyang, will make him pay 100-fold. The cold voice entered Yun Kuang's ears, making him feel a chill all over, and he hurriedly accepted the storage bag handed over, bowing and cupping his hands. Chapter 119. Thunder's Unrest. Marching forward, senior brother Xuanhuan. What should we do? Should we still go to Thunder Valley? Once Yun Yi disappeared, a few trembling disciples of the Black Dragon Holy Land cautiously approached Xuanhuan, their faces filled with fear as they inquired, "What the hell are you going to? The senior brother is dead. Are you going to die too? Let's go back to the Holy Land first and report this matter truthfully to the third elder. Let him decide. Also, if you all want to live, you'd better not talk nonsense, or no one can save you." Although Xuanhuan was terrified, he still solemnly instructed a few people. "We will listen to senior brother Xuanhuan. That damn Yun Yi, what kind of sword technique did he just use? How could it be so terrifying? I also want to know, in that one sword strike, it was as if hundreds of sword shadows appeared, but in an instant, it turned into one sword shadow. The attack speed was so fast, I couldn't see it clearly. It wasn't until his sword pierced through senior brother Long Qiankuan's body that I reacted. It was truly terrifying. Stop talking nonsense, hurry, and leave." The few disciples, trembling all over, whispered among themselves, but were interrupted by Long Yuan's cold voice. Only then did they spur their wind demon wolves, turning into streams of light as they fled towards the direction of the Black Dragon Holy Land. Chapter 120. 10 Divine Artifacts, a pack of mad dogs at this moment. Outside the Thunder Valley, many strong practitioners at the Transcendent Stage have gathered, including the heads of several prominent families in Thunder City. Among them are Lei Jintian, the master of the Thunderbolt Mountain Manor, Hua Bing, the master of the Seven Phoenix Pavilion, Lu Hao, the master of the True Martial Hall, and Yin Wuji, the master of the Netherworld Manor. These 4 individuals are the strongest in Thunder City and the only 4 mid-stage transcendence masters in the city, except for Lei Jintian. The other 3 were once disciples of the 4 major forces in Xianyan Prefecture. Due to their talents, they were unable to advance to the late stage of transcendence after the age of 25, forcing them to leave their respective forces and return to their families to inherit their family businesses, eventually becoming leaders of their own factions and joining the ranks of the lower-tier forces in Xianyan Prefecture. Yin Wuji and Lu Hao hail from the Xianma sect and the Black Dragon Sacred Land, respectively. Hua Bing, however, is a disciple of the Tongtian Sacred Land and was the most promising candidate to become a saintess 20 years ago. For unknown reasons, she failed to break through to the late stage of transcendence and had to return to Thunder City with several fellow female disciples to establish the 7 Phoenix Pavilion. Although she is a woman, she has always been decisive and ruthless, and in just over a decade, she developed the 7 Phoenix Pavilion into a force that could compete with the other 3 families, earning the admiration of many. Chapter 121. Fateful Confrontation. Kneeling for too long, you brat. Do you dare to speak? You destroyed my Yun family and killed so many of my family members. They were once your family too. How could you do that? Seeing Yun Yi dodge his attack and still dare to mock him, Yun Feiyong was furious and began to curse in place, almost making Yun Yi laugh out loud. So that's what you're angry about? I really don't know where you get the face to say that. Don't you know who killed the people of the Yun residence? I'm just a victim who happened to escape to your Yun residence's rooftop. Who knew that shameless old man, Mo Yunfei, would indiscriminately kill so many of the Yun family? Speaking of which, I'm also a bit pained. Just as you said, they were all my family once, and now they are all dead. So I swear that once I break through to the transcendent stage, I will personally kill that old man Mo Yunfei to avenge my deceased kin. And you, as the young master of the Yun family, instead of killing the real enemy, keep finding trouble with me. Are you an idiot? At this moment, Yun Yi was indeed eloquent, and after a lengthy tirade, many people began to believe his lies, causing Yun Feiyong's face to alternate between green and red. Chapter 122. Destroying Montag Yunfei in Zidius Qian Fengbang. Just as Lei Jintian and the others were in shock, Mo Yunfei's enormous palm struck Yun Feiyong directly. The latter flew through the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the sword light he had unleashed completely dissipated, leaving everyone feeling regretful. Phantom Shadow, Burial Soul. Puff. But almost at the same moment, the disappearing Yun Yi suddenly appeared behind Mo Yunfei, and the Phantom Shadow sword in his hand, shimmering with dark light, pierced directly into the old man's shoulder blade, and before retreating, he pulled hard. In everyone's astonishment, Mo Yunfei let out a piercing scream, blood spraying from his back shoulder, his face twisted in rage. Thousand Swords Shatter Soul. At this moment, Yun Feiyong had stabilized his form, pushed off the ground, and turned into a shadow, instantly appearing in front of the old man, with his sword aimed directly at the latter's forehead. In a critical moment, Mo Yunfei roared, his body unleashing a torrent of soul power, transforming into a giant palm that instantly shattered Yun Feiyong's sword shadow, sending him flying along with it, blood trailing behind him for hundreds of meters. Chapter 123. Thunder Valley opens. Thunder tempering body. Young master, don't look anymore. That guy is a child of destiny, favored by the heavens. You can't see through him. And people like this carry great fortune. Ordinary people simply can't kill him. At this moment, the voice of the artifact spirit came, leaving Yun Yi in shock. Is he really that impressive? Am I, as a wicked cultivator, destined to be rubbed against the ground by him sooner or later? Yun Yi said with a bitter expression, but his heart was filled with defiance. Hee, young master, don't be disheartened. Right now, you also have the chance, but you still can't kill him. Just be obedient and stay low. People like him need to be left to their own devices. Only when he recklessly acts will his fortune weaken, and you'll have a chance to take him down. The artifact spirit naturally knew what Yun Yi was thinking and laughed, comforting him, which made Yun Yi feel much more at ease. I'm too lazy to deal with him now. You hide a bit better. Don't let those old dogs find you. I need to focus on healing. Otherwise, when the Thunder Valley opens, I won't have any business left. After saying this, Yun Yi operated the Evil God Sutra to the limit and continued to madly absorb Spirit Stone energy to heal. Outside, with the help of Yu Lianxing and others, Yun Feiyong had escaped life-threatening danger and was now silent, eyes tightly shut, gritting his teeth to heal. Chapter 124. The Madness Strikes. Heavily wounded counterattack as Lei Qingyi frantically absorbed the thunder power for refinement. Yun Yi's expression was fierce as he madly urged his spiritual roots to devour the thunder power, refining his own realm. At this moment, although he was at the back, he had already penetrated 10,000 meters into the Thunder Valley. Moreover, he discovered that the deeper he went, the stronger the thunder power became, and the color of the thunder ahead was changing. From the ordinary thunder power at the entrance, it had now transformed into a crimson thunder power, which shocked him greatly. Wow, so strong. Why do I feel that the thunder power here is more than twice as strong as that at the entrance? Puff! As he let out a muffled groan. Just after speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood, which was instantly obliterated by the crimson thunder, leaving him even more astonished. Kid, don't get distracted. Just focus on devouring and refining. If you get hurt again, you will really die, and I can't save you. At this moment, the voice of the evil god came, clearly worried about Yun Yi. I understand. If it really comes to it, I can only break through first. Yun Yi replied, desperately suppressing his nearly erupting dantian, frantically refining. His eyes had begun to turn red, and he was biting his teeth until they bled, showing just how uncomfortable the crimson thunder was making him. Chapter 125. Half Saint descends. New goal as Yun Yi crossed over the area covered by the crimson thunder. He saw the figures of several disciples from the four major forces appearing 100 meters ahead. How is this possible? He wasn't killed by the Mad Elder. What exactly happened? Among them, 4 or 5 outer disciples of the Xuanhuan sect sensed Yun Yi's aura and turned to look at him with astonished expressions. Kill! Puff, puff, puff! But no one answered their words. Only cold words and merciless swords swiftly arrived at their sides, severing their necks. It wasn't that Yun Yi was cruel. It was just that the people from the Xuanhuan sect were truly despicable. He had once sworn to kill any Xuanhuan sect disciples he encountered, and now was the time for him to fulfill his promise. So, Yun Yi's heart was no longer touched by any mercy. In the blink of an eye, he killed several people, leaving the disciples of the other 3 major forces in shock as they quickly distanced themselves from him. Yun Yi merely cast a cold glance, not continuing to attack, but instead moved forward slowly under the pressure of an orange thunderbolt. After fully activating the devouring spirit root, a funnel-shaped vortex formed around him, continuously absorbing the descending thunder power into his body, which was quickly transformed into the purest energy by the spirit root, further refining his own realm. Chapter 126. Blood of the Strong. Destruction of the Yun House Kid. Don't sigh. Right now, you are at the age to train hard. Don't aim too high. Thinking of thousands of things is not as good as doing one thing steadily. As long as you keep working hard, one day, you will also become an existence that can traverse heaven and earth. No need to envy others. In Yun Yi's shock, the mocking voice of the evil god echoed again, bringing him back to his senses. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, in the future, I will definitely be stronger than him. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he focused his mind and closed his eyes again in the tower, refining his realm while continuing to comprehend the heavenly evil sword classic. Now that the unknown strong man had descended upon the Thunder Valley, he had nothing to do here. Outside, Long Tianxiang and others were searching for his whereabouts. And Yun Yi could only helplessly hide in the first floor of the Xuanhuan Tower to cultivate, not daring to go out to look for Lei Qingyi. Thus, he sat for several days. One day, a thunderous sound awakened Yun Yi again. Peering through the tower, he looked at the sky above the Thunder Valley and fell into shock once more. The thunder clouds above the Thunder Valley had completely disappeared, and that old man, however, was in disarray, dragging his injured body as he tore through the void to escape. Chapter 127. Ling Rong's Reminder. Qing Yi's invitation, the news of the Yun house being exterminated by a mysterious person, quickly spread back to the city lord's mansion. Li Ruofeng was also taken aback upon learning of this. He hurriedly had Xiao Yu send a message to Ling Rong and asked Mao Du and others to investigate who had made the move. Soon, Mao Du and others returned to the city lord's mansion, truthfully reporting the aura they had sensed to Li Ruofeng, who immediately understood everything. The immortal demon sect, hee, you really are ruthless, but this is good. From now on, Tianyin City will be free from the 4 major families' interference. The resources within 100 miles will all belong to my city lord's mansion. Ha ha. Mao Du, Liu Gi, Xuanwu, Gaoning. You four immediately lead your men to seize all the resources and mines of the Yun family. Confiscate everything. After the old man finished speaking, he immediately ordered the four. Understood. The four of them bowed and then took their men to begin confiscating the spirit stone mines and various properties controlled by the Yun family in the middle of the night. Until the next morning, Mao Du and others returned to report, but Li Ruofeng's face revealed a brilliant smile. It could be said that this was entirely the credit of the Devil Peak and others, not only helping him eliminate the Yun family, but also indirectly allowing him to successfully reclaim a large amount of assets. Chapter 128. Your brother is quite the burden, hee. Brother Yun, wait for me. Lei Qingyi chuckled awkwardly, quickly following behind Yun Yi as the two soon left Thunder City, heading towards Xianan City. Honestly confess, what exactly are you escorting? If you don't say, and we encounter danger, I won't help. Think carefully. Yun Yi, this foolish guy, just left Thunder City, and with a wicked smile, looked at Lei Qingyi, leaving the latter speechless as he hurriedly covered his storage bag. Brother Yun, you don't want to rob me, do you? I'll say, is that enough? After saying this, Yun Yi directly kicked him in the butt, his expression fierce. To be honest, what I'm escorting is a specially made thunder bomb from my Lei family. That thing is incredibly powerful. Once it explodes, someone like us will instantly turn to dust. So, Brother Yun, you must protect me. Mainly because there are many mountain bandits on this road. If some blind fool accidentally hits my storage bag, then we'll have to meet our great-grandmother immediately. After this guy finished speaking with a smug look, Yun Yi completely did not believe his nonsense. Do you think I'm a fool? Besides what you call a thunder bomb, I'm afraid the other things are the most important, right? Chapter 129. Conspiracies and Schemes. The underworld assassins, just as the two figures quickly disappeared shortly after they left. The old man, Yin Ba, sneaking out from the depths of the dense forest, sensed his surroundings, confirmed safety, and then flashed into the official road. He approached the remnants of several companions. With a gloomy face, collected their remains, cursing angrily as he returned to report to the underworld manor. Damn ants, dare to kill my people from the underworld manor. No matter who you are doomed. Lei Qingyi, I will not spare you. The Thunderbolt Manor must be destroyed. No one replied to him, only the cold wind blowing, rustling the leaves on both sides of the official road. But just as he had walked out 1,000 meters, his expression suddenly changed, and just as he was about to rush into the jungle, he saw Lei Qingyi already appearing in front of him, slashing out a massive sword light at him. You despicable! With his curse, Lei Qingyi's sword struck his chest, blood splattering as the old man was blasted back. But as he retreated, his expression suddenly changed. But it was too late. A deadly magical sound became his eternal memory. Falling stars chasing the moon. Poof! Chapter 130. Swallowing Yin Shi, rescuing brother's phantom god technique. Seize the soul. Poof! Boom! In an instant, Yun Yi's figure appeared next to an underworld assassin, and the phantom sword pierced directly through the latter's skull. But at that moment, the underworld assassin's body suddenly swelled and exploded. The powerful self-detonation ripples sent Yun Yi flying 100 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, his clothes torn, and his body a bloody mess. Damn it! This guy stabilized himself, looking at his miserable state, cursing as he let out a roar in pain. Underworld stabbing. But at that moment, another underworld assassin flashed beside Yun Yi, stabbing a short blade fiercely towards Yun Yi's heart. Phantom disappearance. At the critical moment, Yun Yi's figure flickered, dodging the fatal blow. But the afterimage was already pierced by that assassin and dissipated. Cold River, Lone Shadow. The assassin's attack missed, and as he was about to search around, Yun Yi's figure appeared again like a ghost, slashing diagonally through his body, cutting him in two before his figure appeared 100 meters away, his breath disordered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face even more sinister. Brother Yun, I'm here to help you. At this moment, Lei Qingyi and others rushed over from a distance. Seeing Yun Yi's miserable state, this guy let out a loud roar and was about to kill toward Yinba and others. Chapter 131. The Foolish Father and Son, shocking the enemy. Poof poof. Hee. Have you resigned yourself to fate? You really let me down. At a critical moment, a familiar voice rang in Lei Qingyi's ears. Immediately after, two meteors came crashing down, blood splattering onto the surrounding flowers and grass, dazzling and enchanting. Lei Qingyi suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Yun Yi, who appeared just a few meters away, his face filled with surprise. Brother Yun, it really is you. If it's not me, who else could it be? Yun, he shot a glare at this guy, flicked the blood off his sword, and said lightly, "Aren't you going to heal? Do you want to bleed to death?" Looking at the blood pouring from Lei Qingyi's body, Yun, he couldn't help but gasp. He could tell that the wounds on Lei Qingyi were left by the death warriors of the Underworld Mountain Villa. The same technique he encountered before. "There's no time. I have to save my father." "Brother Yun, thank you for your help, but my father is facing a strong enemy. As his son, I must fight alongside him, swearing to die with him if necessary. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. You should leave quickly." Just as he finished speaking, Lei Qingyi shook his head, took out a healing pill and swallowed it, said a few meaningless words to Yun Yi, then staggered and rushed off into the distance. Chapter 132. Searching everywhere, continuing the journey not long after Yun Yi left. Lei Jintian staggered and finally found the healing Lei Qingyi. Seeing that the latter was not seriously injured, this old guy felt a slight relief in his tightly wounded heart. Once he relaxed, he fell directly to the ground about 10 meters away from Lei Qingyi. "Father, are you okay?" Hearing the noise, Lei Qingyi opened his eyes and saw Lei Jintian collapsed, hurriedly got up and rushed to his side, supporting him with a worried expression. "I'm not dead. Let's go. Help me back first," Lei Jintian whispered weakly, and Lei Qingyi could only nod, supporting him as the father and son limped slowly toward Tianlei City, their expressions cold and fierce. At this moment, Yun Yi was rushing through the depths of the Tianlei Mountains, arriving beneath a high mountain. "Little master, there is a transcendent beast in the cave halfway up the mountain. As for what it is, you'll find out when you go in." As soon as he stopped, the playful voice of the weapon spirit came again. Yun Yi, however, wore a wicked smile, concealed his aura, and began to climb upward using the Shadow Phantom technique. In just a few hundred breaths, he successfully reached the entrance of a large cave halfway up the mountain. The residual aura left by the beast made Yun Yi frown. Chapter 133. Defeating Yin Junxian, capturing Lei Qingyi. Go. Days later, Yun Yi was by a small stream not far from the official road, eating grilled fish. The noisy sounds of drinking mixed with the roars of beasts coming closer. He turned around to look into the distance, smirking and murmuring, "I knew you would come." Seeing that the leader was indeed Lei Qingyi, Yun Yi felt helpless but had no intention of greeting him, intentionally concealing his aura. When the lightning beasts rushed past, Yun Yi revealed a knowing smile, continuing to enjoy the large crucian carp in his hands. "Little master, isn't he your brother? Why do you look like you want to avoid him when you see him?" The weapon spirit teased while Yun Yi was happily munching. "I don't want to deal with him. I've been fighting beasts every day lately, and I'm tired of it. I just want to have a few peaceful days." Looking at that guy, he's delivering goods again. If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be another battle on this journey. "I don't want to become the Lei family's free henchman again," Yun Yi replied irritably, continuing to feast, leaving the weapon spirit speechless. Chapter 134. Thank you, Sister Yu. Tiefing in broad daylight bone. Just as Yun Yi distanced himself from Lei Qingyi and the others, the ice Qilin in the Qiankuan Tower had completely refined the energy from that lightning bat dragon. It trembled, and a terrifying ripple spread out in all directions, instantly raising its realm to the transcendent level, with a torrent of soul power surging forth, enhancing its intelligence significantly. "Little master, give me some spirit stones to solidify my realm." After the breakthrough, there wasn't enough energy in the tower, and it could only seek Yun Yi's help. Yun Yi didn't waste words, smiling as he took out 1,000,000 spirit stones, allowing the weapon spirit to absorb them into the tower. Then he cheerfully opened the storage bag he had snatched from Yin Junxian, inspecting its contents. Not bad. This old guy actually has 500,000 spirit stones, along with quite a few ores and pills. What's this?" As he inspected, Yun Yi murmured, quickly discovering a thick black ancient book in the corner. With curiosity, he picked it up and began to flip through it. 9 Underworld Assassination Technique? So this is the mysterious assassination technique that old guy practiced. This is a good thing. I've struck it rich. Turning to the first page, Yun Yi immediately recognized the techniques in the ancient book, which were the assassination methods Yin Junxian had used against him before. He felt delighted and stood there, beginning to read. Chapter 135. Sweeping everything away, the underworld's destruction along the way, Yun Yi, through the tower, saw many people from the Underworld Mountain Villa patrolling with serious expressions. These people must have heard some rumors, which is why they were so tense. However, he ignored them and stealthily arrived outside the treasure vault. Oh, there are actually 2 transcendent elders guarding the treasure vault. It seems there should be plenty of good things inside. Hee, but soon they will all be my spoils. Sister, you don't blame me. It's just that I'm too poor. Hee. This foolish guy quickly found the location of the treasure vault behind a fake mountain in the backyard. He saw 2 middle-aged men sitting cross-legged on either side of the vault, occasionally using their soul power to probe the surroundings. He couldn't help but tease from within the tower. Kid, I sense there are plenty of soul-gathering grass in the vault. Quickly take them away, and after going to Xuanhuan City, find someone in the Holy Dan Pavilion to exchange them for soul-gathering pills. Only then can you transform your sea of consciousness into the divine sea, allowing you to become a true, transcendent cultivator. Don't dawdle. If too much time passes and you're noticed, you'll lose everything. At that moment, the evil god opened his eyes, looking displeased and urging Yuan-Yi, leaving the latter feeling embarrassed. Chapter 136. Instantly killing Lu Hao, the Xuanhuan turmoil provoking you. Those guys are just asking for trouble. Your Xuanhuan Tower is the #1 divine artifact of the Tianwu continent, appearing and disappearing without a trace, making it impossible for people to guard against. Breaking and entering is as simple as drinking water. Anyone who becomes your enemy will be restless. If I encountered an opponent like you, I would definitely also be defeated. As Yuan-Yi maneuvered the Xuanhuan Tower toward the Zhenwu Hall, the evil god sighed complexly and murmured softly. He was thoroughly defeated by Yuan-Yi, as the latter acted too whimsically and without any limits, relying solely on his preferences. He was even more chaotic than when he was alive, making this old guy have to admit that Yuan-Yi was stronger than he was in his youth. He has known Yuan-Yi for almost a year now. Otherwise, he would definitely have been driven to despair by Yuan-Yi. The latter is completely unlike a child, but rather like a cynical rogue who has experienced great ups and downs. The disciple will take this as a compliment from the master. Chapter 137. Destroying Lung Yinfeng. Facing Luo Xianpuff. In the astonishment of many, the middle-aged body that charged and suddenly froze, with a sharp sword already piercing through his forehead. When the sword was pulled out, brain matter splattered everywhere, frightening everyone into retreating in panic. Where did this brash kid come from? But how could his strength be so terrifying? Clearly just at the peak of Foundation establishment, yet he killed the 4th layer of transcendence, Xuanhuan, in one sword strike. This is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Wrong. This is like an old man eating arsenic, clearly wanting to end his long life. To dare provoke the Xuanhuan family, isn't that just asking for death? Yes, one Xuanhuan is not significant, but the Xuanhuan family is the top family in Xuanhuan City. Not only do they have true martial realm experts, but they also have a 4th-grade alchemist in their ranks. This kid killed Xuanhuan. He can forget about buying any pills from the Sacred Dan Pavilion in the future. It's simply self-destructive. Young people are too impulsive, full of blood and vigor, completely unaware of the consequences they will face next. Alas, in the future, he will probably never be able to buy a single bottle of pills in Xuanhuan Prefecture. Truly not worth the loss. Chapter 138. Gathering of the 3 Talents. Fierce battle of transcendence, Wind splitting soul palm. With the chilling power of the palm shadow sweeping towards Yuan-Yi, he was immediately shocked and hurriedly activated his shadow phantom technique, transforming into an afterimage and retreating 10 zhang away. Bang! Just as he evaded, the giant palm struck the plaza outside the Sacred Dan Pavilion, making a muffled sound, and the bricks turned to dust, causing a cloud of smoke to rise. Seeing Yuan-Yi escaping, Luo Xian roared and shot forward like an arrow, launching dozens of palm strikes at Yuan-Yi. With the power of Yin and evil, Yuan-Yi was forced to retreat step by step, causing many to show expressions of disbelief. I never expected that old guy Luo Xian had actually cultivated the Wind splitting soul palm to such a level. Now, that kid Yuan-Yi is probably doomed. An onlooker who recognized the situation whispered in shock. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Yuan-Yi, unable to dodge in time, was hit in the chest by Luo Xian and flew out. Fortunately, he quickly circulated his spiritual power, alleviating much of the palm's force. So he didn't suffer severe injuries, but blood still trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he was sent flying several dozen meters. Landing at the edge of the plaza, Ants received death. Chapter 139. A great commotion, departing safely Ants die. Invincible overbearing fist. Amidst the shock of many, Xuanhuan and Yun Yi quickly engaged in another fierce battle, both retreating. However, Xuanhuan quickly stabilized himself, stepping on the ground and flashing above Yun Yi's head, delivering a heavy punch imbued with terrifying golden intent. Rakshasa Blood Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Yi shook his sword, and a torrent of scarlet evil energy surged from his body, the primordial sword intent bursting forth, instantly slicing out a blood-red wheel that collided with Xuanhuan's fist shadow. Boom! The earth-shattering sound echoed, and Yun Yi's body was sent flying over 100 meters. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan stumbled back several steps before stabilizing himself, his old face red with embarrassment. Puff! But to everyone's astonishment, after stabilizing himself, this old guy suddenly clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This dignified fourth layer of Transcendence expert was actually injured by Yun Yi's attack. "He, old pig dog, how does it feel?" Thoof. On the other side, seeing the old guy spit blood, Yun Yi smiled wickedly, the primordial sword intent rolling forth, mocking as he kicked off and transformed into a shooting star aiming at Xuanhuan, causing the latter's face to contort. Chapter 140. The clouds move. Strong enemies approach, Brother Yun. How are you? Can you hold on? Moments later, the three arrived at a deserted street corner, where Yun Yi bent over and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and clutching his chest, breathing heavily. The two hurriedly supported him, and Xuanhuan asked with concern, "It's nothing, just an internal injury from the shock. I'll heal in a couple of days." Yun Yi shook his head in response, and the two beside him felt relieved and supported him toward a secluded small courtyard ahead. "Brother Yun, this is my Nangong family's property. You can rest here for the next few days. Lei Baichi will take care of you. I'll go get you what you need." Soon, the three arrived outside the small courtyard, where Nangong knocked on the door and quietly instructed Yun Yi a few things. Creak! The door opened, and a plainly dressed old man, seeing Nangong was first taken aback, then bowed respectfully. "Young master, you have returned." Gayobo. "My friend is injured and needs to rest here for a few days. Please take care of him. I have some matters to attend to. You must not neglect him. Just deliver his meals to his room on time. You don't need to worry about anything else." Chapter 141. The Betrayal of the Servant. Renting the training room outside the small courtyard. At this moment, there was another knock on the door. Dao Bo, walking unsteadily, opened the door, and Nangong figure floated in, his expression somewhat serious. "Young master, you're back. You weren't discovered by the Xuanhuan family, were you? Those damn people would love to turn Xianyun City upside down, looking for your friend. They've come here twice." It was the old servant who said this is the Nangong family's base, and they couldn't enter, which is why they reluctantly retreated. "Now that you're back, you should think of a way to get your friend out of here. At this rate, the old servant can't hold on much longer. That Xuanhuan is like a madman and has gone back to gather more people. The old servant thinks they plan to storm this place to search." As soon as Nangong entered, Dao Bo closed the door and started rambling, almost making him curse. He suppressed his anger and turned coldly to Dao Bo. "Are you talking too much? He's my brother. Do you know what that means? If the Xuanhuan family comes again, you must protect him with your life. Otherwise, what is the point of the Nangong family raising you all these years? Don't force me to hit you, you old guy. Getting lazier by the day, hum." Chapter 142. The city lord Yun Xian's strong enemies have arrived indeed. This gathering spirit formation, once activated, increases the speed of spiritual power conversion by at least 10 times. Just right, I need to break through my realm quickly. Let us get started. After surveying the training room, Yun Yi discovered that aside from a mid-level gathering spirit formation, there were also 4 battle puppets made of mysterious yellow, fine iron on the right, each with a groove in the center of their foreheads, clearly needing spirit stones to activate them as training partners. He didn't think too much, smiling as he walked to the gathering spirit formation, took out 2 million low-grade spirit stones, and dumped them all into the slot on one side. As Yun Yi pressed his palm on the activation switch of the spirit gathering array, a rumbling sound echoed, and the array began to activate, slowly rotating. The inscriptions flickered, and a thick, rich spiritual energy quickly gathered within the array. Indeed, it did not disappoint me. The speed of spirit energy conversion exceeded that of the outside world by more than 10 times. 50,000 spirit stones a day, not a loss. Whether I can break through the transcendence realm in one go this time depends on you. Upon seeing the spirit gathering array activated and the spirit energy so rich. Yun Yi chuckled dryly, took out 10 million spirit stones, and stuffed them all into the groove. Only then did he sit cross-legged in the spirit-gathering array. Take out the 300 soul-gathering pills given to him by Xuanhuan, and began to refine them using the evil god true scripture. Chapter 143. Stepping into the transcendence realms, trial time flies. In the blink of an eye, only 5 days remained before the 1-month deadline. At this moment, in the cultivation room, outside of Yun Yi's body, the primordial sword intent was intertwining, becoming more solid and sharp, forming countless small white spirit swords that surrounded his body, with the sound of tearing resonating through the space. After being suppressed for several days, the purity of the energy in his dantian and sea of consciousness had reached its peak. Crack, 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 wave, wave, boom. As the sounds of barriers shattering echoed from within him, violent ripples formed layers of waves around Yun Yi. In an instant, the barrier in his dantian completely shattered, transforming into a vast blue ocean. Above the ocean, a layer of faint scarlet mist floated, which was the evil power condensed from his practice of the evil god true scripture and the heavenly evil sword canon. As the dantian churned and continuously extended, it quickly transformed into a lake with a diameter of 10,000 meters, with turbulent waves surging, and his aura increased severalfold. At the same time, his sea of consciousness also successfully broke through at this moment, with soul power surging and red soul energy swirling around his body, making him appear exceptionally eerie. Chapter 144. Failing the 40 trials, just as all factions sought to find Yun Yi and eliminate him. Inside the trial tower, Yun Yi, with a surge of energy, passed the 9th trial without injury and finally stepped into the 10th trial. When his figure appeared in the 10th trial, a tall, sturdy man clad in golden armor, wearing a golden ghost mask, and wielding a spear stood in the center of the trial. Sensing Yun Yi's arrival, the man slowly opened his eyes, and with a flash of red light, he stood up, swung his spear, stomped his foot, and let out a roar, charging towards Yun Yi to attack. Chazin Cloud Spear Technique, Annihilation. Seeing the opponent unleash a powerful move right away, Yun Yi had no time to think. With a cold shout, the sword intent surged on his sword, and he collided with the tip of the opponent's spear in the blink of an eye. Clang! Ding ding ding! The two bodies intertwined in an instant, exchanging dozens of blows before both retreated. Blood Sea of Rakshasa. Yun Yi stabilized himself first, and blood evil power surged around his body, slashing out a blood-colored flying wheel. The man in the ghost mask saw this, gripped his spear with both hands, and the overwhelming spear intent surged, directly receiving Yun Yi's strike. Chapter 145. Exiting the trial and dying from excessive talk the next morning. After reflecting all night, Yun Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a touch of wickedness flashing across his face. He had already disappeared from the first floor of the cultivation room and arrived at the trial tower once again. Without hesitation, he stepped inside and was instantly transported to the 40th floor. Countless phantom shadows, unmatched annihilation. Not wanting to waste time, he immediately unleashed the profound skill of the phantom shadow divine technique he had just comprehended, instantly killing the mirror image that had just appeared. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the simple mode of the trial tower at the 40th floor. Reward: a piece of Xian-level golden silk soft armor, capable of withstanding a full strike from a 3rd-grade Xian weapon. Please collect it, host. As the light group appeared, a shining golden soft armor emerged. But Yun Yi revealed a look of disdain. What use do I have for you? He muttered, directly putting away the soft armor, leaving the 40th floor, and throwing it to the weapon spirit to devour. He, the little master, is generous, even looking down on Xian-level soft armor. The weapon spirit, welcoming all, teased Yun Yi while a vortex enveloped the golden soft armor, quickly draining its energy, and took the opportunity to mock Yun Yi, leaving the latter with a dark expression. Of course, a full strike from a 3rd-grade Xian weapon is already useless. Wearing it would be a burden, so I might as well recycle it, allowing you to break through to a 5th-grade spirit treasure early. By then, I can challenge the trials again. Chapter 146. Yin Feiyan's slaughtering fists search for him. He won't escape far. Don't miss any clues. I don't believe he can go to the heavens or the earth. Just as Yun Yi concealed himself for a moment, Xuanhuan arrived with a large group outside the ruins. Sensing Yun Yi's lingering aura, this old man stood still, roaring in anger. Many guards from the Xuanhuan family, in groups of 3 to 5, cautiously entered the ruins, searching everywhere. They held their weapons tightly, in a state of high alert, with beads of sweat rolling down many foreheads, clearly frightened by Yun Yi's previous methods. At this moment, asking them to search for Yun Yi, each one felt panic in their hearts, fearing they would become the next target of Yun Yi's ambush. Where did this ant escape to? Why is his aura gone again? 3 men quickly searched under a big tree, looking around but finding no trace of Yun Yi. One of them muttered angrily, full of doubts. Meteor chasing the moon. But as soon as he finished speaking, 2 of his companions, with fierce expressions, were suddenly slashed by a meteor, blood splattering all over him. Chapter 147, Killing the Opponent. Sword Saint Yang Yuhumph. Old man, are you a bit too confident? Do you really think I can't withstand even one of your punches? You really overestimate yourself. At this moment, amidst the dust, a violent ripple surged, and the dust instantly turned into nothingness, revealing Yun Yi standing there unscathed, a wicked light flashing in his eyes, with evil powers swirling around his body as he mocked Xuanhuan Xing. How is this possible? And how did you do it? Xuanhuan Xing turned around, looking at Yun Yi, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that after unleashing his full power, the latter remained unharmed. At this moment, he began to doubt his own strength. Guess what? Just as Yun Yi smirked in response, he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards him. Lonely shadow on the cold river. In a flash, the 2 figures passed each other. Yun Yi's sword slashed and dragged, cutting across Xuanhuan Xing's side. A heart-wrenching pain surged, and he let out a roar. Retreating 100 meters away, his face filled with disbelief. Looking at the blood continuously seeping from his waist, Xuanhuan Xing began to question his life. He never expected that after breaking through to the Transcendence Realm, Yun Yi's combat power would be so terrifying that even he, a peak 5th-layer Transcendence Realm cultivator, could not withstand the latter's attack, as his protective spirit energy was directly cut open, and the wound was deep enough to see the bone. Chapter 148, Forcing a Disciple. Guardian of Order, get lost, you dirty hands that kill my master. If you have any objections, go back and tell that brat Hailang Zhenren, and say that if he doesn't properly restrain you garbage, I'll go to the Hailang Holy Land one day and teach him how to be a good boy. When Yang Yu saw someone recognize him, this old guy stopped pretending and coldly shouted at Long Tianxiang with a mocking expression. The latter immediately looked as if he had been pardoned. Senior, I was disrespectful earlier, please forgive me. We'll leave right now, we'll leave. Hearing the latter's words, Long Tianxiang, this shameless old man, endured the intense pain on his face, spitting blood, and bowed to apologize to the latter. His previous arrogance completely vanished. Yang Yu ignored him and turned to look at Yun Yi with a smile, causing the latter to be on high alert. Thank you, Senior, for your help. I'm truly grateful. Yun Yi then reacted and bowed to express his gratitude. After speaking, he turned to leave, but was called back by Yang Yu. Little guy, wait a moment. Hearing his words, Yun Yi frowned and turned to look at him, neither humble nor arrogant. Does Senior have any other matters? Seeing Yun Yi's expression, Yang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said with a low laugh, I see your bone structure is extraordinary, and I intend to take you as my closed-door disciple. Are you willing? Chapter 149, Strong Enemies Surrounding. Merging sword techniques, Master? Are you breaking the rules? Aren't you afraid of being targeted? After Xuanhuan Ming left, atop a tall building, a slender woman in a blue robe appeared. She looked to be in her 20s, yet she was already a 9th-level expert in the transformation realm. Looking at Yang Yu, who was lying on a tree branch with a lewd smile while drinking, she pouted and spoke. Oomph. That brat is too arrogant to refuse my invitation. Let him taste what it's like to be chased all over the place. Young people who don't know their limits should experience the harshness of society. I will save him at the moment of his death. And then let us see if he still has the face to refuse my request. Hee. After Yang Yu finished speaking with a cunning expression, he took a big sip of wine and laughed to himself, leaving the woman speechless. That guy, although his combat ability is strong, he is just an attribute-less, spiritual root cultivator. I really don't know what Master sees in him. I can't be bothered with you. I'm leaving. The woman complained a few times with a look of sorrow, then waved her sleeve, disappearing into the tall building. Hee girl, that brat is not as simple as he appears. To devour his opponent's energy in public, can he be an ordinary person? Chapter 150, The 3 Talents Exit. Nangong Qiushui this time. Yun Yi learned his lesson. He first used the first form of the Tianxia Sword Classic as the foundation, and slowly merged it with the subsequent moves. Although the process was thrilling and dangerous, with the possibility of exploding at any moment, he did not give up and exerted all his strength, fully integrating his spiritual power and Taichu sword intent into the sword moves, finally calming the violent sword techniques significantly. I see. My Taichu sword intent has the property of harmonizing all sword techniques. It should be much easier now, This guy quickly found the pattern, grinning wickedly while murmuring, but he didn't dare to slack off for even a moment. The evil god sensed that he was about to succeed and did not disturb him. But a hint of relief appeared on his ethereal face. He knew that if Xuanhuan successfully merged the techniques, it would create a precedent. If a transformation realm cultivator successfully merged sword techniques, it would surely shock countless powerful beings. Moreover, if the merged sword techniques were too powerful, they could attract heavenly tribulations. However, since Xuanhuan had experienced heavenly thunder baptism in the Thunder Valley, it shouldn't be a problem. Now, the evil god was just unsure about what kind of sword technique Xuanhuan would merge. Chapter 151. Encountering Nangong Shui. Horribly kidnapped just as everyone was shocked by Nangong Shui's appearance. Xuanhuan, who was sitting steadily in the Qingquan Tower, had a grim expression, his body covered in cracks. This was all because the energy during the merging of sword techniques was too violent for his body to withstand. If it weren't for the devouring spiritual root alleviating the burden, he would have probably burst apart and turned into blood mist by now. Fortunately, after countless failures, he finally succeeded in merging the 4 sword techniques he practiced, and he was now merging them into a brand new sword technique. However, this also made the cracks on his body even more horrifying, with blood flowing continuously, being absorbed back in his body by the devouring spiritual root, creating a cycle. He had turned into a blood-soaked person, even making the evil god gasp in shock. This kid's endurance is getting better and better, but this was also good. Let him suffer a bit more. It's better than encountering a strong enemy and being killed instantly. This old fellow, watching Xuanhuan gritting his teeth and frantically merging sword techniques without caring about the cracks on his body, couldn't help but whisper in admiration. Although Xuanhuan was usually extremely cunning, he unexpectedly changed his behavior and persisted like this, which surprised him. He had merely mentioned it casually before, but he didn't expect Xuanhuan to act on it immediately without waiting for the next day. Chapter 152. 1/ to annihilate and humiliate the 3 young masters. Not long after, the 2 figures appeared outside Xianyan City, leaving many soldiers from the city defense and those exiting the city in shock. Isn't that brat Xuanhuan? How did he get kidnapped? And who is that girl? How can she be a peak 6 level expert in the transformation realm at such a young age? Isn't that obvious? That brat must have offended that girl, which is why he was brought back by her. Now, it seems like there's a good show to watch. Haha. Yes, it's rare to see that brats suffer. Why don't we watch the show before we leave? A few cultivators who originally planned to go to other states saw Xuanhuan being held at knife point, and they were all intrigued, unwilling to leave. Get out of the way, don't block my path. At this moment, Nangong Shui shouted at everyone, causing them to quickly clear the way. This woman didn't care about Xuanhuan's expression, directly pulling him along, quickly entering the city, heading straight for the Nangong family's courtyard. Along the way, countless pedestrians stopped to watch, and when they recognized Xuanhuan, they all showed expressions of disbelief and followed to see the excitement. However, to Xuanhuan's surprise, no one knew Nangong Shui's identity. Chapter 153. 1 strike to crush and anger the retaliation. You come over here so I can beat you up properly. Our matter will be settled then. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you once. Humph. After brutally beating the 3 men, the woman turned around and angrily shouted at Xuanhuan, making Nangong Wuhin and the others even more puzzled, wondering what kind of heinous thing Xuanhuan had done to provoke this little demoness so much. Xuanhuan was also speechless. He quietly looked at Nangong Shui and calmly said, "That's enough. If you keep making things difficult, I won't indulge you any longer. The habit of taking advantage of others is not a good one. Moreover, I, as a young master, have only allowed you to insult me along the way because of my respect for your brother, Nangong. If you continue to be so unreasonable, just wait and see if I don't break your backside, After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows, showing a defiant expression, leaving Nangong Wuhin and the others dumbfounded. However, Nangong Shui was stunned upon hearing his words, and soon after, Her delicate face turned red as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "You lecher! Do you really think that just because you are familiar with my brother, I won't dare to touch you? If you dare to resist, I'll castrate you and make you a eunuch forever." Chapter 154. The secret realm of the heavenly dragon transmits divine skills. We are even now. If you continue to bully the weak, I will definitely fight back, even if I have to drag my heavily injured body to make you suffer. With a punch, Nangong Shui was sent flying, and Yun Yi's eyes glowed with a demonic power, making him look even more sinister, shocking Nangong Wuhin and the others. "Bastard, she's my sister. Why are you so eager?" "That's right, you bastard. How dare you hurt Sister Shui? Do you want to die?" "Brother Yin, this is too much. We were just joking. Why are you taking it seriously?" At this moment, the three of them reacted and scolded Yun Yi, but their bodies honestly rushed to where Nangong Shui fell and quickly helped her up. "Sister, please don't be angry. Brother Yin didn't mean it." Yes. He just made a mistake. He didn't intend to hurt you. Sister Shui, please be magnanimous and don't bother with that guy. That kid is just a bit off. Sister Shui, don't take it to heart. We'll take care of him. You just watch the show. There's no need to get upset. Speaking of these three fools, they really have no one like them. One person helped Nangong Shui up, while the other two flattered her, brushing off the dust from her clothes, continually justifying Yun Yi, which made Nangong Shui, who had a dark expression, feel much better inside. Chapter 155. The Blood Fiend Divine Skill of the Overbearing Captain in the Blink of an Eye. Half an hour passed. The evil god also retracted his illusory fingers, and his consciousness became a bit more transparent, indicating that he had consumed quite a bit of energy. "Master, are you all right?" Yun Yi, opening his eyes, looked at the other's appearance and felt somewhat distressed. "I'm fine, with the blood of that half-immortal nourishing me. I won't dissipate for the time being, so you can rest assured. The method I pass on to you will only activate when you are on the brink of death. So use it sparingly, because using it once will weaken you for a period of time and may even consume your lifespan. This is a last resort, so remember." After the evil god finished speaking, his expression became somewhat unnatural. If nothing unexpected happened, this old guy must have fallen because he used this secret method, leading to his weakness and getting killed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so earnest in advising Yun Yi. Yun Yi, unaware of this, still nodded. "I understand, Master. You can rest assured. I have already died once, cherishing my life more than anyone else, so I won't act recklessly. Now that it's done, you can continue on your journey. I need to enter your sea of consciousness to absorb your soul power to nourish myself. You don't need to be afraid. I won't harm you, but you need to hurry and increase your soul power so that your strength can rise rapidly." Chapter 156. The sinister demon Peak Dragon Fish Feast successfully boarding the merchant ship. Yun Yi and the others were led by a crew member into a 3-story private room. "Young master, please rest for a moment. When it's time for dinner, I'll send someone to bring it to you. I'll take my leave now." The attendant led Yun Yi into the room, speaking humbly and politely, then turned and closed the door. This hospitality is quite thoughtful, and the service attitude is good. 50,000 spirit stones well spent." This fool looked around the room's arrangement and showed a satisfied expression. He did not disturb Nangong Wuhin and the others. After sealing the door, he entered the Qian Kuan Tower again and soon immersed himself in comprehending the Blood Fiend divine skill, losing track of time. Not knowing how long it had passed, a loud rumble startled Yun Yi, and he quickly exited the Qian Kuan Tower, only to see the entire merchant ship shaking violently as if it were under attack. "See demon attack. Everyone defend. Hold on. That is a deep-sea dragonfish. Don't let it break the ship's defense array. Everyone hold it off." At this moment, in the main hold, a furious roar from Meng Hun echoed, and many crew members and Transcendental Realm experts sitting on the deck urged their techniques, continuously injecting spiritual power into the ship's array to resist the frantic attacks of a dragonfish as large as a mountain. Chapter 157. Borrowing a knife to kill the dragon and them. So fragrant. This energy is indeed incredibly rich. Yes, such delicious food can only be enjoyed by following Brother Yun. It's so comfortable. TSK, tender and smooth. I haven't had such delicious meat in a long time. Brother Yun, you have the potential to be a chef. Why not open a restaurant in the future and study various dishes? Just think about it, and we can enjoy delicious food every day. Nangong Wuhin and the others stuffed their mouths full of meat, continuously teasing Yun Yi, leaving him with a black face. "You guys don't look that great, but your thoughts are quite beautiful. By the way, do you all have no shame? Always taking advantage of me? Be careful. One day, I might make you spit out both meat and bones, and then don't say I'm heartless. Yuan-Yi is not someone who can be taken advantage of. He threatened the three of them viciously. Don't say it. These three fools are indeed afraid of him, using underhanded tactics, all obediently closing their mouths. This matter, Lei Qingyi has the most say in it. He had previously been tricked by Yuan-Yi out of quite a few spirit stones. Although Yuan-Yi ultimately saved the lives of him and his son, and also killed the heads of the Yomimao Manor and the Xuanhuan Hall. This guy thought of Yuan-Yi's ruthlessness and was the first to back down. Chapter 158, Gathering Dragon Blood. For young masters win easily, kid. What you're doing won't break the dragon's defense. If you want to kill it, you can only use your fusion sword technique to break its defense first. Then sacrifice a bit of lifespan to activate the Blood Fiend divine skill and temporarily elevate your realm to the mid-stage of the Transcendence realm. Only then do you have the chance to slay it. But you know the consequences of doing this. There's another quick way to deal with this beast, which is for me to take action, but I need its energy. You can take its blood, but the Dragon Pearl and Dragon Body are mine. If you agree, I will help you kill it and quickly collect the 9 dragon blood for you. How about it? Just as the three were engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon, the evil god's mocking voice echoed in Yuan-Yi's sea of consciousness. Master, why are you still talking? Deal, just help me kill it. Sacrificing lifespan? I'm not that foolish. If I can lie down, I will naturally lie down first. This fool grinned while frantically operating the evil god's true scripture to suppress his injuries, roaring with a twisted face. You're quite perceptive. Then I will take action. If it's any later, your 3 companions might become food in the dragon's mouth. As soon as the evil god finished speaking, he instantly took control of Yuan-Yi's body. His eyes sparkled with a bewitching light as he suddenly appeared before the dragon, let out a fierce shout, and pressed his palm down towards the dragon. Chapter 159. All breakthroughs together. The 4 rascals, he had just absorbed the blood essence of the 9 dragons into his body when a piercing pain struck him. The will of the 9 dragons launched a fierce assault on his divine sea, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. If he was in such agony, the 3 outside, Nangong Wuhin and the others, had faces twisted in pain, emitting pig-like squeals, each feeling as if their heads were about to explode. Fortunately, the 4 of them quickly adjusted their breathing and fully activated the 9 dragons' soul refinement technique to firmly suppress the power of the 9 dragons' will. Started to slowly refine it. Moments later, the 4 successfully withstood the first wave of attacks from the 9 dragons' will, and their pain eased significantly. Within their divine seas, their soul power transformed into a massive tornado, spinning rapidly, with crimson soul energy surging like a sea of blood, incredibly eerie. Compared to Nangong Wuhin and the others, Yuan-Yi was currently experiencing pain several times stronger than theirs. This was thanks to the old evil god, who had previously extracted the purest heart blood of the 9 dragons for Yuan-Yi when he killed it. Now, as the 9 dragons' will continuously struck Yuan-Yi's divine sea, causing him excruciating pain, he had no choice but to resist with all his might, pushing the 9 dragons' soul refinement technique to its limits, forcibly suppressing the 9 dragons' will while converting its pure energy into his own soul power. Chapter 160. The Secret Realm opens, entering the Dragon Tomb Boom. The next morning, the 4 had just arrived 100 miles away from the Tianlong mountain range when a deafening roar echoed, and at the edge of the sky, a strange blood-red pillar of light shot up into the heavens, carrying a rolling dragon's pressure, sweeping in all directions. The 4 stopped in shock, staring wide-eyed at the blood clouds spreading across the sky. The secret realm has opened? My goodness, what a terrifying aura of blood. I sensed the overwhelming dragon pressure within it. At the very least, it's an existence above the true martial realm. It might even be the pressure of a terrestrial beast, one level higher than a mysterious beast. Could it be that this secret realm was truly left behind by a Dragon Clan powerhouse? Dugu Qingfeng looked at the blood clouds in astonishment, causing the 3 beside him to display expressions of disdain. Why talk so much? Let us go see and find out. Hurry up. No one knows what exactly is in the secret realm, but since it's the first time it has opened, there must be great treasures inside that would be extremely beneficial for us. We cannot miss it. Nangong Wuhan scoffed, but Yuan-Yi had already taken a step forward. Leaping ahead, the 3 followed closely behind, unleashing their full speed towards the place where the blood clouds appeared. Chapter 161. Ephemeral Dragon Soul Crystals, huh? What is this? He had planned to use the Xuanhuan Tower to traverse space and directly enter the Dragon Tomb, but unexpectedly, as soon as the Xuanhuan Tower had just traversed to 100 meters outside the Dragon Tomb, it was blocked by an invisible energy. Unable to advance even an inch, Yun muttered in shock, having to leave the Xuanhuan Tower and reappear outside the Dragon Tomb, looking quite embarrassed. My lord, if you want to take shortcuts, it seems those days are gone forever. If you want to enter these tombs, you'll have to find a way to break open the tomb doors yourself. Ling is powerless to help. Seeing Yun Yi's awkward expression, the weapon spirit teased him, making him show a bitter face. Sigh, if you want something done right, you must do it yourself. Since I can't take shortcuts, I'll have to force my way in. I refuse to believe it. Star of Solitude, Evil Moon, break. He had only half of his spirit power left. Fully mobilizing it, the primal and slaying sword intent surged into the soul, seizing grief, slashing out a crescent sword aura towards the Dragon Tomb door ahead. Boom! The sword aura hit the tomb door in an instant, producing a dull explosion, yet Yun Yi's body was directly rebounded and flew back dozens of meters before stabilizing. A strange wave of formation ripples spread from the tomb door, emitting a piercing dragon roar that nearly caused Yun Yi to spit blood. Chapter 162. First-class mortal blood. Power surge not long after. Yun Yi reached the end of the tomb, but he had not obtained anything further. Damn it, out of 136 tombs, only one contained more than 30,000 dragon soul crystals. The master of this secret realm is truly stingy. He stood at the end of the tomb, looking at the distant mountains, speaking with a face full of disdain. My lord, be content. Don't ask for too much in this world. Everyone is a favored child of heaven and earth, and you are merely a grain of sand in the vast sea, insignificant. If you can obtain some opportunities, you should be secretly pleased. If you keep complaining, then heaven might not stand for it and send some disaster your way to deal with you. The weapon spirit's teasing voice sounded, causing Yun Yi to be filled with black lines. You raven mouth, say less and do more. Now sense for me and help me find treasures. Don't waste time. After Yun Yi finished speaking, his figure flickered as he leaped towards the distant mountains, showing no emotional response to the death of that Dragon Clan youth. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy should just be a newly transformed dragon who has not been around for long, and he definitely has no backing. He probably never imagined that after finally catching a human, wanting to show off, he would end up in the hands of someone like Yun Yi, directly losing his life. Chapter 163. 9-star Enlightenment Lotus, Evil God Disperse His Ant. I have finally found you. Just as Yun Yi had just appeared in the secret realm, a cold voice came from a distance, followed closely by the old fellow, Mo Yin, transforming into a blood-red demonic light and sweeping towards Yun Yi. His face twisted with rage. Elder of the Immortal Demon Sect? Old man, who are you? What enmity do I have with you? Seeing him attacking, Yun Yi's figure flickered, dodging the deadly strike, and stood on a huge rock 100 meters away, coldly looking at Mo Yin. He was truly speechless. It seemed like these old folks had nothing better to do than to look for him to fight, which was quite vexing. Kid, you killed so many disciples of my Immortal Demon Sect, and now play innocent. You are truly shameless. Today you have met me, and it's just right. I will send you down to keep that dog, Yin Zaitian, company, so you can reunite with your family, Yin didn't know if this old fellow was doing it on purpose, but the words he said made him quite disdainful. Old man, you can't be an idiot, right? Who doesn't know that I have long, severed ties with Yin Zaitian? Saying this now is just trying to slap my face. ISNT it, I advise you to roll away immediately. Otherwise, regardless of who you are, I will let you know what happens to those who provoke me, Chapter 164. Soul's Second Realm. 9 nether profound ice this time. The evil god did not respond to Yun Yi. He had truly disappeared completely. Yun Yi slumped down in the tower world, staring blankly at the gigantic creature lying in the tower, but his mood showed no signs of fluctuation. If he had a choice, he would rather the evil god be alive than to receive this blue dragon and that 9-star Enlightenment Lotus. This was far too cruel for him. A life exchanged for an opportunity to become stronger. When calculated, it was a complete loss. At this moment, he fell into deep self-reproach. Even feeling a hint of despair, his Tao heart was on the verge of cracking. My lord, wake up. Your master does this not only to help you grow quickly, but also with the intention of not wanting to stay by your side and become a burden to you. The time in this world is running out, and your time is also limited. With him around, you'll have many concerns. But if this continues, both you and he will eventually turn to ashes and be destroyed along with this planet. Now that he has made his choice, he naturally hopes you can ascend and leave before this planet perishes. He values you greatly, so don't let his sacrifice be in vain. Chapter 165. Encountering Soul Crystal after destroying Xuanhuan Gene Buzz. Boom! At that moment, a piercing roar came from the distant horizon, followed by several strange beams of light shooting up into the sky, attracting all the strong individuals within 100 miles. Young Master, a treasure has appeared, just 100 miles away. Do you want to take a look? As Yun-Yi glanced at the horizon, the voice of the artifact spirit came through, and he immediately wore a wicked smile. Of course, I want to take a look. I'm very curious about what kind of treasures will appear in this secret realm. During this time, he had gained many benefits, but he had not seen any supreme treasures or weapons. Along the journey, even spiritual herbs were rare. And since he spent most of his time in cultivation, the things he obtained in the secret realm were truly scarce. Now, apart from those more than 30,000 dragon soul crystals and that 9-star enlightenment lotus, he had nothing left. However, he did not rush to refine the 9-star enlightenment lotus, but instead had the artifact spirit temporarily planted in the space outside the Wanxiang trial tower, waiting until his strength increased again before refining it. Young Master, let Shaolin take you. The Ice Qilin appeared beside Yun-Yi and spoke respectfully. The latter did not waste words, leaping onto its back, transforming into a gust of cold wind, sweeping toward the horizon. Chapter 166. Long Tianxiang's Abundant Harvest Boom. Just as the two were reminiscing, the ice wall erupted with a roar and instantly shattered. A figure radiating a strong atmosphere of slaughter charged directly at Yun-Yi, and the members of the four great forces all attacked together. Long Tianxiang? Old man, you're not done yet, are you? Shaolin, take care of him. Seeing the latter, Yun-Yi's expression changed, pushing away Lei Qingyi, while the Ice Qilin had already transformed into a streak of light, pouncing toward the opponent. Looking for death. Black Dragon rending Sky Claw. The old man roared, his hands transforming into claws, becoming sharp blood blades that instantly struck the Ice Qilin's body. Puff! Ugh! Although the Ice Qilin defended with all its might, it was still broken through, leaving 5 deep claw marks on its body, blood oozing out, causing it to shudder and retreat to Yun-Yi's side, howling. Young Master, this old man is too strong. Shaolin is no match for him. You should take care of it yourself, while I prevent others from launching sneak attacks. The Ice Qilin was also quite cunning, realizing it was no match. It directly passed the burden to Yun-Yi, making the latter almost want to laugh. Damn it, you're really useless. Maybe I should just roast you. What a waste of my resources. Chapter 167. Golden Dragon Fruit brutally beats Mo Shurtian a few days later. The figures of 2 people and 1 beast appeared outside an endless ancient forest. Brother Yun, these ancient trees have existed for at least 10,000 years, and there must be many good things inside. How about we search separately? Lei Qingyi looked at the ancient tree the size of a small mountain with a wicked smile directed at Yun-Yi. I thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Just hurry up and leave. I can't wait. Yun-Yi glanced at Lei Qingyi with disdain, and as he spoke, the latter almost collapsed. The guy looked at Yun-Yi with a resentful gaze but dared not explode, only rubbing his hands in a fawning manner, causing Yun-Yi to twitch his lips. Scram! In these few days with you, I haven't gained any benefits. Instead, I've been cleaning up your mess. After fighting with the beast for a few days, I'm already tired. You are more unlucky than I am, so it's better for you to keep a distance. By the way, you should carefully comprehend that 9 nether assassination technique to enhance your assassination skills. Otherwise, the next time you get a mission, I'll have to free up my hands to save you. To be honest, I really can't afford to lose that person. If you keep this up, I can only give up on you. Yun-Yi shot a fierce glare at Lei Qingyi, while the Ice Qilin had already leapt into the right side forest. Chapter 168. Mysterious Valley of No Hatred. At that moment, while Yun-Yi was healing, Mo Shurtian, 1,000 meters away, struggled to rise, blood frothing from his mouth. His face twisted in pain. With all his strength, he managed to prop himself up from the ground. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he glanced at the place where Yun-Yi was. Without saying a word, He turned and staggered away into the distance. But his pride and arrogance would forever remain here. Trampled underfoot by Xuanhuan, destined to never be his match in this lifetime. Deeply affected, he fled for several dozen miles before stopping in a dark place. His face twisted as he sat cross-legged to heal, but inside, he was filled with extreme anger. Damn it, damn it. Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan. This guy gritted his teeth, repeatedly muttering Xuanhuan's name, blood seeping from between his teeth without him realizing it, showing just how much he hated Xuanhuan at this moment. But all of this was self-inflicted. Who could he blame? But the reality was such that many people never look for reasons within themselves, but instead prefer to impose all the blame on others. Because in their eyes, anyone who appears before them is at fault. Chapter 169. Ghoul King obtains Earth Spirit Pearl. Brother Xuan, we must split the things inside evenly. You can't monopolize them. He. Little did he know. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanhuan looked at him with a cunning expression, leaving Xuanhuan feeling quite awkward. Of course, we're brothers. How could I cheat you? This young master does not believe that you haven't cheated enough. Xuanhuan shot a glance at Xuanhuan, leaving the latter speechless, only able to smile awkwardly while increasing his devouring intensity, while the latter held his sword and scanned the surroundings to prevent sneak attacks. A quarter of an hour later, an invisible barrier emitted a crisp sound like shattering glass, suddenly fracturing, and both of them revealed wicked smiles, entering in succession, disappearing in the blink of an eye outside the valley. Creak, creak. As soon as the two entered the valley for 100 meters, they heard a tooth-grinding sound coming from the mist ahead. Both of them felt a tightness in their hearts and hurriedly urged their soul power to investigate. But after a few breaths, they looked at each other with tingling scalps. I really didn't expect that there would be quite a few ghouls in this valley. What should we do? Xuanhuan said, shivering involuntarily, mainly because the number of ghouls in the mist ahead was too many. And those disgusting creatures were tearing apart the corpses of their companions, blood-soaked and eyes blood-red, exceptionally ferocious. Chapter 170. Stage 3 Slaughter Show. Watching beast fights before long. Guided by the artifact spirit, Xuanhuan finally arrived at the bottom of the cliff at the end of the valley. The coffin is right above the cliff, young master. Why don't you go take a look yourself? After the spirit tool finished speaking, Xuanhuan instinctively looked up at the cliff and was immediately taken aback. There, at the center of the cliff, over 1,000 meters high, lay a blood-red coffin that looked brand new, showing no signs of decay or age. However, around the coffin, there was a terrifying scarlet mist swirling, and just a glance revealed an extraordinary presence within. Was that the power of blood slaughter, or the power of killing? Why was I feeling a bit dazed, looking at the strange energy swirling around the coffin? Xuanhuan couldn't figure out what kind of power it was, and could only ask the spirit tool. The aura of the source power of slaughter is indeed much more advanced than that of the Earth Spirit Pearl, but it is definitely more dangerous than before. Young master, be careful. The spirit tool's voice came, and Xuanhuan already had a big smile on his face. With you, young master. Having comprehended the intent of the slaughter sword, why be afraid of it? Just devour it, and see if my slaughter sword intent can break through. This guy was unconcerned, grinning as he let the ice Qilin wait in place. With a thought, he vanished into the Qiankuan Tower. Chapter 171. Madness and Near-Death Wounds. Shaolin. Go for it, kill it and devour it. Your strength will definitely advance further. I have high hopes for you. This guy kept an eye on the battle between the two beasts while encouraging the ice Qilin, which felt quite aggrieved but dared not be distracted. Engaging in a fierce back and forth with Xiongqi, sparks flying and the ground shaking. Under Xuanhuan's mocking gaze, the two huge creatures fought fiercely for half an hour in the mountains, their bodies drenched in blood, yet they did not stop, roaring in anger and wildly attacking each other with their claws. Whether it was Xiongqi or the ice Qilin at this moment, their mouths were stained red with each other's blood, their eyes showing terrifying ferocity, blood continuously dripping from their wounds as they began to roam the mountains, growling low. You guys take your time. I've already gotten tired of watching, so I'm leaving. Shaolin, if you can't even deal with it, then just stay here in this secret realm and fend for yourself. This guy felt drowsy, yawned, and casually said to the ice Qilin, in the latter's dazed state. He had already vanished from a spot. Ha ha, useless creature, your master doesn't even want you anymore. Why don't you just go die? Seeing Xuanhuan leave, Xiongqi actually mocked, speaking human words to ridicule the ice Qilin. making the latter roar in anger. Chapter 172, Red Lotus Karma Fire. Life and death as Yun Yi's soul power swept through the enormous underground space. A serious expression appeared on his face. This place was actually an underground treasure vault. Although countless items had rotted away, losing their spiritual essence and turning into real waste, he had never seen such a large underground treasure vault. If nothing unexpected happened, this should have been the location of the Lord's mansion. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many items. Unfortunately, they were all useless now. What a waste. Sigh. After glancing at the decaying weapons scattered across the ground, Yun Yi shook his head and sighed repeatedly. Crack, crack. As he moved, the weapons beneath his feet shattered into fragments, making Yun Yi feel heartbroken. These items, if they still had their spirit, would definitely be top-tier weapons of the profound rank. Among them were quite a few profound rank spiritual treasures, but unfortunately, they had all been eroded by time, turning to dust and falling to the ground as he passed. With a face full of regret, Yun Yi searched the underground space for quite a while, but found nothing. Young master, the treasure is right in front of you. Just as he was puzzled, the spirit tool's voice came again, and Yun immediately locked onto a huge black iron box ahead. Chapter 173, My name is Red Lotus. Please take care of me. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, several days had gone by, and Yun Yi, who had fallen into a coma, finally awakened. But he was awakened by pain. After the battle with the demon peak, his entire body's meridians and bones had been almost completely shattered by the latter. Even though the spirit tool had exhausted all means, it had only managed to preserve his life, but had not healed his injuries. Ugh! After waking up, he let out a weak groan, unable to move at all, lying in the tower with a blank stare at the ceiling. Even speaking was a struggle. Young master, you finally woke up. How do you feel? The spirit tool's voice came, sounding somewhat weak as well. Very bad. I feel like all my bones are shattered, and I can't move at all. What should I do? Yun Yi grimaced in pain, squeezing out a hoarse voice between his teeth, feeling extremely miserable. Sigh. Given the current situation, young master can only use poison to counter poison, enduring extreme pain to forcibly devour that red lotus karma fire. As long as you hold on, ensuring your soul does not perish, you can be completely reborn and perhaps even increase the strength of your body again. Otherwise, you can only activate the power of the immortal bloodline within you, allowing it to slowly heal your body's meridians and bones, but that way, it may leave behind irreparable hidden ailments. Chapter 174, Encountering a Dog and a Woman. Alternative revenge. Several days later, when Yun Yi opened his eyes again, a charming smile appeared on his face. After sensing his body, he found that not only had he completely recovered, but his strength had also increased by at least more than double. What delighted him the most was that his cultivation level was just one step away from stepping into the third layer of the Transcendence realm. Moreover, his soul power was over twice as pure as before. All of this was thanks to the Red Lotus Karma Fire, or more precisely, the Fire Spirit Red Lotus. She had not spoken falsely. She truly helped Yun Yi reshape his physical body, and with the support of his immortal bloodline's source power, Yun Yi had come back to life, and his strength had invisibly improved by a level. At this moment, the fire spirit was floating at the center of Yun Yi's sea of consciousness, beside the phantom of the Xuanhuan Tower, greedily absorbing Yun Yi's soul power to restore herself. She had been sealed for far too long, and previously had fully assisted Yun Yi in restoring his body, so she was now utterly exhausted. Yun Yi looked inward at his sea of consciousness, watching the fire spirit fully absorbing his soul power, and he simply smiled brightly, not stopping her. Thank you, Red Lotus. From now on, we will be partners. As he spoke, Yun Yi realized that he was completely naked. Chapter 175. The fury of Qian foamed from the Nine Dragons while the entire secret realm was spreading the scandal of Wu Tianxi and Yu Lianxing. Yun Feiyong, who was at the bottom of a pitch-black abyss, slowly opened his eyes. No one expected that he had refined a wood spirit pearl at the bottom of the abyss, not only breaking through to the sixth layer of the Transcendence realm, but also successfully activating the wood spirit root, getting one step closer to becoming a 5-element spirit root bearer, and his aura had become much stronger. Yun Yi, Demon Peak, you all wait for me. I will personally avenge the destruction of my Yun family. I will definitely gather the 5-element spirit roots. All those who look down on me, Yun Feiyong, your doomsday is about to arrive, hum. This guy was also quite talented, sensing for a moment before roaring coldly, his figure flickering as he rushed out of the abyss, appearing on the other side of the cliff with a face full of murderous intent. Huh, isn't that Yin Feiyong? How'd he end up here? You're talking nonsense, right? He must have just emerged from the abyss in search of opportunities, but looking at his aura, it seems his strength has increased a lot. What good does that do? He probably doesn't even realize that he's got a patch of green weeds on his head. Does he? Ha ha, exactly. And it's probably not just one patch, but countless patches of grass. Chapter 176. Fleeing in panic on the other end of the secret realm. At this moment, Dugu Qingfeng, Lei Qingyi, and Nangong Wuhan, these three guys, actually ran into each other. And all three learned from other loose cultivators about how Yuni had crippled Wu Tianxi and humiliated Yi Lianxing. As soon as they met, they all burst into laughter. Ha ha, you all heard about what Brother Yin did, right? He, of course, we heard. He truly deserves his reputation. Only he could do something so shameless. What nonsense are you two talking about? What do you mean shameless? It's clearly the fault of those two shameless lovers. If they hadn't done anything lewd, how could Brother Yin treat them like that? To put it bluntly, those two shameless ones started trouble with Brother Yin first. He just used some extreme measures to make them look foolish. But speaking of which, it really feels good. Ha ha ha. The three fools gossiped for quite a while, sitting there laughing uncontrollably until they finally stopped when their stomachs hurt. No wonder they were so happy. As the only friends of Yuni, the three of them are naturally thrilled to hear such news. Chapter 177. Mid-grade spirit stones blocked again at this moment. The old man Long Tianxiang was leading Long Jun, Xuanhuan Wudi, and other disciples of the Black Dragon Holy Land, eagerly digging for mid-grade spirit stones buried beneath a mountain. That's right, mid-grade spirit stones, with an energy concentration at least 10 times purer than low-grade spirit stones. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. I didn't expect to find a small mid-grade spirit stone mine in this secret realm. With these mid-grade spirit stones, my entry into the true martial realm is just around the corner. Everyone, mine with all your strength. You won't miss out on the benefits. As Long Tianxiang watched the fist-sized mid-grade spirit stones being dug out by Long Jun and the others, he laughed wildly, as if all these spirit stones were being mined just for him. Thank you, Third Elder. We will not disappoint you. Although Long Jun was furious inside, he was outmatched and had to respond with Xuanhuan Wudi and the others while channeling his spiritual energy to frantically dig at the spirit stone mine beneath the mountain. Feeling deeply frustrated. Chapter 178. Advancing to the mysterious artifact and closing up again, old man. Are you done yet? Seeing the ladder coming at him, Yuni retreated 1,000 meters, letting out an angry roar, then turned and fled. Boom! 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 As soon as he escaped, the place where he stood was blasted into several large pits by Long Ying, with muffled sounds and dust flying everywhere as Long Tianxiang charged at him again, looking ferocious. Black Dragon, D. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. Rumbling. In response to Yuni's curse, Long Tianxiang couldn't be bothered to reply. He roared, leapt high, and continuously waved his hands, sending palm shadows raining down on Yuni. Although Yuni activated the shadow phantom movement to its limit, he was still continuously hit by the palm shadows from behind, producing muffled sounds. He fled 100,000 meters away before finally stopping. But as soon as he turned around, a palm shadow struck the ground 10 meters away, sending a rolling shockwave that once again sent him flying, leaving him in a sorry state. Spit, spit, spit. Old man, you're despicable. After eating a mouthful of dust, Yuni stood up, coughed a few times, spat out some smoke and dust, and was filled with anger. Black Dragon, perish. Ignoring Yuni's curses, Long Tianxiang, with surging spiritual energy around him, launched a frenzied attack, determined to kill Yuni. Chapter 179. Clearing the 100 layers and slaughtering frenziedly. Half a month has passed. After countless hardships, sacrificing sleep and food to cultivate tirelessly for half a month, Yuni finally succeeded in cultivating the 9 Dragons soul refinement technique to the first level. At the moment of the breakthrough, Yuni's soul power instantly vanished, and he felt a tearing pain in his divine sea that almost caused him to die on the spot. Fortunately, the weapon spirit timely protected his soul body, allowing him to recover. Damn, this is really life-threatening. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and persevered, operating the 9 Dragons soul refinement technique to its utmost, continuously expanding his divine sea and took out a few bottles of soul-gathering pills, swallowing them all in one go. Only after a while did he feel much better, as his soul power gradually filled and became extremely pure. Even his soul body grew significantly after successfully consolidating the technique. At this moment, the physical form of the Azure Dragon behind him actually opened its dragon eyes, releasing a terrifying dragon might that made the Ice Qilin, lying far away, tremble in fear. Who finally survived the most painful days. I have been reborn. It's time to continue seeking opportunities. Old man, if you dare to chase me again, let's see if I don't kill you, hum. Chapter 180, The Inheritance Appears. An all-strong one's charge buzz. Rumble. Just as Uni was feeling happy, a thunderous roar came from deep within the secret realm. An endless dragon might sweeping in all directions, causing the surrounding mountains to continuously crumble, and the earth trembled violently, startling everyone who was searching for treasures around the secret realm. Rumble, 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 as the ground shook. A massive ancient palace complex covering an area of 100 miles slowly rose from beneath the ground. The surrounding earth kept cracking, and the mountains instantly turned to ash and vanished. The sky was filled with colorful lights, illuminating the entire Tianlong secret realm. Hurry and take a look. The place of inheritance in the secret realm has appeared. Quick! Dragon Tianxiang, who was searching around, looked up at the phenomenon in the sky and roared to Long Yu, Long Jun, and the other disciples behind him, transforming into a shooting star and darting towards the sky. Keep up. Long Yu could only shout again at the others before following closely behind Long Tianxiang towards the place where the palace emerged. After a whole year, you finally appeared. I want to see what kind of inheritance you truly are. Chapter 181, Entering the Dragon City. Ambushed by the demon clan, just as all the powerful ones rushed towards the place of inheritance, the trembling of the secret realm's ground began to gradually cease. In the deepest part of the secret realm, an ancient city covering 100 miles came fully into view, with the words Divine Dragon City exuding an ancient and weathered aura. A faint dragon might envelopes the surroundings of the Dragon City, and in each of the 5 directions, east, west, north, south, there lies a gigantic dragon skeleton over 100 feet long. On these dragon skeletons, faint array patterns swirl, supporting the entire city, if nothing unexpected occurs. This is indeed the super divine dragon ceiling formation set up by the Dragon Emperor, using the 5 dragons as the base to protect his heritage. In the very center of the city, there is a massive dragon palace that occupies an area of several dozen miles. From the outside, the dragon palace resembles a fortress, standing 100 feet tall at the center of the dragon city, making it the most striking large building. Surrounding it are several small fortresses, and there are numerous holes, likely for reconnaissance purposes. The entire city stretches beyond sight, majestic and imposing, with the 4 city gates tightly closed, array inscriptions flickering above. It seems that entering the city will be extremely difficult. Only by breaking through this divine dragon ceiling formation is it possible to enter. Chapter 182. Obtaining the dragon sword to fight the poisonous underworld, just as Qianfeng and the others sensed something was off and stopped in their tracks. Yin Yi, who successfully entered the dragon city, immediately showed a face full of excitement upon entering the mystic artifact pavilion. Looking at the countless mystic artifacts neatly arranged on the weapon racks, he was filled with disbelief. No way. Everything from 1st to 9th grade mystic artifacts is here? What a profit, a huge profit. With these items, after leaving the secret realm, I can directly open a mystic artifact pavilion in Xianyan City, sell these mystic artifacts. And Wu Ti, I make tens of billions of spirit stones? Linger, these are all good things. You better not swallow them. As for that so-called spiral mystic steel, if you like it, just go ahead and swallow it. These mystic artifacts are reserved for you, little master. I am in desperate need of spirit stones right now. Yuni glanced around the entire mystic artifact pavilion and found that there were at least 10,000 1st to 9th grade mystic artifacts in the 3-story building. He immediately smiled with joy and said, "Don't worry. These things Wu Ti help Linger much in her improvement. They are all left for the little master. Linger, go ahead and devour that spiral mystic steel. Little master, you can collect these slowly. Also, you need to speed up if you delay any longer. When a human race descends, how long can the outer formation hold them off?" Chapter 183. Frantic looting of the transformation stage, the underworld blood poison kills. In just a few breaths, the two had already fought over 100 moves, but neither had gained any advantage. As they both retreated, the poisonous underworld let out a roar, raising his left hand to unleash a purple poisonous mist at Xuanhuan. Lonely Star, Evil Moon. Seeing the incoming poisonous mist, Xuanhuan showed no hesitation and directly slashed out a crescent moon. Boom! The sword light and poisonous mist intertwined and exploded, with poison splattering in all directions. Xuanhuan could only once again use the phantom body technique to flee 100 meters away, looking at the poisonous underworld with a mocking expression. Old monster, I didn't expect you to put in so much effort to kill me. You even used your own poison, but can you really kill me this way? Considering your hard work, as long as you don't continue to trouble me, I won't target you in the future. How about we shake hands and make peace? Continuing to fight like this will only lead to both of us getting hurt, and in the end, we'll gain nothing while others benefit. Don't you think that makes sense? This place is full of treasures. Why are you coming to find me for trouble instead of fighting for them? Who isn't scrambling for cultivation resources now? Compared to surviving in the apocalypse, our personal grievances mean nothing. With your high intelligence, don't you understand this little logic? Chapter 184. The barrier shatters and the four kings attack Buzz. Just as Xuanhuan was feeling excited, the barrier outside the fortress suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, awakening countless powerful beings. The inheritance fortress is finally about to open. Prepare. All demon clans gather. At this moment, Prince Xuanhuan reacted first, letting out a thunderous roar. Over 50,000 demon clan powerful beings quickly gathered outside the barrier, blocking the way of all human powerful beings. At this moment, although the human race had nearly 80,000 people, they were like a scattered sand. Aside from the more than 30,000 family factions following the four major forces, the rest were all loose cultivators. They were the most life-preserving individuals among everyone. Asking them to fight to the death with the demon clan, that was impossible. If you asked them to sneak attack, kill a few demon beasts, and then escape, that was possible, as the energy from demon corpses was incredibly rich and would greatly benefit them. But asking them to engage in a frontal battle with the demon clan was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Moreover, the four major forces of Xuanhuan Prefecture didn't care much for these loose cultivators on a daily basis. So there was even less hope they would fight for the people of the four major forces. Seeing the gathering of demon clan powerful beings, these individuals actually retreated 1,000 meters, wearing expressions of onlookers, clearly just there to watch the excitement. Chapter 185. Humans and demons in exhausting battle, you really are something. Knowing that my realm is the lowest and still letting the strongest come at me. Thank you to your 8 generations of ancestors. Looking at the ferocious charging of the barbarian Elephant King, Xuanhuan wore a face of grievance and curses, only able to urge the dragon sword in his hand to meet it head-on. We believe in you, Brother Yin. Go for it, Xuanhuan teased, laughing a few times as he engaged with the Lion King. Yes, Brother Yin may have the lowest realm, but his strength is the strongest. The capable do more work. We are counting on you. Dugu Qingfeng slashed back the howling sky wolf, the pressure of the 6th transformation rolling out, with both destructive and killing sword intent erupting, making Xuanhuan's mouth twitch. Bastard, you actually comprehended dual sword intents, truly worthy of being a descendant of the sword god. How shameless. Bang! Xuanhuan glanced at the latter with a face of grievance and curses, swung his sword to slash at the barbarian Elephant King, but was met with a punch that shattered his sword energy, producing a dull explosion. The shockwave sent him flying into the crowd of demon beasts behind. Extreme cold domain, freezing the world. Seeing his master crash into the demon beast horde, the Ice Kirin roared, unleashing a torrent of extreme cold power towards Xuanhuan's location, instantly freezing the many demon beasts that charged at Xuanhuan. Chapter 186. Charging into the fortress. The inheritance is gone after Xuanhuan finished speaking. Nangong Wuhan scanned the demon army and then realized that, at some point, Prince Xuanhuan and the poisonous underworld had already disappeared without a trace. If nothing went wrong, they should have taken advantage of the chaos to sneak into the inheritance fortress ahead of time. These two cunning beasts are truly despicable. If it weren't for you mentioning it, I would have almost forgotten about them. What are we waiting for? Let us charge into the fortress first. After speaking, Nangong Wuhan sent a voice transmission to Lei Qingyi and Dugu Qingfeng, who were not far away. The two were taken aback, then quickly reacted, dragging their battered bodies to fly over to Yun-yi. Ants, you shall not enter the fortress. Today, your human race will surely perish, if nothing unexpected occurs. Prince Xuanhuan is already on the verge of passing the Dragon Emperor's trial and obtaining the inheritance. As long as he succeeds, no human who enters the Heavenly Dragon secret realm today will leave alive. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the four figures of the barbarian elephant, Xuanhuan, Howling Sky Wolf, and Nine-Tailed Fox King saw through the little tricks of Uni and the others, shaking their bodies and blocking their path. As soon as the Nine-Tailed Fox King spoke, Uni and the others turned pale. Chapter 187. Swallowed by the Dragon, ready to strike. Haha. Ants, you finally appeared. Come and take your life. Seeing Uni and the others flashing and attacking him, Poison Ghost laughed maniacally, his face bloodthirsty as he charged at Uni, completely ignoring the attacks from others. Damn, are you specifically targeting me? Seeing the latter charging at him, Uni cursed inwardly, his body shaking as he stopped and slashed out a Lone Star Evil Moon at Poison Ghost. Small tricks, daring to show off in front of this king, break. Seeing the Crescent Sword energy coming, Poison Ghost did not dodge. His body exuded a dragon's might, and as the terrifying poisonous mist engulfed all directions, a long whip appeared in his hand, shattering Yuni's sword energy in one strike. Qian Feng and Long Tianxiang, who were attacking him from the side, saw the terrifying poisonous mist surrounding the latter's body and were so scared that they stopped in their tracks and fled 1,000 meters away, their faces filled with astonishment. Damn it, this beast, how can its strength be so terrifying? The inheritance, my inheritance, damn beast, you are despicable. This group of guys, after reappearing, looked at Poison Ghost who had pounced on Uni a few meters away, filled with anger, and began cursing in low voices. Chapter 188. Scattering to counterattack the Poison Dragon. Poison Ghost, where do you think you're going? Hand over the inheritance, and I will spare your life. At this moment, young Master Xuanhuan was chasing at full speed, getting closer to Poison Ghost, letting out a thunderous roar. What do you think this is? What I obtain will never be given to you. Just give up this thought. Considering that we are both in the Dragon Clan, I'll 1T kill you today. Just roll away quickly. If you disturb me again, I will make you become food like that ant named Uni. Ha ha. Facing young Master Xuanhuan's roar, Poison Ghost completely ignored it, transforming into human form and mockingly saying, his figure flickering as he quickly left Shenlong City and entered the vast mountains. Surprisingly, the Heavenly Dragon secret realm did not show any abnormalities, not even a teleportation portal or collapse. Everything was overly calm. Damn Poison Ghost, my Xuanhuan clan will definitely not spare you. If you don't want to become a target of pursuit by my demon clan, it's best to hand over the inheritance now. Otherwise, no one can save you. Young Master Xuanhuan, seeing the latter still daring to threaten him, was filled with anger, his dragon body shaking as he transformed into human form, relentlessly pursuing. Cursing as the distance between the two closed again. Chapter 189. Absolute Kill, Xuanhuan Saint. 3 days later, Poison Ghost dragon body was finally completely devoured by Uni, and the energy from the Dragon Pearl allowed Uni's swallowing spiritual root to directly advance to a 5th grade swallowing spiritual root. Buzzing. At the moment his spiritual root broke through, 5 massive swallowing whirlpools appeared around Uni's body, shattering the surrounding space, and the violent winds were directly swallowed into his body, instantly transforming into his own energy. No way. Such a powerful transformation ability? Hee. As expected of the swallowing spiritual root, this poison dragon has greatly improved me. Awesome. Sensing the power of his spiritual root, Uni grinned wickedly, dispersing the whirlpools around him, standing up, and casually taking the bulging storage pouch left by Poison Ghost, then with a wicked smile, headed towards the direction guided by the artifact spirit, rushing towards the place where young Master Xuanhuan was healing. He did not rush to check the inheritance in the latter's storage pouch, but instead sped along, a bloodthirsty look on his face. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon secret realm was silent, probably apart from Uni and young Master Xuanhuan. Only traces of some demon beasts remained. Almost all cultivators had left the Heavenly Dragon secret realm during this time, returning to their respective forces and families. Chapter 190. Instantly killing strong enemies with a kick. Half a month later, Uni successfully returned to outside Xuanhuan City. Damn, I finally escaped. That old monster is too terrifying. The guy, with a face full of trepidation, flashed outside Xuanhuan City, cursing as he slowly walked towards the city. As soon as he appeared, a member of the Xuanhuan family in the city noticed his movements. The guy quickly hid into a nearby alley and rushed a report to the Xuanhuan family. Yuni did not notice the latter, quickly rushing into the city, sitting down next to a street food stall, and shouted loudly at the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, bring me everything delicious. I'm starving to death." As soon as he spoke, the shopkeeper's face was filled with smiles. "Young master, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon. It will be ready soon." Seeing the god of wealth come to his door, the shopkeeper would not let this opportunity slip away, smiling awkwardly as he poured Yuni a cup of fragrant tea, then began preparing delicious food. Before long, a dozen exquisite meat dishes were served on the table. Yuni didn't care what kind of meat it was, grabbing it and shoving it into his mouth. Fragrant, not fishy at all, delicious, so delicious, hee. After savoring a big piece of roasted meat, he gave a thumbs up in admiration, making the shopkeeper smile even brighter. Chapter 191. The Witch in Danger, Xiao Shui, furious. "Young master, your act of fainting is quite unique, hee." In the tower, Yuni's figure flashed, standing up with a wicked smile, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the artifact's spirit immediately laughed at him. "I'm too lazy to waste time with that woman, but that foolish woman truly has terrifying strength." I almost fell apart. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he took out a healing pill and swallowed it, operating the evil god scripture to its peak. While the artifact's spirit controlled the Xuanhuan Tower, hiding in an ancient tree 100 meters away from Nangong Shui, Momins Late, Xuanhuan Xian, leading over 100 elders and guards, arrived outside the Nangong family's villa in a grand manner. Everyone looked at Nangong Shui, who was sitting on the wall, swinging her beautiful legs, their expressions changing as they instinctively took a dozen steps back, their hearts already shocked beyond measure. How is this possible? She is Nangong Shui, but how can her strength be so terrifying, as if she has already reached the true martial realm? Second elder, what should we do? A guest elder, sensing the terrifying aura from Nangong Shui, felt an oppressive sensation that made him feel heart palpitations just by looking at her. Could only ask Xuanhuan Xian in a low voice for advice. Chapter 192. Full firepower, Red Lotus Hell. Just as the two true martial realm powerhouses were fiercely clashing. On the other end, Yuni had already encountered the Xuanhuan family elder group, led by Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Xian halfway. As soon as their eyes met, without a word, they directly attacked. "Yuni, you little brat, come and take your life. Together, crush this little brat to pieces, kill." At this moment, Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan Xian completely lost their shame upon seeing Yuni for the first time. They both shook their bodies and shouted angrily at the hundreds of late-stage Transcendence Realm strongmen behind them, charging at Yuni from left and right. "Kill!" Hearing this, everyone dared not be negligent, and with a roar, they transformed into streaks of shooting stars, sweeping toward Yuni from all directions. Startling the onlookers who had come to watch the excitement, who all retreated to the tops of tall buildings and ancient trees, their faces filled with astonishment. Damn, are the people from the Xuanhuan family all crazy? Hundreds of them going to kill one person? Are they even human? Whether the Xuanhuan family is human or not is uncertain, but that kid Yuni is probably doomed this time. With so many people, if each person spat at him, they could drown him. Amidst the discussions of the onlookers, Yuni, at this moment, trembled as the aura of the 6th level of the Transcendence Realm erupted completely, with the dragon sword in his right hand and the phantom sword appearing in his left at the same time. Chapter 193. Du Fei becomes a marquis. New task moments later, Yuni's figure flashed outside the city lord's mansion. And when Mu Yunbo and Li Feng saw him suddenly appear, they were both startled. "So it's you, kid, scaring me," Mu Yunbo complained, causing Yuni to feel embarrassed. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. I'm here to see an old friend. She's in the city lord's mansion. Do I need to report?" Yuni said with a sheepish smile, but Mu Yunbo waved his hand and said, "Just go in yourself. No need to report." The latter's face was full of excitement, but he could only chuckle a few times, cupping his hands to the two before entering the city lord's mansion. "Stinky little brother, you're quite fast." After not seeing him for a year, Ling Rong, dressed in a white robe with a high ponytail, walked out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion with Mu Yunxian gracefully landing beside Yuni, circling around him while admiring him, and teasingly spoke again. "Wow, sister, It's been so long since we last met, but you're still as charming as ever, making it hard for me to control myself. If you keep teasing me like this, be careful, I might make a mistake. Chapter 194, Time and Space Divine Art. Gathering information, Little Master. Are you really planning to just charge into Black Dragon City? What if the Long family has a strong, true, martial realm expert station there? Wouldn't you be walking into a trap? According to Linger, it would be best for the Little Master to change his appearance after arriving in Black Dragon City. Find out the strength of the Long family before deciding whether or not to take action. After all, that woman didn't set a time limit for you, which means you could destroy the Long family at your own pace. As Uni was swiftly traversing, the voice of the weapon spirit came, intending to remind him, also somewhat worried that he might fall into an ambush. If that were to happen, it would be too late by then. Plus, now that he was alone, if he really encountered a true martial realm expert, even with the Xuanhuan Tower, he might still fall. I understand. You hurry along. I'll see what kind of divine skills my sister gave me. Uni replied with a wicked smile, his mind moving as he took out 2 ancient books that Ling Rong had given him from his storage bag, sitting cross-legged inside the tower and starting to read. Time and Space Divine Art, Spatial Great Teleportation, an internal skill, a movement technique, all related to time and space. I must study this thoroughly. Chapter 195, Falling into a Trap and Being Imprisoned in the Death Cell. Little Master, that old guy is a problem. As the old man entered the back hall, the voice of the weapon spirit came, but Uni merely smiled mockingly. Whatever, at least the information he revealed should be fine. I'll just watch what he is up to. Uni responded through sound transmission, his soul power spreading out, covering a radius of several hundred meters. Clearly sensing the situation in the back hall, he saw the old man, after entering the kitchen, didn't rush to deal with the bare leg hanging on the wall, but glanced outside the door, took out a communication jade token from his waist, activated it, whispered a few words, and then put the jade token away. Following that, he took down the bare leg and began to clean and process it, but a cunning smile appeared on his face. As he wielded the kitchen knife, in an instant, the bare leg was cleaned and placed into the pot to be stewed. Uni remained silent, quietly watching all of this, but his heart grew colder. This was because the old man, just before the bare meat was about to be cooked, unexpectedly took out a white jade bottle, opened the seal, and poured an unknown powder from the bottle into the pot, stirring it with a bloodthirsty expression. Adding ingredients? I'm very curious about what poison you're going to make me eat. Chapter 196, Intense Battle at the Dragon Mansion. Calling the ancestor, the mountains of Black Dragon City are beautiful. The waters of Black Dragon City are beautiful. And the girls of Black Dragon City are so lovely. At this moment, the shameless Long Shun, with a smiling face, humming a little tune, arrived outside the death cell. That bastard Long Chong is really asking for a beating, even leaving the death cell door open. Watch how I deal with you. This old man, looking at the slightly ajar death cell door, coldly cursed a few words, and one foot had already stepped inside the death cell. Puff. Just as his head appeared at the iron door, Uni had already moved. His phantom sword accurately pierced into Long Shun's skull, and his figure swiftly appeared in front of him. The old man's skull was pierced, and only then did he see Uni's figure. After instinctively uttering a word, he directly collapsed in front of Uni. The ice Qilin flashed its figure, directly swallowing Long Shun's corpse, leaving a storage bag rolling in front of Uni. Little Master, just go for it. Sneaking around ISN to your style. This creature was also fearless, having just broken through to the peak of the Transcendence, 9th level, feeling completely high-spirited. In the midst of Uni's dark expression, it swayed its body and rushed out of the death cell, an extremely cold aura sweeping in all directions. Directly charging into the Dragon Mansion. Chapter 197, Destroying Dragons. Long Qing Song falls. Old man, you are really shameless. Calling your ancestor as a peak Transcendence 9th level expert? TSK. You've truly refreshed my worldview. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. Now in your Long family, apart from that Long Tianxiang, it's just you and your so-called ancestor, right? What is the use of calling him out? Can he resurrect everyone in your Long family? After realizing this, Uni laughed wildly and mocked, causing many onlookers to show disdain, all shaking their heads, nearly making Long Qing Song spit blood. You despicable ant, you killed my family, destroyed my foundation. Today, I will tear you to shreds. Kill. Seeing Uni still daring to mock him and his ancestor not appearing, Long Qingsong was completely enraged. His face twisted as he looked at Yuni. His body's aura completely erupted, the pressure of the Transcendent's 9th level forming a violent ripple of impact, cursing as he pounced toward Yuni again. Ignoring the ice Qilin that was wreaking havoc around. Black Dragon Rending Claw. Long Fist 13 styles. Black Dragon Burial Heaven. The old man went completely mad, unleashing all his learned techniques at Yuni, forming a sky full of black dragon phantoms, accompanied by countless dragon claw shadows, sweeping toward Yuni from all directions. The rolling, killing intent condensing into substance, tearing the surrounding space into countless cracks, with a violent wind spilling out, but he completely disregarded it, still wildly waving his hands. Chapter 198. The Corpse King Strikes, Chaos in the Void. At the critical moment, Yun-Yi urged the shadow movement to its limit, dodging into the Xuanhuan tower just before the giant hand struck his head, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. However, the residual force of the attack caused Yun-Yi to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood inside the tower, and the cracks on his body became even more numerous. That damned beast had deserved to die. Damn it, all it knew was to eat, and now look, it has lost its life. I'm truly speechless. It wasted so many of my resources, and you just disappeared like that. It infuriates me, ugh. This guy cursed with a grim face, sitting cross-legged in the tower. While the spirit of the artifact had already guided the Xuanhuan tower to traverse the void, escaping from the Dragon Mansion just in time, entering a spatial node before the latter could react, and in an instant, they had escaped from Black Dragon City, burrowing deep underground to hide 1,000 meters below. Master, hurry and heal your wounds. If you delay any longer, you will die. At this moment, after hiding well, the spirit of the artifact's voice echoed in Yun-Yi's ears. He had no words to say about the ignorance of the Ice Qilin earlier. Now that the latter was dead, he didn't want to bring it up. But he was worried about Yun-Yi's safety, which was why he hurriedly reminded him. Chapter 199. The Mysterious Female Corpse Contemplates Space. Master, in the chaotic void, the spirit of the artifact exclaimed, and Yun-Yi could only refine the energy of the Lotus Seed to stabilize his realm while urging his soul power to its peak, fully controlling the Xuanhuan tower as it swayed in the chaos. The chaotic flow formed a tornado, sweeping the Xuanhuan tower, and in an instant, it had pulled Yun-Yi to an unknown location. It's over. This guy looked through the tower and saw endless black holes appearing around him, with the fierce wind below seeping in. And at that moment, the Xuanhuan tower emitted a cracking sound, causing his face to instantly turn extremely ugly. Master, quickly. 10,000 meters ahead, there's a spatial rift. Fully exert your soul power and move towards there, or we'll both die. Just at this critical moment, the spirit's voice came again. Yuni looked through the tower and indeed saw a faint blue light 10,000 meters away. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment, unleashing his soul power completely as the phantom of 9 dragons flashed on his back, letting out a thunderous roar. The Xuanhuan tower temporarily blocked the chaos of the void and floated towards the rift. The chaotic winds were like blades, continuously slicing at the Xuanhuan tower, causing cracks to spread all over the tower, with occasional cracking sounds that made Yun-Yi's expression increasingly serious. Chapter 200. Understanding Space. The recent situation of the 3 lords. Just as Yun-Yi was using all his strength to comprehend the essence of space to escape the spatial rift, that old guy, Long Qingsong, was still uneasy, urging the Corpse King to search for Yun-Yi's whereabouts. Ultimately, after his tracking technique completely lost its direction, he finally gave up, standing in the valley and roaring at the sky. Damn ants, it's too easy for you to die like this. This old guy cursed for a while, completely venting his pent-up anger, before putting away the Corpse King, transforming into a stream of light, and returning to Black Dragon City to report to Long Xuanhuan. Soon, this old guy returned to Black Dragon City and truthfully reported to Long Xuanhuan about how Yun-Yi was knocked into the chaotic void. Although the latter was furious about it, he could only let it go for the time being. You useless fool, quickly find someone to come and rebuild my dragon mansion. As long as I am alive for one day, my dragon family will not fall. That ant is dead now, but I will not let it go so easily. Immediately send a message back to the Black Dragon Sacred Land. Let your group of disciples investigate the news of the Earth Sha. Once found, inform me immediately. I want to eliminate all the Earth Sha hidden in Xianyan Prefecture. Chapter 201. escaping to safety, strolling in Tongtian City. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. In Black Dragon City, the massive dragon mansion once again stood tall before the world. People had long forgotten the bloody scene when Yuan-Yi, alone with an iced Qilin, slaughtered the people of the dragon mansion, and many had even selectively forgotten about Yuan-Yi. Recently, many merchants and noble families were selecting suitable gifts to present to the dragon mansion in a few days as a birthday gift for the dragon family's ancestor, Long Xuanhuan, who was turning 210. They did this, of course, to flatter Long Xuanhuan, who had regained control of the dragon family, and to welcome a beautiful 18-year-old bride during the birthday celebration to bear him offspring and expand the dragon family. No one knew who the woman he was going to marry was, only that not long ago, he personally took action to destroy a hidden base of the Earth Shah in Black Dragon City and successfully captured a captain of the Earth Shah. As for the captain's gender, no one knew. But the next day, this old guy had Long Tianxiang announce the good news, causing an uproar among countless people, leading to the lively atmosphere today. Moreover, the newly appointed Duke of Jinshi in Xianyan Prefecture, Du Fei, who had just taken office for 2 months, would attend the Dragon Mansion to preside over this wedding between two people with an age difference of over 100 years. Chapter 202, Meeting Like a Dream, Past and Present. This guy strolled and ate along the way, causing countless people to show disdain towards him. But he didn't mind at all. As long as he saw something edible, he had to buy some to taste, wearing an expression of enjoyment, like a person who hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. In the end, he almost swept the entire snack street of spirit fruits and delicacies before he was finally satisfied and went to a general store, unusually purchasing a lot of bedding and sleeping necessities. He also visited a coffin shop to customize a redwood coffin for the female corpse in the tower before finally settling down. There's a restaurant ahead just right. I'm going to have a good meal, then sleep well, and then go find that old guy to settle the score. This guy chuckled and stepped into the restaurant. Young master, what would you like to eat? Upon seeing Yuan-Yi enter, a waiter hurriedly approached with a beaming smile, respectfully speaking to Yuan-Yi. What are the specialties? Bring one of each. If you have roasted bear legs or roasted lamb chops, that would be best. Amidst the disdain of many diners, Yuan-Yi casually said a few words with his head held high and stepped towards the second floor. Young master, please wait. The second floor is reserved for distinguished guests today and is not open for the time being. You might as well stay on the first floor. Chapter 203, Infiltrating the Dragon Mansion and Encountering an Ambush. A few days later, the strange energy surrounding Ji Ruming finally began to dissipate slowly, but she did not awaken. Instead, she fell into a deep sleep, her breathing calm, and the cracks on her soul body mysteriously healed. This bizarre phenomenon shocked Yuan-Yi. He had heard of people who were reborn and recultivated, but he had never seen someone like Ji Ruming, whose past and present bodies merged directly upon meeting. He didn't know whether Ji Ruming was well or not. Master, don't worry about her. If she recovers, she will naturally wake up. We're less than 10 miles from Black Dragon City. Are you ready? Although you have comprehended the essence of space now, you have not yet condensed it into a spirit sword. At most, you have only grasped a bit of the surface. It will indeed be a bit difficult to deal with Long Xuanhuan, with Long Tianxiang and his corpse Qi, as well as the elders from the other 4 major forces who came because of this matter. If you force your way in, you might really die. The voice of the tool spirit was somewhat grave, and Yuan-Yi also began to fall into contemplation. To be honest, he indeed had some confidence in eliminating Long Xuanhuan and his son, but the latter's birthday would definitely attract strong warriors from all directions. Plus Du Fei and that Li Longsheng, as well as some unknown experts, he estimated that he really wasn't their match. Chapter 204, Deliberate Testing and Attacking the Long Mansion not long after the 5 left. Yuan-Yi's figure crashed down from the outer space, spitting out a dozen mouthfuls of blood. His breath was in disarray, having suffered a series of attacks from 3 true martial realm experts at this moment. His internal organs were completely shattered, falling into a near-death state. I can't die. I want to live. Hold on. You can do it. Get up. This guy gritted his teeth, his face twisted in a snarl. Supporting himself on the ground, he stood up with great difficulty, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and once again entered the Xuanhuan Tower. Little master. Upon seeing his master's miserable state, the tool spirit exclaimed, momentarily at a loss. Don't panic, the master won't die. The only way now is to completely refine that 9-star enlightenment lotus for him. But while this can save his life, it means losing the opportunity for enlightenment. However, his realm might directly reach the true martial realm, which is not beneficial for his growth. As for how to do it, only he can decide. At this moment, the voice of the Red Lotus came, causing the tool spirit to finally react. He hurriedly rolled up 2 9-star Enlightenment Lotus seeds from the second floor and stuffed them into Yun Yi's mouth. Chapter 205. Instant Kill of Long Tianxiang. Yun Yi falls. Enemy attack. Puff puff. 2 guards reacted extremely quickly, both shouting loudly, but just as they drew their weapons, they had their throats cut by Yun Yi, collapsing to the ground with twisted faces, dying on the spot. However, their cries were heard by Long Tianxiang, who was patrolling with others. This old fellow's face twisted, his figure transforming into a stream of light. He quickly arrived outside the main gate. Yun Yi, you little brat, it really is you, Dai? This old fellow, sensing Yun Yi's aura, roared angrily, waving his hand. The corpse chi flashed, sweeping towards Yun Yi's hidden location for both sides, his hands clawing, instantly tearing apart the surrounding space. 9 dragons shattering souls. Puff. But this time, Yun Yi did not give him the chance to exert his strength. When enemies meet, their eyes are especially red. Having been waiting for Long Tianxiang to appear, Yun Yi, in the moment his figure flashed a few meters away from the ladder, fully activated the 9 dragons' refining soul technique. With the roar of the 9 dragons' phantom, Long Tianxiang's head was instantly crushed into a mist of blood, and his corpse chi was directly shattered into pieces by the 9 dragons' phantom, quickly transforming into a foul-smelling blood mist that scattered. Old thing, you also have today? Haha, you finally died. In the end, this young master won kill. Chapter 206. Forceful kill of true martial evil moon sword princess ants. Have you finally turned to dust? Haha, a mayfly shaking a tree, seeking your own death. When the dust settled, Long Xuanhuan's soul power spread out, scanning around, only to find that Yun Yi's aura had completely disappeared. This old fellow immediately sneered in mockery, completely relaxing his guard. It was precisely this relaxation that cost him his life, only because, in his excitement, he forgot that Yun Yi still possessed a spatial treasure. Just before the old fellow launched a fatal strike against him, Yun Yi had already used the dust as cover, dragging his heavily injured body into the Xuanhuan Tower, traversing into the space behind the old fellow, waiting for the right moment. Sure enough, seeing him completely disappear, Long Xuanhuan, in his arrogance, not only withdrew his protective spirit power, but also relaxed his vigilance, which gave Yun Yi an excellent assassination opportunity. He concentrated his remaining strength into the Shadow Sword, activated the Shadow Phantom technique, and flashed behind Long Xuanhuan. Countless shadows, unparalleled extermination. Puff 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 puff. Just as the laughing Long Xuanhuan heard Yun Yi's cold voice echo in his ears, his body suddenly froze, and in the blink of an eye, he was penetrated by countless residual shadows. Chapter 207. The Forsac supporting the city lord of Tianyun. This girl, indeed, seems like a different person. From now on, I should be careful with my words. Yun Yi whispered, slowly entering the main hall of the city lord's mansion. How fierce. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw over a dozen corpses of the Golden Blade Guards lying in the hall, all of them peak transcendent realm experts. However, Ji Ruming's figure had long since disappeared. Is this girl planning to kill everyone in the city lord mansion? Yun Yi did it, his figure flickering as he rushed towards the dungeon. Puff, dead. As soon as he arrived 100 meters outside the dungeon, he saw Ji Ruming transformed into a killing god, her delicate body flickering, and everyone in the city lord's mansion trying to stop her was crushed, turning into blood mist. Boom! As she appeared outside the dungeon door and waved her hand, the dungeon door exploded, wooden splinters flying everywhere, many embedding directly into the surrounding walls, making Yun Yi's scalp tingle. Stop! Don't kill them. These people are from Tianyun City. If you keep killing like this, we will soon have no one left to use. Seeing Ji Ruming wanting to continue the slaughter, Yun Yi hurriedly shouted to stop her. Chapter 208. The storm is coming. Treasures are delivered after a long time. Yun Yi came back to his senses, smiled at Ji Ruming, and whispered, "So what do you think we should do now?" Ji Ruming grabbed a cup of tea, still emitting heat, and took a sip before continuing. Do nothing. Let others execute the orders you give. Reorganize the city defense army. Strengthen patrols, and reassure the people. There is a saying in military strategy, responding to changes without changing. Whether it is the four major forces or Du Fei, once they learn that we have occupied Tianyan City, they will definitely take action. And we will sit tight here in Tianyan City, waiting for them to come to us. One comes, kill one. Two come, kill two, until they dare not send anyone to cause trouble. As long as we firmly establish our position and win over the people's hearts, we can attract talents to serve us. At that time, not only do we need to eliminate the four major forces in Xianyan Prefecture, but we must also tightly grasp this Xianyan Prefecture in our hands. Only then, when the dynasty sends people, can we have cards to play and negotiate excessive demands with them. They will definitely meet our requirements, and at that time, we can abandon the Xianyan Prefecture and enter the middle world to fulfill our dreams. Chapter 209. The three sects take action. Second young master assists at the same time. In the Elder Hall of the Black Dragon, Sacred Land, Longshi's face was dark as he looked at the dozens of outer sect elders standing silently in the hall and coldly spoke. Everyone, the spies have sent back news that Yun Yi, that little ant, has now occupied Tianyan City, gathered a bunch of rabble, and even declared himself the city lord of Tianyan City. He is just a mere ant, yet he dares to dream of occupying a city. It is simply overestimating his own abilities. As one of the four major forces in Xianyan Prefecture, and being the closest to Tianyan City, how can my Black Dragon Sacred Land stand by and watch him grow stronger? Moreover, that ant has bullied my Black Dragon Sacred Land too much, killing many disciples of our sacred land, and now even the third elder has died at his hands. As the Grand Elder of the Outer Sect, how can I let this go? Now, I give you all a chance to achieve merit. Who is willing to go to Tianyan City and kill that ant to wash away the shame of my Black Dragon Sacred Land? If successful, I will personally appoint them as the third elder of the Outer Sect, with the same rights as Long Tianxiang. As Long, she said coldly. The many Outer Sect elders in the hall began to whisper among themselves, but no one was willing to take on this task. In fact, many of them had already heard of Yun Yi's great name. Chapter 210. Spreading out to guard Li Qing's attack. The two of us are here to accompany Brother Yun for a bloody battle with the four major forces. Exactly. If they look down on us loose cultivators, we'll make them regret it. Nangong Wuhan and Lei Qingyi finally revealed the purpose of their visit, warming Yun Yi's heart. Good brothers for a lifetime. Good brothers. For a lifetime. For a lifetime. The three stopped, spoke in turn, clenched their fists, and after colliding them together, they smiled and returned to the City Lord's mansion. Hee. Not to mention, your City Lord's mansion is quite nice. Not only is it centrally located, but it also has a commanding view. Standing here, one can see the direction of the city gate at a glance. If enemies attack the city gate, the guards here can immediately spot any signs and report the situation in a timely manner, sending reinforcements. The three wandered around the City Lord's mansion, and Nangong Wuhan stood on the highest platform of the mansion, speaking with a serious expression. Indeed, it is a pity that Dugabachi did not come. Otherwise, just with the four of us guarding the city gate, we could easily fend off anyone from the Transcendence Realm. Yun Yi nodded, glancing at Zhang Wu, who was following behind, and the latter understood. He then specifically dispatched 10 meticulous subordinates to keep a close watch on the movements at the four major city gates from the high platforms around the City Lord Mansion. Chapter 211. One person sweeps and kills Xuanhuan upon seeing 15 people charging in unison. Many hidden city defense soldiers trembled in fear, looking at Yun Yi with dread, wanting to see how he would kill the enemies. Several Peak Foundation establishment cultivators were trembling as they held their soul-breaking crossbows. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from the Transcendence Realm, they nearly wet their pants. Thinking to win by numbers? You're overestimating yourselves. Shocking Xuan. Watching the 15 approach, Yun Yi coldly shouted, activating the spatial shift. Drawing his Yulong sword, he instantly appeared beside a middle-aged man, and with a flash of sword light, the middle-aged man's body froze, his head flying high, blood spraying as his headless corpse crashed to the ground below the city wall. Yun Yi stepped through the void, his afterimage flickering, using the ripples of space to instantly appear in front of another person, piercing through the latter's brow with his sword. Withdrawing his long sword, he vanished once again from his original spot. 5 elements absolute kill slash. Divine Demon's true Yang Fist. Blazing Sun Burning Soul. The remaining 13. Seeing Yun Yi instantaneously kill 2 of their companions, roar in anger, their blades and swords sweeping towards Yun Yi, shattering the space along the way. and the black hole's fierce winds rampaged, instantly striking where Yuan Yi had just been. Chapter 212. Fierce battle with Mo Tian's proud duel of magic. Yuan Yi merely watched the fleeing Long Junfei and others with a charming smile, not pursuing them. Only after the group completely disappeared did he turn back with a wicked grin and loudly address the city defense soldiers on the city wall. You all guard the city gate well. Anyone who dares to come within 100 meters will be shot dead by me. I'm off. After giving a few reminders, Yuan Yi transformed into a shooting star, stepping through the void, leaping over the city wall, and sweeping towards the west gate where Lei Qingyi was located. At this moment, outside the west gate, Lei Qingyi was enveloped in a dense aura of thunderous sword intent, sparks flying everywhere as he wielded a 9th-grade mysterious heavy sword, forming a circular sword qi around his body, fiercely battling 4 or 5 elders of the immortal demon sect. His body had already sustained numerous injuries, but he paid them no mind, gritting his teeth and attacking madly. On the ground beside him lay the corpses of 3 elders from the immortal demon sect, their bodies sliced in half, a gruesome sight. Meanwhile, that old fellow Mo Tian stood at a distance, bloodthirsty, observing the 4 or 5 elders, silently seething with anger. Mainly, he had not expected that Yuan Yi had helpers, and one of them was a Thunder Spirit root owner, surrounded by 7 or 8 opponents of the same rank. And within a short time, 3 had been killed. It was no wonder the old man was furious. Chapter 213. Strong enemies retreat in the wheel battle inside the Xuanhuan Tower. After receiving the 9-star Enlightenment Lotus gifted by Yuan Yi, Xuanhuan was overjoyed and was currently refining it with all her might. A rich aura of Tao surrounded her delicate body, making her appear dreamlike, yet her aura was growing stronger. As time passed, a massive lotus was coalescing at the center of her spiritual sea, with soul power surging like the sea, creating an exceptionally strange scene. A faint aura of the heavenly martial realm spread continuously, enveloping the entire Xuanhuan Tower in a rich aura of Tao. If nothing unexpected happens, she should not take long to step into the heavenly martial realm, due to the spirit of the artifact deliberately isolating her from the outside world. Xuanhuan was unaware that Yuan Yi was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Mo Tian. Boom! 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 At this moment, Mo Tian unleashed his powerful moves, completely abandoning defense, launching full-force attacks against Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi could only wield his sword to counterattack continuously, and the collisions of their attacks produced a ceaseless series of explosions, shattering many ancient trees and stones outside the city, scattering debris everywhere. As time passed, Mo Tian's expression became increasingly sinister. He discovered that Yuan Yi was smiling wickedly, treating him as a sparring partner. No matter how Mo Tian changed his techniques, Yuan Yi could accurately pinpoint his weaknesses, using sword qi to break through his defenses, completely neutralizing his attacks. Chapter 214. Both severely injured in battle with Qian Feng. You shameless person. You really are something? Your husband, isn't he Wu Tianxi? When did he become that useless Yun Feiyang? Ha ha ha. I see. As long as you want, all the men in the world can be your husband. You truly are a jade pillow for thousands, a red lip tasted by all, not a woman of the dust, yet better than one, ha ha ha. However, you are even worse than women of the dust. They are forced by life, while you actively seek humiliation. The two cannot be compared at all. You are truly hopelessly dirty. If we talk about Lei Qingyi, his mouth at this moment is truly venomous. With just one opening, he scolded Yi Lianxing to the point of bloodshed, her delicate body trembling, wishing she could tear him into pieces. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I will smash your filthy mouth, Dai. Facing Lei Qingyi's furious insults, Yi Lianxing directly broke down, roaring as she rushed in front of him, wildly swinging her sword, aiming to slash at Lei Qingyi's mouth. You shameless person, you dare to do it, and are afraid of being criticized? In this world, perhaps only the green-haired turtle Yun Feiyang would believe your nonsense, and even be affectionate with you. If it were someone else, they would have thrown you into the stinking ditch like dung long ago. Chapter 215. The battle comes to an end. The heavenly martial thunder tribulation. The holy sword destroys the city. The sword sweeps across the 8 desolates. Boom! Entering the dense forest, the two were 10 meters apart, and amidst the intertwining sword intent, they both let out a roar as the violent sword light clashed once again. The loud sound shook the heavens, and a shocking ripple spread from between the two, sending them both flying out simultaneously, crashing down over 100 meters away, with ancient trees shattering along their path. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. The Child of Destiny is nothing special. Stabilizing his stance, Yun Yi's body trembled, dispelling the residual energy, and he let out a chilling laugh, continuing to mock Qian Feng. Humph, sharp-tongued, receive another sword from me. Qian Feng snorted coldly, his sword spinning into countless blossoms of sword light, transforming into a shooting star that suddenly shot towards Yun Yi. A sword pierces the heavens. A mere trick, watch how I break you. Stunning. Clang. The two shouted coldly in succession, their bodies intertwining, the sword blades dragging past, sparks flying. Both shooting forward for 100 meters before stopping, once again at a stalemate. Damn it. Turning around, Qian Feng's face twisted in rage. At this moment, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness toward Yun Yi. Even his former rival Ling Tianyu had never made him feel this way. Chapter 216, Successful Tribulation. Shafiring Fate Luke Boom. 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 Krek. Boom boom boom. Under Yun Yi's watch, Ji Ruming endured the bombardment of heavenly thunder, occasionally slashing out a terrifying sword energy that shattered the descending heavenly thunder. She persevered amidst the lightning for a full half an hour before finally blocking the 9th heavenly thunder strike. As she successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, the rolling thunderclouds quickly disappeared, and what appeared next was an unimaginable power of heaven and earth's gifts descending. Colorful forces from heaven and earth descended, instantly enveloping Ji Ruming, who had just passed the thunder tribulation. In Yun Yi's astonishment, the injury she sustained during the tribulation not only healed in an instant, but also solidified her recently broken realm, making it incredibly stable. Especially the pressure and aura emanating from her nearly made Yun Yi kneel. How terrifying! Is the heavenly martial realm really this strong? What about the void realm? Wouldn't that be incomparably powerful? He looked at Ji Ruming, who was still receiving the gifts of heaven and earth, murmuring, completely stunned. Little master, don't be envious. The reason she reached the heavenly martial realm at such a young age is not without your credit. Chapter 217, 1 billion ransom. Re-entering the void, Yun Yi sat in place, a wicked smile on his face as he watched Qian Feng's luck being continuously extracted by the artifact spirit, coalescing into a golden yellow light ball in front of him, filled with mockery. If the latter hadn't sought his own demise and returned to find trouble, how could Ji Ruming have been able to extract it so wildly? Now, this was purely self-inflicted. Yun Yi didn't know what would happen after Qian Feng's luck was completely extracted, but he dared to assert that the latter's future would definitely be miserable. A child of destiny whose luck has been extracted, can he still be called a child of destiny? The thought made him smile even brighter. The artifact's spirit went all out, quickly completely stripping away the luck from Qian Feng's body, condensing it into a fist-sized light ball. And the voice finally reached Yun Yi's ears again. It's done, little master. Absorbing his luck will greatly improve your fortune in the future. Hee. As soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, Yun Yi's hand spun the devouring vortex, wrapping around the floating luck-light group and swallowing it in an instant. With a golden yellow aura enveloping his entire body, in a flash, the dark mark on Yun Yi's forehead radiated with brilliant light, and his luck was invisibly enhanced significantly, sweeping away the gloom in his heart, making him feel much lighter. Chapter 218, Strong Enemies Return. The black and white elders, just as Yun Yi's name spread throughout the entire Xianyan prefecture. Many rogue cultivators from the Transcendence realm rushed to Tianyuan City upon hearing the news. They were not there to cause trouble for Yun Yi, but after hearing that he had occupied Tianyuan City and proclaimed himself the city lord, they all wanted to find a job with him. In simple terms, they wanted to follow him. Most of these people were survivors from the blood battle against the demon race in the Tianlong secret realm alongside Yun Yi. They held no goodwill towards the heavenly martial dynasty and various major forces. Hearing that Yun Yi had killed the city lord and seized a city naturally made them want to follow him in doing a grand undertaking. Even if they died along the way, they would have no regrets, because in their hearts, Yun Yi had already become their model and pillar. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Tianyuan City had already changed dramatically. Under Ji Ruming's leadership and the tacit cooperation of the others, Tianyuan City was completely transformed. Not only were the old city walls repaired, but they also took out 3 billion low-grade spirit stones to renovate the buildings and streets within the city. Now the entire Tianyuan city was bustling with construction. Many old buildings were demolished, and after Lu Gui and others personally planned, new blueprints were drawn up. They hired a large number of ordinary people from the slums to chop wood outside the city and transport back, where specialized builders constructed new houses. Chapter 219. The Fierce Battle Against Li Feng. The Dragon Slayer Woman. I admit you are strong, but my brother and I are being paid to eliminate disasters for others. And we must take action. If you fight to the death, you will ultimately lose. If you are sensible, surrender quickly. Perhaps I can spare your life and keep you as a warm bedmate. If you continue to resist stubbornly, then I will have to use my hands to urge the flowers. After the 3 stabilized their injuries, the black-faced elder coldly finished speaking, his body exuding an even greater heavenly martial realm aura, and the ghostly blade in his hand flickered with a ghostly light, which clearly had been poisoned. Ha ha, little brother. Are you interested in this woman again? Since you like her, I will help you capture her so you can take her primal Een and break through to the Void Realm. If successful, wouldn't we brothers be able to dominate Xuanhuan Prefecture? What are we waiting for? Continue to deal with her. Just as the black-faced elder finished speaking, the white-faced elder beside him laughed loudly, causing Ji Ruming's face to turn pale with anger. Shameless scoundrel, unashamed. To dare speak so boldly in front of me is truly seeking death. Come and take your life. Taking a deep breath, Ji Ruming roared, and with a tremor of her delicate body, she stepped forward, leaving a shadow above the heads of the black and white elders, slashing out a blood-colored sword shadow. Chapter 220. The situation is critical. The 2 elders retreat kill. Just as the battle fell into a stalemate, the city defense forces stationed at other city gates finally arrived. Amidst the roars of Mao Du and the others, hundreds of them pulled the triggers of their soul-splitting crossbows at the Golden Blade Guards and the remaining Blood Shadow Guards. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As a gust of wind swept through, over 100 already injured Golden Blade Guards and Blood Shadow Guards were instantly shot to pieces. The city defense soldiers who were fighting them had long since fled when the roar of the battle began. However, upon witnessing the instant demise of 100 men under the soul-shattering crossbow, their eyes were still filled with shock. Kill them all. After a round of volleys, Miao Du pointed his large knife at the remaining Golden Blade Guards and charged out first. Although he was only at the 3rd level of the Transcendence Realm, he showed no fear when facing the peak of the Transcendence Realm, proving himself to be a truly ruthless character. Lu Gui Zhongwu and Gao Ning took the lead and quickly collided with the Golden Blade Guards, plunging both sides back into a bloody battle. However, with the support of Nangong Wuhin and Lei Qingyi, after half an hour of fierce fighting, all of the 1,000 Golden Blade Guards and 100 Blood Shadow Guards were annihilated, including dozens of newly joined peak Transcendence Realm experts under Du Fei, who were all killed by Yun Yi's new recruits. Chapter 221. Ancestral Dragon Battle Heaven Technique, taking out a storage bag. Yun Yi's divine sense once again sank inside to search. After a moment, he finally found a huge beast skin scroll beneath countless mid-grade spirit stones. The scroll exuding an ancient aura that clearly indicated it was from a distant past. As he took out the scroll, Yun Yi, filled with curiosity, slowly opened it. However, as the scroll revealed the corner with dragon-shaped inscriptions, shock and excitement appeared on Yun Yi's face, rendering him speechless. The Ancestral Dragon Battle Heaven Technique? A dragon clan technique that merges body refinement and divine powers. Those who cultivate it must either be from the dragon clan or have refined dragon blood, or practice the 9 dragons soul refining technique. Anyone else rashly attempting to cultivate it would surely have their bodies shattered and souls destroyed. To obtain my inheritor, be cautious. Be cautious. As Yun Yi, with excitement, continued to open the scroll, the first few lines of small text appeared to be annotations from the Dragon Emperor, which shocked Yun even more. Not only have I cultivated the 9 dragon soul refining technique, but I have also refined the blood of the Candle Dragon and Poison Dragon and the Azure Dragon. There should be no problem in practicing this Ancestral Dragon Battle Heaven technique, right? Yun Yi chuckled dryly and continued to look through the subsequent content, while his divine sea rotated, beginning to comprehend. Chapter 222. Yan Yu comes to the rescue. The demoness attacks. Just as Yun Feiyong entered the evil city, Yun Yi, who was in Tianyuan City, was fully focused on comprehending the ancestral dragon battle heaven technique. A faint dragon might radiated from his body, with the phantom of the 9 dragons flickering behind him, making him appear extraordinarily eerie. Thump, thump, thump. As time passed, deep sounds echoed from within Xuanhuan's body, and the dragon might surrounding him intensified. Even the bloodline power within him seemed to awaken at this moment, transforming into a blood dragon that rampaged through his limbs, occasionally emitting a thunderous dragon roar that made Xuanhuan's body tremble continuously. TSK, 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 as expected of the master. He has unknowingly comprehended the ancestral dragon battle heaven technique, causing his bloodline power to respond. At this rate, in no more than half a month's time, he will be able to completely grasp this technique. I wonder how the old master will feel when he sees this. Sensing the changes within Xuanhuan, the fire spirit's shocked voice echoed in the artifact spirit's ears, and the two immediately entered mutual boasting mode. How could your master be any less capable than mine? Besides, even without the ancestral dragon battle heaven technique, the young master can stand out as long as he steps into the true martial realm. His evil god, true classic, will surely break through again. Chapter 223. A brief calm amidst frenzied cultivation. How is this possible? What charm does that kid possess? First, it was Sword Saint Xuanhuan and his disciple arriving yesterday, and today even the demonist from Xuanhuan Palace has come. Fortunately, this seat isn't that foolish, otherwise it would have been my death. It seems this deal cannot be done. Sigh, I should return to the evil city and continue living my immortal life. I won't wade into this muddy water. As Nangong Shui slowly approached the gate of Tianyan City, the white-faced judge, hidden in the forest 10,000 meters away, muttered a few bitter words, sighed, and without any hesitation, turned and disappeared outside Tianyan City. Yesterday, as he had just arrived in the forest, before he could stabilize himself, he witnessed the black-faced Yama being instantly killed by Xuanhuan's sword, causing this old fellow to hold his breath and lie hidden in the grass of the dense forest, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't until Xuanhuan left that he wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. But his heart was already in shock beyond measure. He never dreamed that Xuanhuan would know such a powerful figure as Xuanhuan. And the fact that Xuanhuan left Qin Yao behind clearly indicated that he was supporting Xuanhuan. Chapter 224. The 3-sex attack. Breakthrough. Imminent. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed again, and Tianyan City had already returned to its previous tranquility. The scars left by the previous battle outside the city had long since been completely erased, and even the bloody smell had dissipated. Only in a newly constructed cemetery 10 miles outside the city were there hundreds of new graves, with white flags fluttering in the cold wind. Many families came to mourn their lost loved ones, their cries shaking the heavens, making many city defense soldiers stationed there unable to hold back their tears. But this world is like that. People fall every day, whether by accident, misfortune, or being killed, with deaths occurring in countless bizarre ways, each different. Meanwhile, Miao Du, Lu Guwei, Zhang Wu, and Gao Ning were incredibly busy. The 4 of them spent their days patrolling the spirit stone veins outside the city, while also being responsible for the city's safety and the daily affairs of the Lord's mansion, leaving them with no time to rest. Yet, the 4 were exceptionally excited and full of energy. Since following Xuanhuan, their salaries and status had greatly increased, and they were now respected by many newly joined peak transcendence realm experts, allowing them to truly indulge in the thrill of being generals. Chapter 225. A quick defeat of Xuanhuan, slaughtering the city of immortals and demons 3 days later. A ripple spread from Xuanhuan's body, dragon might sweeping in all directions, as the ancestral dragon battle heaven technique finally broke through to the first level. At the moment of the breakthrough, both the strength of Xuanhuan's body and the barriers of his divine sea were simultaneously broken through, and the power of his soul spread throughout the second level of the heaven and earth tower, with a terrifying soul aura permeating the atmosphere. Within the 9 dragons' phantom, the candle dragon and azure dragon opened their eyes completely, their green light swirling as the space within the tower violently shook. Huff! At this moment, Xuanhuan opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air, but his face was filled with regret. This was because, despite exhausting all his strength, his realm was still firmly stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendence realm, unable to step into true martial. Young master, With the breakthrough of the technique, your physical strength has increased significantly, so it's still a small gain. You can't rush the matter of your realm. Take it slow, and you will surely succeed. The artifact spirit's voice echoed in his divine sea, sensing his emotional fluctuations. It's fine. Now that the ancestral dragon battle heaven technique has been successfully cultivated, even if a peak true martial realm expert comes, I can still deal with him. If that's not enough, I will have to activate the life-saving divine powers passed down by my master and fight to the death by burning my blood and lifespan. Chapter 226. The fatal strike of the demon cloud, as all the city defense soldiers fell into deep fear. Yunyi's figure descended from the sky like a divine being, suddenly appearing in the flat area beneath the city gate. He coldly watched the hundreds of demonic lights sweeping toward him. His body trembled, and the three great sword intents burst forth simultaneously, swirling around the sword body. With a push off the ground, ripples surged, and he transformed into a shooting star, rushing 30 meters away from the demonic light, slashing out a 30-zhong-long tricolor sword energy, the absolute kill sound resonating throughout heaven and earth. However, with this strike, a third of his Danteon spirit power had already vanished. Evil God Annihilation slash. Buzz. The space trembled, and a huge crack appeared 10 meters away, instantly swallowing the more than 20 elder members of the immortal demon sect who had rushed to the front. The piercing screams accompanied their bodies being consumed by the crack, with the sound of bone shattering. In a matter of breaths, they were completely torn apart by the crack's fierce wind, transforming into a mist of blood scattered across the sky. How is this possible? You demon, kill him. In the crowd, the demon cloud, witnessing this terrifying scene, let out an incredulous roar, his eyes filled with rage as he pointed at Yun-Yi and shouted. The remaining elder members of the immortal demon sect quickly reacted, brandishing their weapons, their faces twisted in fury as they charged at Yun-Yi. Chapter 227. The stalemate of Qi Mountain's kill. Just as Yun-Yi was immersed in his cultivation, the Black Dragon's sacred land had completely erupted. The second elder of the outer sect led more than 20 deacon elders to turn against the tide, not only slaying all those who refused to betray, but also joining the camp they considered ants, opposing their former allies. This upheaval left Shi, who learned of the news, almost spitting blood. After receiving the information from the spies, this old man wore a terrifying expression, unable to speak for a long time. Moreover, according to the spies, Yun-Yi not only acted alone, but also killed the immortal demon sect's outer sect grand elder, Demon Cloud, who was his equal, and even took down the third elder of the Tongtian sacred land, Xuanhuan. The latter's incredible battle prowess had not been seen in this Xianyan prefecture for thousands of years, so when this old man learned of this news, he slumped in his chair, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. He could not understand why Yun-Yi was so bold as to offend all three major forces at once. Grand Elder, for now, we can only report this to the inner sect and let the Grand Elder there make the decision. If this continues, all the elders of our outer sect will be dead. If it comes to that, the Black Dragon's sacred land will truly be finished. Chapter 228. The three women unite to annihilate the opponent at the same time as Nangong Shui and Qi Mountain were entangled in battle. Qin Yao, who had been in seclusion in her room, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After sensing the situation, a cold and fierce expression appeared on her delicate face as she spoke in a low voice. The people from the four major forces really never learn, do they? Since that's the case, let me teach you how to behave as a reward for the disturbances of this time. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman transformed into a ghostly figure, disappearing from the room. In an instant, her figure had appeared on the city tower of the East Gate, leaving Lu Gui and others, who had come to assist, in shock. Seeing her appear, Nangong Shui said nothing. The two lived next door. Although they had never spoken or met, they were already familiar with each other's auras. Can you handle it? If not, let me take over. These annoying pests are like flies. Just finished off one batch, and another batch comes, making me quite annoyed. Quickly resolve him, and I'll treat you to drinks. Otherwise, we can kill him together. After Qin Yao said this indifferently, Nangong Shui revealed a charming smile, while Qi Mountain, who was battling her, had a dark expression. Chapter 229. The initial 4 stages breaking the true martial realm. Damn it. How is this possible? When did 2 true martial experts appear beside Yun-Yi? Investigate. Find out for me. Not long after, the news returned to the three major forces. Upon learning of everything, Wu Tianzhao and Mo Hao both roared at the same time, causing the elders to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Long Shi, the Grand Elder of the outer sect of the Black Dragon Sacred Land, upon hearing that Qi Mountain had been killed, directly spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing in his chair and unable to get up for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he staggered to his feet, clutching his chest as he made his way toward the inner sect again. Damn it, first, find out the exact strength of Tianyan City, then report back to me. Get out, all of you, get out. Not long after, a furious roar echoed through the inner sect Elder Hall. Long Shi was seen crawling and rolling out of the Elder Hall, amidst the laughter of many inner sect elders and disciples, escaping back to the outer sect. But surprisingly, the three major forces showed an unusual tacit understanding and did not send any more personnel to Tianyan City. They were clearly shocked by Yun, Yi, and others' methods, and no one dared to recklessly come forward to seek death. Chapter 230, The Destructive Thunder Tribulation, 9 Lives, 1 Death Boom. As the thunder clouds gathered in the sky, the sound of thunder and lightning roared, causing Nangong Shui and Qin Yao, who were in the city lord's mansion, to leap to the highest lookout tower of the mansion. Looking at the rolling black clouds 10 miles away, their faces filled with shock. No way. Who broke through to the heavenly martial realm? It actually attracted the heavenly tribulation? Am I dreaming? Let's go take a look to find out. After Nangong Shui exclaimed in shock, Qin Yao, however, flickered, playfully stepping on her long sword, already heading towards the area dense with thunderclouds, wanting to see what was going on. Hey, wait for me. Nangong Shui's plaintive voice came as her figure flickered. With a thought, a blue flying shuttle appeared beneath her feet, and with her spirit power coursing through, she stepped onto the flying shuttle. The two transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the gathering thunderclouds. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion sounded above Yun Yi's head, accompanied by a black thunderbolt the size of a bowl descending from the sky, carrying a rolling destructive aura, crushing down towards Yun Yi's head. He suddenly opened his eyes, and with a clang, the Yu-Long sword rang out, piercing toward the thunderbolt with a stunning strike. Buzz! The sword light soared into the sky, colliding with the descending thunder power dozens of zhong above Yun Yi's head, producing a piercing roar. Chapter 231, Crushing the Second Young Master in a Dreamlike Pursuit. Ouch. It's only been a few days, and how did you turn into this handsome devil? Pretty boy, you look more like a lecher now. That skin, those chest muscles, TSK, so fit. You've reached the true martial realm. How does it feel? Share with us, your sisters. As Yun Yi just arrived in front of the two women, they giggled and stepped forward, pinching his face and pounding on his chest, teasing him with mischievous smiles, which left Yun Yi with a dark expression. Stop messing around, let's go back. Yun Yi pushed away the two women's mischievous hands, whispering nervously as he shot forward. So unromantic. Exactly, like a wooden block. Seeing two such beautiful women, he remains completely unfazed. Could it be that he is not interested? These two women really have no shame. Looking at Yun Yi's back, they continued to tease him with wicked smiles, completely unashamed. Yun Yi felt quite helpless and shook his head, ignoring the two women as he quickly returned to Tianyan City. As soon as he arrived at the city lord mansion, Nangong Wuhin and Lei Qingyi had already been waiting for him in the square for a long time. Both of them were surrounded by a faint aura of true martial power, having unexpectedly broken through to the true martial realm at some point. Chapter 232, A Sword to Annihilate, Identity Exposed. However, just as Ji Rumeng was heading towards the city lord's mansion, she suddenly stopped, her cold eyes fixed on Du Jio and Miao Qing, who were approaching from a distance. Where did that damn Du Fei recruit so many true martial experts? And they are all wearing Golden Blade Guard uniforms. Could it be that their target is Tianyan City? If that's the case, then brother, Yi and the others are in danger. No, I can't let them reach Tianyan City. I must kill them all first, and then settle accounts with that Du Fei. Watching Du Jio and the others walk past her, Ji Rumeng muttered to herself and made her decision. As 100 people were heading towards the city gate, she turned around and slowly followed behind Du Jio and the others, her eyes already filled with killing intent. But she didn't dare to alert them and kept a distance of 1,000 meters until Du Jio and the others left Tianyan City, before she slowly followed them out of the city gate. Fortunately, the city defense army didn't suspect her, Otherwise, she would have likely been trapped inside the city. After exiting the city, Du Jiao and Miao Qing turned to the 100 people behind them and spoke loudly. Everyone, stay alert. I know you're all tired. I'm tired too. But once we reach Tianyin City and take out those few ants, the women and resources in Tianyin City will be yours to plunder. I will not stop you. Chapter 233. A single strike to kill, fierce battle with Xuanhuan with a shout, a majestic sword light slashed horizontally, causing the space to ripple as it quickly reached Xuanhuan. Startled, he retreated violently, and with a thought, a black spear appeared in his hand. Sweeping horizontally with a sharp shout, Overlord breaks the force. Boom! The sword energy and spear shadows collided instantly, erupting with a loud bang, rolling ripples sweeping in all directions. Both figures retreating violently. At this moment, Ji Rumeng flashed, passing through the ripples and appearing before Xuanhuan like a ghost, slashing out with her sword. Clang! Xuanhuan was greatly alarmed and hurriedly swung his spear to block the strike, but the immense force sent him flying, tumbling over 100 meters before he stabilized himself. His throat sweet with blood, and his face flushed. You dare to injure me, you wretched woman? You are seeking death. Although Xuanhuan was shocked, feeling humiliated, he roared angrily, his body shaking as he lunged at Ji Rumeng again, wielding his spear and launching dozens of spear shadows at her. Overlord points to extinguish. Clang, 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 clang. Facing the torrential onslaught, Ji Rumeng's expression was cold and fierce, her body flashing as she wielded her sword to accurately block Xuanhuan's frantic attacks. In a blink, they exchanged over 100 moves, neither gaining an advantage. Chapter 234. Rumeng captured by the perverse Marquis. This battle lasted a full half an hour. Both of them unleashed all their skills, but in the end, neither could gain any ground on the other. After a fierce exchange, they both retreated several dozen meters, their killing intent surging, staring fiercely at each other. I never expected that such a monstrous female cultivator would emerge from this little Xianyan prefecture. I admit, your strength is indeed formidable. Even in the center of the continent, you would be a top talent. But you kill my brother, and today, no matter what, I will slay you to avenge him. Xuanhuan, this old fellow, took a deep breath and spoke first, his face more sinister. A useless piece of trash thinks he can kill me? You must be dreaming. A dignified Central State expert is nothing more than this. You can roll back to the Central State now, and perhaps I can spare your life. But if you continue to serve that dog Du Fei, then I will have to send you to hell early to reunite with your brother. Facing Xuanhuan's words, Ji Rumeng sneered, looking down on him from the bottom of her heart, coldly mocking him, making Xuanhuan's face turn ashen. Chapter 235. Risking life to rescue. Zhang Zhao approaches, just as Du Fei was laughing. Yin Yi successfully avoided the probing of several true martial experts and rushed into the backyard of the city lord's mansion. Linger, quickly sense where Rumeng is being held. Yin Yi's expression was very serious. He knew that every second he stayed in the city lord's mansion increased the risk of being discovered. At that time, he wouldn't just be unable to save Ji Rumeng, but he might also endanger himself. That central house, let's go. The artifact spirit sensed and swiftly moved, just as the Qian Kuan Tower disappeared from its original location. Zhang Zhao's consciousness swept over the spot where the Qian Kuan Tower had just been. Seeing the slight fluctuations in space, Zhang Zhao's expression turned cold, and he snorted before darting towards the room where Ji Rumeng was imprisoned. Upon seeing his sudden movement, several true martial experts hiding nearby sprang into action, quickly rushing to the room. At this moment, after entering the room via the Qian Kuan Tower, Yin immediately saw Ji Rumeng tied up like a zongzi on the bed. Without any hesitation, just before Zhang Zhao could break in through the window, he successfully pulled Ji Rumeng into the Qian Kuan Tower. Ants, where do you think you're going? D. Chapter 236. Burning lifespan to forcefully kill Zhang Zhao. Not long after Zhang Zhao left Xianyan City, Yin Yi's figure also appeared on the official road 100 miles outside Xianyan City. Relieved, he was unaware that Tianyin City had just undergone another life-and-death battle. If it weren't for Qin Yao and Nangong Shui's foresight in calling for reinforcements in time, Tianyin City might have been lost, and Nangong Wuhin and the others might have perished. Young master, hurry and flee. A true martial expert is chasing after you. Before he could catch his breath, the anxious voice of Hua Ling came, making him feel even more bitter. Damn it, is it never ending? These shameless people are truly detestable. Hearing this, Yun-E frantically used space shift, quickly covering thousands of meters back towards Tianyan City. Is that the ant's aura? You really escaped. Let me show you how I wipe you out. Just after he had fled for several breaths, Zhang Zhao's figure appeared where he had just been standing. Upon catching the residual scent of Yun-E, the old fellow's face revealed a trace of killing intent, muttering a few words coldly before flickering forward to pursue. At this moment, although Yun-E was using all his strength to travel, his expression was extremely grave. Now that the Qian Kuan Tower could no longer be used, if he continued like this, he would eventually be caught by Zhang Zhao. Chapter 237. 6 months of silence. Instant kill of the Dragon Seal days later. Yuni finally returned outside Tianyanqing. Long Junfei and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him, and all came out to greet him. City Lord, have you found City Master Ji? Yes, she's fine, but she's been sealed by someone. With my current strength, I can't break it in a short time. You might have a way. Yuni nodded in response. The two quickly entered the main hall, and Yuni, with a thought, transported Ji Rumeng out of the Qinquan Tower. Huh? A seal set by a peak Tianwu realm expert? It seems only my master can break it. Please wait. Glancing at Ji Rumeng, who was bound tightly, Qin Yao showed a look of astonishment and took out a communication jade tablet, whispering a few words. Chapter 238. Revenge target Black Dragon Sacred Land. To the surprise of both, the Xinma sect and Tongtian Sacred Land did not send anyone to attack Tianyanqing. It wasn't until the next morning that their tense hearts finally relaxed. It's really surprising that neither the Xinma sect nor the Tongtian Sacred Land came. Could it be that they were scared away after seeing that old immortal Long, she being wiped out by my sister-in-law in one blow? Yes, it must be. Although Tianyanqing is currently as solid as an iron barrel, there are definitely still many spies from the three major forces hidden here. Otherwise, with the nature of those two forces, how could they miss such a good opportunity to launch an attack? Nangong Wuhan sat at the south gate, waiting for the sun to rise, but did not see anyone from the Tongtian Sacred Land appear. He stood up and murmured a few words, stretched, yawned, and then flew toward the city lord's mansion. At the west gate, Lei Qingyi also waited all night. Now seeing the sun rise, he lay down on the roof to sleep, finally relaxing his tense heart. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Ji Rumeng carefully searched both inside and outside the mansion, but found no trace of Yuni. She could only give up with a bitter expression, feeling deeply guilty. Chapter 239. Returning with treasures and confessing feelings. Damn it. Who can tell me what's going on? Who is it? Get out here. After Yuni escaped several miles from the Black Dragon Sacred Land, a peak true martial realm expert burst out from the inner door. This was the sixth elder of the inner door, Long Yang. Upon seeing several outer door halls completely engulfed in flames, quickly turning to ruins, he arrived outside the treasure vault and roared at Long Yu and others. Report an Elder Long. I just sensed that kid Yuni's aura in the residual air. If nothing unexpected happened, he must have come to take revenge on our Black Dragon Sacred Land. A couple days ago, the Elder Long, she personally led dozens of outer door elders to Tianyanqing to kill Yuni, but they never returned. Elder Long, what should we do now? All the resources of the outer door have been stolen by that kid, and he also killed 2 guarding elders. The Elder Long and others have all fallen. Now our Black Dragon Sacred Land's outer door is nominally existent. We ask Elder Long to make a decision. Facing the latter's roar, the old man Long, you could only tremble inwardly, and recounted everything he knew to Long Yang. Chapter 240. Taking the initiative to strike at the Sacred Land. Bang. Boom. Clang, clang, clang. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Moments later, the muffled sounds from the battle outside the city stopped. And Yuni and Ji Rumeng blushed and finally let go of each other. Don't let Sister Qin see this. You're really bad, Brother E. With her heart racing, Ji Rumeng blushed and pushed Yuni away, hurriedly fixing her disheveled hair and clothes, leaving Yuni feeling quite embarrassed. I'm too hot. I need to go outside for some air. After saying this, he fled the hall, feeling as if he was about to explode. If he didn't leave now, he feared he would completely lose control. Just as he stepped outside, he saw Qin Yao flying over on her sword. She arrived at the city lord's mansion gate, her breath a bit hurried but uninjured. Did you resolve it so quickly? Was it the people from the Black Dragon Sacred Land? Suppressing the restlessness in his heart, Yuni asked the latter in a somewhat shy voice. That old guy claimed to be the 6th elder of the Black Dragon Sacred Land's inner door, demanding you return the stolen resources. Otherwise, the Black Dragon's sacred land would come in full force. I couldn't be bothered to talk to him, so I just killed him. His body has already been taken by Long Junfei and the others to be buried. However, you need to prepare in advance. The Black Dragon's sacred land suffered such a great loss. They won't let it go easily. If nothing unexpected happens, their powerful ones will soon emerge, and the few of us will inevitably have to endure a bloody battle. Chapter 241. Strong Ones Gather. War is coming, little master. How could you be so generous? Even giving away the spirit vein? That's too much of a waste. On the way, the voice of the weapon spirit echoed in Yuni's ears, complaining that Yuni was too generous. He knew very well how precious a spirit vein was in this world. If Yuni suppressed it himself, his strength would surely increase rapidly. He might even have the chance to ascend to the upper realm before the Tianwu continent shattered, or directly go to other martial arts worlds. But now Yuni actually handed over such a treasure to the Nangong family. As a weapon spirit, he simply couldn't understand. Spirit, you're ignoring a problem. Without the Nangong family helping, what does your little master have to eliminate the Black Dragon's sacred land? Previously, I also thought about stealing the spirit vein directly, but you know that the strongest person in the Black Dragon's sacred land is a powerful expert in the sky control realm. You currently don't even count as a ground-level treasure. What do you use to withstand the attacks of a sky control realm expert? Moreover, I firmly believe that the place where the spirit vein is located must have a supreme guardian. If I went, I would be dead without a doubt. But now that the Nangong family is willing to help me eliminate the thorn in the eye, that is the Black Dragon's sacred land, it can only be beneficial for Tianyanqing. Chapter 242. Slaughtering the Outer Door, becoming a spectator in the blink of an eye. Nangong Xiangtian and Nangong Wuji had already arrived at the mountain gate of the Black Dragon's sacred land before the guarding disciples could react. The two let out sinister smiles and shouted as a massive hand descended to crush. Boom! Moments later, the mountain gate of the Black Dragon sacred land turned to ashes, and the two protective black dragon statues at the gate, along with the sealed dragon souls inside, were completely crushed to dust. The thunderous explosions rang out, startling Long Yu and others. Enemy attack. Everyone prepare for battle. Quickly activate the protective array and contact the inner door for reinforcements. Hold on for me. As the old man showed a look of fear and suddenly realized, he pulled the alarm, and the soul-shaking magic sound echoed, alerting all the outer door elders and disciples of the Black Dragon's sacred land. Long Yu roared, leading dozens of gathered outer door elders toward the mountain gate. And at this moment, Nangong Qiushui and Yuni led the coalition army, which had already reached the foot of the mountain gate. Upon seeing that the sacred land's mountain gate had been destroyed, they simultaneously pointed their long swords at Long Yu and the others, shouting angrily, "Kill them all! Kill, 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 kill!" The coalition army shook their bodies, their momentum soaring like a rainbow as they let out a thunderous roar, waving their swords and turning into endless shooting stars, targeting the elders and disciples of the Black Dragon sacred land. Chapter 243. Couples join forces to eliminate Mo Wutian. This young master hasn't had enough fun killing yet. Just standing here foolishly, he makes me feel uneasy. Why don't y'all keep watching here? I'll go have some fun, hee. After a while, Yuni, unable to resist the fierce battle ahead, whispered a few words with an evil smile to Nangong Wuhan and the other two, then directly disappeared before them. This bastard, leaving us here to enjoy himself, how excessive. Nangong Wuhan naturally knew what Yuni was planning to do. He bitterly complained, wishing he had practiced assassination techniques. But he could only watch. I'd better not. With my assassination skills, I'd probably turn into a blood mist before getting close to those old geezers. That captain is a freak. You and I can't even compare to him. By the way, you smelly stone, did we forget something important? At this moment, Lei Qingyi, with a bitter expression, suddenly remembered a promise Yuni had made to the two of them, which had not yet been fulfilled. During this time, they had been entangled in various trivial matters, so they had completely forgotten about it. Now that they were free, Lei Qingyi finally recalled Yuni's promise. Chapter 244. Mad scramble into the inner door, damn it. At this moment, Mo Wuhua, who was underground, was completely enraged. He let out a thunderous roar, and the earth turned over layer by layer. Yuni and the others could only stomp their feet on the ground, leaping 100 meters into the air, standing on the rotating Xuanhuan tower, with evil smiles as they watched the massive black dragon slowly emerge from the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. This world is probably on the verge of collapse because of these beasts. If there weren't so many dragons around, this world could at least last a few thousand more years. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been absorbed by these beasts. No wonder the entire world is facing constant natural disasters, and man-made disasters are too numerous to describe. Looking at the black dragon emerging from the ground, Uni whispered in astonishment, making Xuanhuan beside him look enchanting. But we can't blame them. After all, the way of heaven is heartless, treating all things as mere fodder. Indifferent to everyone. But these beasts are different. They treat people like us as pigs and dogs, killing when they want, enslaving when they want, and wantonly plundering various treasures from the continent, which has caused this continent to enter the end of the law era early. However, compared to the demon race, the more hateful ones are still the human race itself. Greed is their nature. Chapter 245. The sacred land is destroyed. Each returns home 9 heavens breath soil, 7-star linglong flower, 9 lives blood dissolving grass, 5th stage soul nourishing grass, extreme joy departing soul grass. What is that? Dragon scale fruit tree? When Xuanhuan rushed into the spiritual herb garden, the Qi Ling's shocked voice sounded. She looked around and was completely stunned by the scene inside. This spiritual herb garden actually cultivated tens of thousands of rare spiritual herbs, each of which had existed for at least hundreds of years. Moreover, the spiritual herbs that the Qi Ling just mentioned had grown for 1,000 years. What shocked Xuanhuan the most was that in this herb garden, there was a piece of golden land several dozen meters in size, which was exactly the 9 heavens breath soil mentioned by the Qi. On it were planted the few rare spiritual herbs that the Qi Ling had just mentioned, as well as a dragon scale fruit tree that was as big as a person. On the tree, 9 magical fruits covered with dragon scale patterns emitted an enticing fragrance, forming a circular mist that lingered around the dragon scale fruit tree, indicating that they were completely ripe. The greatest effect of this thing is to enhance the physical defense of cultivators. One can increase a cultivator's strength by 1,500 pounds and greatly enhance their defense, making their body feel as if it is covered with a layer of dragon scales. Difficult for ordinary swords to harm, even stronger than real bronze skin and iron bones. Chapter 246. Fulfilling promises to cultivate talent a few days later. The news that the Black Dragon Sacred Land was destroyed spread like the wind throughout Xuanhuan Prefecture. Whether it was Qian Tongtian, the master of the Tongtian Sacred Land, or Mo Zhan, the leader of the Xinma sect, and Ling Bufan, the master of the Biming Sword sect, all showed shock upon hearing this astonishing news. How is that possible? Investigate, quickly verify who did it. Deep within the Tongtian Sacred Land, after hearing the report from the inner door elder Qianruhai, Qian Tongtian's plump face trembled with disbelief as he rasped out a voice to Qianruhai. Your subordinate obeys. However, the master need not worry. I have already ordered an increase in patrols. If we see any suspicious individuals, we will capture them immediately. But I believe that the destruction of the Black Dragon Sacred Land is closely related to that little beast, Uni. Why not let me go to Tianyan City and bring back that little beast and the traitor Xuanhuan to investigate the secrets on them? What do you think, master? Qianruhai said in a low voice, looking eagerly at Qian Tongtian. Since Qianfeng's fortune was stripped away by Uni, they had learned about Ruming's sudden increase in strength. This old fellow had long wanted to personally capture Xuanhuan in Tianyan City to uncover her secrets. But Qian Tongtian had never agreed. Chapter 247. Repelling strong enemies. Seizing the soul sword as soon as he entered the Great Hall, he saw Nangong Wuhin and the other 3 staring intently at the inscriptions on the scroll, their bodies radiating soul power. They were quite serious. He mumbled to himself, not disturbing the 3, and went straight into the backyard. Young master, are you planning to select a batch of talented individuals to cultivate an elite force? As soon as he entered the backyard, the Qing's voice came through, and Uni immediately showed a faint smile. You know it well. I plan to train a personal guard. Not too many, at most 100. But in this city defense army, there probably isn't a single talent, so I temporarily gave up. Sister Lingrong is right. I don't need to waste resources on others right now. It's most important to improve myself first. Once those old geezers outside break through to the true martial realm, I will lead them to conquer Black Dragon City, gather the surrounding resources and mines, and slowly push towards Xuanhuan City, taking down that old beast Du Fei in one fell swoop. As long as I take down the entire Xuanhuan Prefecture, I can leave this damn place and go train elsewhere. By then, I will have the power to protect myself. After Uni said this calmly, the Qiling finally felt relieved. Chapter 248. Merging Sword Intent, Slaughtering the City of Immortals and Demons. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and Ji Rumeng suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, with strange energy swirling around her body. In the blink of an eye, her delicate figure disappeared into the Xuanhuan Tower. Just as she left, Uni was also awakened by the Qig's voice. Young master, your little lover has successfully entered the Kongjing. Do you want to see her go through the tribulation? Hearing this news, Uni smiled and shook his head. No need, she can handle it herself. I, the young master, am about to break through to the 3rd level of spatial sword intent, and I don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Otherwise, I will strike you. After saying this, the guy closed his eyes again, and the power of space surged around him. He floated in the 2nd level of the tower and soon fell back into deep comprehension. At this moment, his soul seemed to be amidst the vast starry sky, drifting with the waves. Surrounding him were blue spatial particles, forming blue galaxies that crisscrossed in the vast starry sky, slowly flowing under the push of the power of time. Yun-Yi was in the midst of billions of spatial galaxies, enjoying this fantastical moment with a look of contentment. With each breath, endless spatial particles were absorbed into his limbs and bones, quickly transformed into his own energy. Chapter 249. Reactions to the Tianyan martial law. Before he knew it, the hour of the rabbit had arrived. The place where Black Dragon City was located had long been devoid of life. The city slaughter had ended. Mo Hao and others had bloodthirsty looks on their faces, and their bodies were already stained red with blood, all from the people in the city. Not a single person from the Immortal Demon sect was injured, out of nearly 200,000 people in the city, except for a few who escaped. All were crushed into blood mist, buried alongside the remnants of Black Dragon City. Retreat. The bloodthirsty Mo Hao and the others glanced at the eastern sky, turning white, and immediately issued a retreat order. With their troops, they transformed into endless demonic light and left the already ruined Black Dragon City, disappearing into the night. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, the door to Yun-Yi's room was pounded loudly. Brother Yun, wake up. Something big has happened. Hurry up. The voice of Lei Qingyi came through. Yun-Yi, who was cultivating in the tower, suddenly opened his eyes and appeared in the room, looking puzzled at Lei Qingyi. What is all this noise early in the morning? What happened to make you look like that? Come on. Let's talk in the main hall. All the high-ranking officials are waiting for you. Lei Qingyi didn't answer, but pulled Yun-Yi into the main hall. Chapter 250. The Refinement of Corpse Kings. War approaches shortly after Yun-Yi and Ji Rumeng left. The Grand Elder, the inner sect of the Heavenly Saint Land, Qian Ruhai, arrived late. However, he just glanced at the devastation of Black Dragon City, said nothing, and turned to leave. This old guy clearly didn't want to get involved. The people sent by Du Fei also turned to leave, their faces dark after surveying the scene. Countless scattered practitioners who rushed in from various cities, however, entered the ruins of Black Dragon City with smiles on their faces, searching for lost opportunities. They didn't care at all about the tragic deaths of the tens of thousands in the city. Perhaps this is human nature. In their eyes, everything except for opportunities seemed irrelevant to them, selfish to the point of making one shudder. But this is the current state of the human race in the Tianwu continent. And Yun-Yi was no exception. Not long after, Yun-Yi and Ji Rumeng returned to Tianyan City, but at this moment, both were feeling heavy-hearted. Upon returning to the main hall of the Lord's mansion, they fell silent and sank into deep thought. Brother Yun, you are finally back. I've discussed the matters you entrusted with my father. He replied that within half a month at most, he will personally deliver what you need. Chapter 251. Strong enemies arrive to control corpses and enemies at the hour of the monkey. Lei Jintian, dusty and weary, finally arrived outside Tianyan City. Seeing him alone, Long Junfei stood on the city tower and shouted loudly, "Who comes? What business do you have in Tianyan City?" "It's the one delivering the Jintian divine crossbow." "Quickly open the gate." "Oh, it's the Lord Lei, my apologies. I will have someone open the gate right away." Lei Jintian couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly stated his purpose. Long Junfei and the others were stunned and hurriedly ordered the gate to be opened. "Great! With the Jintian divine crossbow, our chances of victory have greatly increased. General, this time, you and I can achieve merit again and take revenge for our families. Indeed, that bunch from the Immortal Demon sect deserves to die. Tomorrow, we will make sure they don't return." Enough noise. I will go to the Lord's mansion now and have Lord City Master equip everyone with the Jintian Divine Crossbow and Thunderbolt bombs to blow those beasts to pieces. A few original elders from the Black Dragon Sacred Land who had surrendered followed him and roared in anger, their faces filled with killing intent. Long Junfei quickly stopped them, leaped down from the city tower, and followed Lei Jintian as they quickly arrived at the Lord's mansion. Father, you're here. He. That's great. Chapter 252. The counterattack of the Tianwu Immortals and Demons Retreat Grand Elder. Mo Hao's sudden appearance made Mo Tianqian and Mo Tianyu, who were rushing in, stop in shock, their hearts bewildered. 9 dragons, shattering souls. But Mo Hao did not respond to them. Instead, he let out a mechanical-like roar, suddenly activating his soul powers. Poof! Mo Tianqian, Mo Tianyu, and Mo Tianba had not yet reacted when they felt a sharp pain in their heads, their soul bodies instantly covered in cracks, blood gushing from their 7 orifices as they flew out screaming. Kill! At this moment, Yun Yi, controlling Mo Hao's body, let out another roar, transforming into a meteor and pouncing upon the immortal demon Sex army, fiercely slapping out a massive demonic palm that blotted out the sky. Bang! Hundreds of disciples of the immortal demon sect had not reacted before being slapped into blood mist. How could they, mere true martial realm practitioners, withstand an attack at the peak of the Tianwu realm? They died instantly, and it was quite a miserable death. Brother Yun, are you still human? You can actually refine corpse kings? Only then did Nangong Wuhan realize what was happening, staring in shock at Yun Yi, who was controlling the corpse kings to mercilessly slaughter the people of the immortal demon sect, his whole being engulfed in disbelief. Chapter 253. Heavy Casualties. Solo revenge. Not long after the two returned to the Lord's mansion, Long Junfei entered the main hall with a gloomy expression and bowed slightly to Yun Yi from a distance, whispering, "Report to Lord City Master. We lost 190 true martial realm experts this time, 30 seriously injured, and the rest only slightly injured. Please make a decision, Lord." After he finished speaking, Yun Yi's face turned extremely grim. Damn the immortal demon sect. In one battle, I lost more than half of the troops I painstakingly trained. Who? Yun Yi. Swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Send orders down to properly bury our fallen brothers, build tombstones for them, inscribe their names on the memorial, and provide each with 300,000 low-grade spirit stones as compensation. This must be done well. Also, issue a recruitment order to have people post recruitment notices in other cities. True martial realm experts who join Tianyin City will receive a monthly salary of 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 bottles of 4th-level true martial pills. For those in the Tianwu realm, a monthly salary of 500,000 spirit stones and 10 bottles of Tianwu pills. For those at the peak of the Tianwu realm, an additional 30,000 spirit stones and 20 bottles of Tianwu pills each month. The quota is limited to 100 people, first come, first served. However, before joining, they must take a martial oath, pledging not to betray Tianyin City, or even if they are experts of the Void Realm, I will not care. Chapter 254. A single person slaughters the city, evil demon Yun Yi at this moment. Yun Yi was already standing outside the gate of the demon mansion, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand roaring, merging with the sword intent that lingered around the sword body, while the surrounding space continuously emitted tearing sounds. His expression was cold and sharp as a knife, and his soul power surged, sensing the presence of the people in the demon mansion. Just as Mo Shao and others arrived within 10 meters of the gate, Yun Yi moved, simultaneously letting out a fierce shout and slashing out a 3-colored sword light that spanned over 10 zhong. Evil God Annihilation slash. Buzz. The space trembled, and the sword light, carrying the power to destroy everything, slashed into the demon mansion. When Mo Shao and hundreds of demon clan members had just reached the gate, not even 1 foot had crossed the threshold, their bodies were directly sliced in half by the sword energy that Yun Yi had unleashed. Puff! The piercing sound of flesh being pierced rang out, and the bodies of hundreds of people froze simultaneously. Having just taken a step, their upper bodies fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, their souls were extinguished, their wide eyes filled with terror, unable to close in death. Kill! At this moment, Yun Yi let out a cold shout, transforming into a phantom. The spatial shift pushed to the extreme, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in an instant. The sword in his hand swept across, severing the walls of the demon mansion along with it. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, his afterimage formed a massive sword net, enveloping the entire demon mansion. Chapter 255. Advancing to the earthly artifact. 1,000-layer trial days later. Yuan-yi safely returned to Tianyan City. City Lord is mighty. City Lord is mighty. As soon as his figure appeared outside the city, a group of city defense soldiers hurriedly raised their weapons, standing on the city walls and cheering, leaving Yuan-yi somewhat confused. What are these guys going crazy about? He muttered to himself. But the spirit of the artifact chuckled and spoke. It's simple, young master. Before you even arrived, the news of you single-handedly slaughtering the people of the immortal demon city had already reached their ears. The spirit's words made Yuan-yi suddenly realize, and he could only awkwardly wave at the crowd on the city wall before striding into the city. It wasn't until he entered the city that many of the city defense soldiers stopped cheering, but each one was still extremely excited. Moments later, Yuan-yi returned to the city lord's mansion. As soon as he arrived at the plaza, Ji Rumong, Nangong Wuhan, and Lei Qingyi were already waiting for him. Brother Yun, congratulations on your triumphant return. Captain, you are truly amazing. Alone, you wiped out that group of demons in Immortal Demon City, letting that old demon Mo Zhan feel what it's like to have his kin exterminated. Well done. Chapter 256. Clearing the 1,000-layer supreme, give congratulations to the host for re-entering the Wuxiang Trial Tower. The opponents have been completely refreshed, and you can choose to challenge from the first layer. If you clear all 1,000 layers at once, you will receive a supreme gift package as a reward. Just as Yuan-yi re-entered the Wuxiang Trial Tower, the mechanical voice rang out again, but he found that the layers he had previously challenged were already gone. If he wanted a challenge, he could only start again from the first layer. Moreover, the supreme gift package reward made Yuan-yi's heart race with excitement. Should I clear it all at once? I really want to give it a try. The opponents have refreshed, so they should be stronger, right? I really need powerful opponents to validate my sword path. Just right. He chuckled and muttered a few words, directly pressing the option to restart. Buzz. With a flash of brilliance, his figure suddenly appeared in the first layer of the Wuxiang Trial Tower. This time, the opponent that appeared was actually the young dragon he had slain in the Tianlong secret realm. Kill. The moment he saw Yuan-yi, that guy seemed to recognize him, shaking his body and suddenly revealing his true form, which was a young Zhulong. Before Yuan-yi could react, the giant tail of the Zhulong swept fiercely toward his body. Chapter 257. The primordial source is renewed buzz. As the gift package was opened, a dazzling light shone, nearly blinding Yuan-yi's eyes. When the light dissipated, a strange white light orb hovered before Yuan-yi. Before he could come to his senses, the mechanical voice in the Wuxiang Trial Tower rang out again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a trace of the primordial source. Would you like to directly refine it to enhance your sword intent? Upon hearing this, Yuan-yi was taken aback, and without a hint of hesitation, he directly nodded and quietly responded, refine it immediately. He wasn't too foolish and naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the light orb hovering before him transformed into a streak of light and suddenly rushed into his divine sea. Buzz. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the extremely rich primordial source power completely merged into his divine CS spiritual sword. In an instant, Yuan-yi's primordial sword intent continuously erupted, and within just a few breaths, it unexpectedly advanced to the peak of the 7th stage without any warning. Countless pure, white, spiritual swords swirled around his body, causing the space in the Qiankuan Tower to emit crisp sounds and waves. Before he could recover from his shock, his boundary barrier was once again broken through, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through to the 6th level of the true martial realm, and his realm was immediately polished smooth and solid. While the blood dragon within him roared, his aura extremely majestic, and his lifespan even increased by more than 2,000 years in an instant. Chapter 258. Prices soar in the Four Seas Alliance. Now Tianyan City finally looks like a place where people can live. Gone are the polluted slums, the street thugs who are eager for a fight, and the arrogant and domineering young masters who bully the weak. Everyone is working together, striving to survive. This is really quite good. If possible, I truly wish this world had no wars and no vendettas. After the two returned to the city lord's mansion, Yun Yi sighed and spoke softly, gazing at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with a longing for peace. Young master, just think about it. Don't get too lost in the fantasy. In today's world, what you long for will not come true. In the martial arts world, strength is paramount. Slaughter and war are the norms. Everyone must do their utmost to survive. Moreover, above you, there are countless powerful beings. In their eyes, you are merely an insignificant ant, and your life and death are but a thought for them. Just as Yun Yi was daydreaming, the spirit's teasing voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing him completely and making him instantly come to his senses. He immediately felt embarrassed, retracting his pitiful thoughts, and pulled Ji Rumeng into the great hall of the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 259. First Clash. Underhanded tricks unleashed the next day. As dawn broke, outside the City Lord's mansion, over 100 middle-aged men and women dressed in luxurious brocade robes, with imposing auras and portly figures, gathered. These people all wore a badge inscribed with the words 4 C's on their chests, and each had an angry expression as they gathered outside the City Lord's mansion, whispering among themselves. Seeing so many people arriving, the 2 guards at the gate hurriedly turned to report to the City Lord's mansion. What? This group of bastards is eager to come and seek death so early? Do they really think Tianyan City is their world? You guard the main gate well. This general will go to report to the City Lord. Anyone who dares to force their way into the City Lord's residence will be killed without mercy. Momins Late. Long Junfei was the first to learn of everything. He shouted angrily at the guard who reported to him. The guard clasped his hands and turned to leave. Long Junfei also put on his armor and quickly arrived at the main hall of the City Lord's residence. As he entered the hall, Yin, sitting in the main seat, withdrew his cultivation method, retracted his aura, and slowly opened his eyes. So early? Are they that impatient? His words stunned Long Junfei, who hurriedly clasped his hands to report. Return to the City Lord. I have already investigated. The group of people outside belongs to the largest trading company on the Tianwu continent under the 4 Seas Alliance. Chapter 260. Annihilate the 3 leaders in one breath. He had no time to play schemes with the 4 Seas Alliance. What he needed to do was to eradicate their confidence in opposing him once and for all. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Near the hour of you, Long Junfei ordered the shops around the City Lord's residence to close and entered the main hall with a beaming smile. I report to the City Lord. Today our City Lord's residence earned a total of 37 million spirit stones, selling a total of 100,000 items, netting a profit of 700,000 spirit stones. Here is the item list. Please review, City Lord. As he bowed and handed a ledger to Yun Yi's desk, Yun Yi slowly opened his eyes. Very good, continue tomorrow. Also, keep an eye on those old dogs' movements to see how long they can endure. You take people to strengthen patrols. This City Lord has sat all day and is feeling them all over. It's just right to go out and stretch my muscles. If anything stirs in the city tonight, let the brothers ignore it and pretend they know nothing. Yun Yi casually flipped through the ledger and tossed it back to Long Junfei. With a wicked smile as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the hall, leaving the latter in shock. Chapter 261. Sibling Farewell and the Tragedy of Xuanhuan. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, the 2 put down their chopsticks in unison. Ling Rong spoke first. Stinky brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Yun Yi was taken aback and chuckled. Sister, just say what you want. Don't make it so mysterious. Ling Rong smiled charmingly. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Are you really planning to conquer all the cities in Xuanhuan Prefecture? Have you thought about it? If you do that, it would be provoking the dignity of the Tianwu dynasty. Even if Du Fei doesn't trouble you, the dynasty will send people to eliminate you directly. Right now, since you occupy this barren land of Xuanhuan City, the dynasty ignores you. But if you continue to occupy other cities, the dynasty will definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, Du Fei is a lord personally appointed by the dynasty, and he will definitely make a big deal out of it and report to the dynasty. At that time, if he twists the truth, making the dynasty see you as a threat, then they won't even need him to act. The dynasty will definitely send the Tiangang guards or the disastrous guards to encircle and suppress you. If what I said becomes true, how will you face it? Ling Rong muttered, her eyes shimmering with tears as she stared at Yun Yi, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 262. Fury and Terrifying Action. The universe trembles. Seeing more and more enemies, Yun Yi roared, and the Xuanhuan tower appeared in his hand, bursting forth with golden light, transforming into a towering giant that crushed down. Buzz! The void rumbled, the surrounding space shattered completely, and the terrifying pressure crushed the remaining hundreds of city defense troops into ashes in an instant. What ants dare to run wild in my Xuanhuan city? Come and take your life. After he finished off several hundred city defense troops, a roar came from the distance. A strong man at the early stage of the Tianwu realm had flashed above Yuan's head, and a giant palm covered the sky, crushing down heavily. Corpse Queen, go, slay that old guy. Seeing the attack descending, Yuan no longer pretended. With a thought, the body of Mo Hao appeared before him. He struck out a palm at the giant palm in the sky, and the Corpse Queen followed closely, appearing above the old guy's head and striking him squarely on the head. Bang! After a dull sound, the incoming person's head exploded and the body fell into the void, while the Corpse Queen once again appeared in front of Yuan, eyes hollow, releasing the aura of a peak Tianwu realm, instantly shattering the countless city defense troops around. Kill! As Yuan formed seals with both hands, controlling the Corpse Queen. Chapter 263. The Chancellor's Fury and Forced Escape. Yuan stood in place, his mind racing with 1,000 possibilities, but he never expected that after Ji Ruming appeared, she would effortlessly eliminate Du Fei and all the experts he recruited. Previously, Yuan had imagined the scene of meeting Du Fei again, not to mention a bloody battle. At least a war of words would have occurred. But now, with Ji Ruming's appearance, all that had vanished. In a short span of 10 minutes, Du Fei had become a soul under Ji Ruming's sword, and all of Yun Yi's previous assumptions had turned into unachievable jokes. For a moment, he stood there dumbfounded, lost in an infinite loop of thoughts. Little master, if you can't figure something out, don't think about it. Just remember, whether you killed Du Fei yourself or your little lover killed him, your objective has been achieved. After spending so much time in Xuanhuan Prefecture, it's time for you to leave. Sometimes, personally ending an enemy is indeed satisfying. But if someone helps you solve your enemy, allowing you to complete the task effortlessly, you should be happy about it. Besides, that old guy has recruited so many peak Tianwu realm experts to protect him. If you had to rely on yourself to kill him, who knows when you would have to wait. Chapter 264. Escaping Pursuit at the Critical Moment. After the 5 of them left Tianyan City, they sprinted all the way. Shortly after half an hour, they finally caught up with the main force. Feng Wuying, Feng Wuxin, and Feng Wuxuang all stopped when they saw Yuan approaching, and they bowed respectfully. My lord. Yuan waved his hand, scanning the large army in front of him with a serious expression. Immediately send orders for everyone to stop advancing, hold hands, and relax your divine seas. I will send you all into my space treasure. This way, it will be easier to evade the enemy's tracking. After Yuan finished speaking calmly, Nangong Wuhan and the others looked at him in shock. Aren't you afraid of exposure? Using a space treasure, what if? Before Nangong Wuhan could finish, Yuan interrupted. I trust them. You 3 immediately send orders to follow my instructions. Trust me and relax your divine seas. We will obey. Although the 3 were shocked, they could only respond with clasped hands and transformed into afterimages to relay the message. Soon after, the army collectively halted and, according to Yun Yi's words, held hands and relaxed their divine seas. Heaven and earth, vast and boundless, gather. Seeing everyone stop, Yuan immediately summoned the Xuanhuan tower, and as golden light burst forth, he chanted incantations. Chapter 265. The initial battle against the demon dragon as the 5 of them charged down from the high walls of the dragon prison pass. Many of the guardians showed expressions of astonishment. What was wrong with these guys? Why did they suddenly rush out of the pass? Didn't they fear for their lives? Who knows? They had just arrived and were unaware of the strength of the demon army. They probably wanted to showcase their abilities in front of the general. We can just watch the show. 2 vice commanders, seeing the 5 of them rush into the enemy demon army, exchanged puzzled whispers. Many strong warriors stood on the impregnable high walls, smirking as they watched the spectacle. This was a mistake every newcomer made, and they were no exception. They once thought the demon race was just a bunch of beasts and wanted to show off, but in the end, they nearly died among the demon beasts, barely escaping after lying in bed for half a month before they could walk again. Now, seeing Yuni and the others charge straight into the demon army, they naturally wanted to see them embarrass themselves. Bang! Just as they were mocking, a loud explosion came from outside the pass. and countless demons were sent flying by the shockwave created by the Five's landing. The Five who descended into the demon army stood back to back, facing the repelled demon army, and simultaneously unleashed a violent sword shadow. Chapter 266, 3000 versus 20. The advantage is my 9 dragons, shattering souls. The two figures flashed in front of the demon dragon. Uni exhausted all his soul power and launched a full-force strike against the sky-devouring demon dragon. As the 9 dragons simultaneously unleashed a terrifying soul shockwave, hitting the dragon's head, Uni's figure also disappeared without a trace. Puff, 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 puff. By the time the sky-devouring demon dragon reacted, its dragon soul had already suffered heavy damage, letting out a mournful wail. Blood flowed from its 7 orifices, and the aura of a peak realm expert erupted, instantly turning the dragon cave into ashes. As its massive dragon body revealed itself deep in the canyon, its roar shook the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding space to continuously shatter. Evil Moonsword Technique, Godslaying. At that moment, Xuanhuan appeared like a ghost above the head of the sky-devouring demon dragon, her sword swirling with overwhelming might, aimed directly at the dragon's forehead, and thrust out with all her strength. Puff! As expected, the sword light suddenly plunged into the dragon's forehead, reaching the dragon's soul body. The dragon's soul, already injured by Uni's soul attack and as fragile as a porcelain doll, could no longer endure and was instantly shattered by the sword energy. When Xuanhuan withdrew her sword, her delicate body was sent flying thousands of meters away by the dragon's dying surge of power. Staggering and spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, her face flushed. Chapter 267. Each has their own ambitions, cannot force inside the dragon prison pass. When the sounds of battle from outside the city came, everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment. Those guys, didn't they fear death? But this time, the number of demon beasts was at least 200,000. They only had 3,000 people. How could they possibly withstand the siege of 200,000 demon beasts? Crazy. These newcomers are really crazy. Amidst the astonished voices of countless soldiers, the battle between Uni's 3,000 and the demon army had reached a fever pitch. Under the continuous assaults led by Feng Wuying and his 100 personal guards, the rest formed a flanking formation, gathering in groups of 3 to 5, creating small teams that combined offense and defense, wildly swinging their weapons at the attacking demons. However, as time passed, more and more people were injured, yet no one retreated. Everyone gritted their teeth and endured the pain, channeling all their spiritual power to strike down the incoming demon beasts, drenched in blood. Xuanhuan moved through the army, unleashing endless sword energy. Ultimately, when dozens of her subordinates were about to perish in the mouths of the demon beasts, she no longer hid her strength. The moment the ice sacred land erupted, an extreme cold wind swept through, instantly freezing all demon beasts within a radius of 10,000 meters around her. Chapter 268. The 2 old sixes joined forces to ambush the demons. Thank you for your care during this time, my lords. We have chosen to follow General Mu and serve under him. Please understand. As Uni steadied himself, the group that had made their decision bowed and spoke to him. However, the 100 personal guards standing behind Feng Wuying and the others remained silent. Very good, very good. You all know that following me is indeed very dangerous. Following General Mu means you only need to guard against the demon army, reducing much of the intrigue, which is beneficial for your growth. I'm glad for you. From now on, brothers, take care of yourselves. Wherever you go, do not forget that we were once brothers who shared life and death. Uni nodded and spoke loudly, causing a group of old fellows to tear up. Thank you, my lord. We will definitely remember. Well, enough of the nonsense. Let us go. I will take you to General Mu. Uni waved his hand to stop everyone. Then with a sweep of his arm, he drew everyone into the tower, pulling Xuanhuan along as they soared into the sky, returning to the main camp within the Dragon Prison Pass amidst the astonished expressions of countless guards. With a thought from Uni, the 3,000 who chose to stay were all teleported out, causing Mu Jiuqing, who had just stepped out of the big tent, to beam with joy. Chapter 269. Annihilation Failure, Grade 3 of the Xian level Romong. First retreat into the tower. Once those 2 old monsters separate, we can deal with them properly. Uni grinned wickedly, holding Xuanhuan's delicate hand, and the 2 disappeared without a trace. By the time Li Qiufeng and Li Qiuyu charged out of the valley with murderous intent, there was no sign of them. Dumnumans. Come out if you have guts. Don't let me catch you, or I will ensure you become nothing but bones. These two old monsters, having rushed out of the valley, scanned the surroundings with their soul power, but found no trace of Uni and Ji roaming. Li Qiufeng roared with a face full of murderous intent. Li Qiuyu beside him remained silent, but had blood-red eyes, frantically bombarding the surrounding space. As large areas of space collapsed, they still couldn't force Uni and Ji roaming out. The two could only search around with faces full of fury, pushing their soul power to the limit to prevent ambush. These two old monsters are quite alert, tens of thousands of meters away in a spatial node. Uni watched this scene with a wicked smile, retreating several thousand meters while controlling the Qiankuan Tower, arriving at an open area. Li Qiufeng and Li Qiuyu had searched for a while along the way, but sensed no trace of Uni and Ji roaming. Reluctantly, they had to stop. Chapter 270, Stealing the Spiritual Vein. The barbarian god is furious. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The artifact spirit had wandered through almost the entire Tianlong prefecture and finally stopped outside a huge demon territory, waking Uni with excitement. Young master, the heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I have finally found a spiritual vein, but it has an owner. Do you want to take the risk to steal it? If successful, young master, you won't have to worry anymore. The excited voice of the artifact spirit woke Uni, who suddenly opened his eyes and, looking through the tower, saw the enormous mountains ahead, revealing a shocked expression. So many barbarian elephants? Could it be that we are in the territory of the barbarian elephant clan? Are you sure there is a spiritual vein here? He scanned the tower's body and discovered that there were many mountain-like barbarian elephants in the distance, eating something on the ancient trees in the mountains and fields. He then asked the spirit in a deep voice. It was indeed the territory of the barbarian elephant clan, but within the territory, there was a peak expert in the void flight realm. If nothing unexpected happened, that old monster should be guarding the spiritual vein. If the young master wants to succeed, he can only ask for your little lover to take action and lead that old monster away. The young master can then take the opportunity to rush into the place where the spiritual vein is located. You and I will work together to suppress that spiritual vein into the tower. As long as we succeed, your group of subordinates will no longer need to consume your spirit stone resources for cultivation. Chapter 271. A furious charge for death quick. Find Ryue and slip away. Uni escaped from the territory of the barbarian elephant clan and commanded the spirit. This fellow appeared in the second floor with a mischievous grin, looking at the countless resources piled up like a small mountain. He was already overjoyed. Brother Yin, you can do it. Where did you go to steal treasures again? Before he could check what treasures he had obtained this time, Nangong Wuhan and Dugu Qingfeng had already flashed in front of him, looking at him with sly expressions. Barbarian Elephant Clan, see if there's anything beneficial for you. Take it yourself. Don't say this young master doesn't take care of you. Uni rolled his eyes at the two and looked at the mountain of resources before him, replying with a smile. Wow, I didn't expect the demon clan to collect such good things. We want to be polite then, Upon hearing this, the two were a bit shocked, but their minds were now on the treasures, and they began to search in the mountain of resources while muttering. TSK, 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 barbarian elephant fruit? Refining one can grant the power of an elephant, but each person can only refine a maximum of 5 in their lifetime. More than that is useless. There are actually over 3,000 here. How many years has the barbarian elephant clan stored this? Brother Yin, we struck it rich, ha? Chapter 272, The Life Fruit Tree Yaich. As soon as he appeared, Ji Ryue flashed beside him, looking concerned as she scanned him from head to toe. Your lifespan. It's all my fault. This girl saw that although Uni had broken through his realm, his lifespan was only 500 years, and she immediately looked guilty, her small hands having nowhere to rest. It's okay. Lifespan can be replenished in the future. I still have 500 years to live. What is there to worry about? Besides, with my talent, I can't possibly stagnate for a lifetime. As long as you are safe, Yaij will do anything for you. Seeing Ji Ryue like this, Uni smiled and gently comforted her, almost making her cry. Yaij, you're too good to Ryue. How about Ryue devotes herself to you? Seeing Uni care for her so much, Ji Ryue was touched, her eyes filled with tears as she smiled and hugged Uni tightly, whispering softly in his ear. Her delicate body pressed closely against him. Since Ryue has said so, Yaij can take it seriously. From now on, you are my Uni-S woman, no turning back. Uni, with a triumphant look, said this while pulling Jiryu even closer. Chapter 273. The Fallen World of the Infinite Heaven Abyss and Uni, under Jiryu's protection, excitedly rushed into the depths of the canyon. After the two entered the canyon for several tens of thousands of meters, they discovered that countless ancient giant trees were growing within the canyon. Each of these ancient trees was hundreds of meters tall, with trunks resembling small mountains, so large that they were indescribable. The two quickly landed on top of one of the ancient trees, and as they spread their spiritual sense to check if there were any dangers in the jungle below, they found that their spiritual sense was blocked by an invisible energy, scattering before it could penetrate 10 meters below, making it impossible to see what was below. No way. Is this place really that mysterious? Even spiritual sense can't penetrate? Uni exclaimed in astonishment, and Jiryu, beside him, had a serious expression. This seems to be one of the 9 forbidden areas of the Tianwu continent. The Infinite Heaven Abyss. In ancient times, a blood-refining realm expert discovered this mysterious place by chance, and he issued a call to recruit strong experts from around the world to explore. However, in the end, countless human experts entered the Infinite Heaven Abyss and completely disappeared without a trace. Later, it was said that the bottom of the Infinite Heaven Abyss might connect to other worlds, and once entered, spiritual energy would be completely sealed by mysterious powers, making it impossible to use. Even spiritual sense would be completely suppressed. Chapter 274. The second grade Yilan Guaxing, just as Uni immersed himself in cultivation again. Nangong Wuhin and others in the tower had finished their week period and once again entered self-torture mode, all entering the Wanxiang trial tower to start the next round of trials. However, this time, everyone was exceptionally cautious, no longer reckless like the last time. Moreover, every mirror image that appeared was treated seriously, not daring to be the slightest bit lax. One by one, when facing the mirror images, they went all out, which was why they did not get instantly killed by the mirror images like last time. Of course, many people, after passing the 10th level, were again killed by the mirror images and were sent out of the trial tower, lying outside the medicine garden for several days before getting up, looking utterly miserable. They gradually understood that the more times they were killed by the mirror images, the longer their week period would be. Reluctantly, many people gave up the trials and focused on honing their realm, improving their strength, not daring to relax for even a moment. As for Uni, he sat cross-legged for several days before finally opening his eyes again. Finally can move freely. This guy stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, walked a few steps forward, feeling that the suppression here had little effect on him, and finally relaxed. He glanced at the countless giant flowers in the distance and walked forward with a mischievous grin. Chapter 275. When the clam and the crab fight, the fisherman gains boom. Just as Uni was heading towards the mountain, a rumbling sound came from the mountain peak, and with the earth shaking, the mountain began to collapse. Oh no! Uni exclaimed in shock, turning around and sprinting toward the open area. Now that he couldn't mobilize spiritual power and could not use his body technique, he could only rely on his legs to run wildly. Fortunately, he escaped in time and was not buried by the collapsing rocks. When he fled more than 10,000 meters away, the mountain behind him had completely collapsed, with thick smoke billowing. In Uni's astonishment, the Xuanhuan tower transformed into a golden light, shooting up from the center of the mountain peak, rushing towards his location. A smile immediately appeared on his face. "Young master, it's done. Let us go." In the blink of an eye, the Xuanhuan tower had appeared in front of Uni. The spirit's voice rang out, and the tower body had already hidden into his sea of consciousness. Uni smiled bitterly, turned, and walked forward. "How is the harvest?" On the way, Uni tentatively inquired. "Countless. Enough for Ling'er to break through to a 5th-grade earth weapon." "Young master, don't disturb Ling'er's refining. This is the place where the life fruit tree is located. You can find it slowly." The spirit's voice came, and a coordinate information surged into Uni's sea of consciousness, and the spirit fell silent. Chapter 276. 5th-grade Earth Weapon Intermediate Spiritual Vein, White Tiger Cracking Skyclaw. The white tiger exerted all its strength, chasing after Uni for half an hour. Finally arriving 1,000 meters away, the beast let out a fierce roar, its front claws aimed at Uni's back, creating 2 terrifying claw shadows, intending to deliver a lethal blow to the latter. Sensing the terrifying sound of wind behind him, Uni didn't even think and immediately rolled to the side down the slope. not only avoiding the white tiger's fierce attack, but also quickly creating a distance of 10,000 meters between them. Cunning human ant, you deserve to die. Seeing Uni easily evade his attack and roll down the slope, the white tiger reached the top of the slope and let out a thunderous roar at Uni. Its massive body shaking as its four paws suddenly sank into the ground. Boom! As the ground beneath it collapsed, dust flying everywhere. The giant leaped straight down the slope and quickly arrived 10 meters away from Uni. The white tiger roared. In its anger, it unleashed its innate divine ability, a soul-shattering sound rolling forth, forming a terrifying spiral shockwave that swept toward Uni. Red Lotus, save me. Seeing the soul shockwave from the white tiger approaching, Uni, filled with fear, let out a roar. The Red Lotus in his sea of consciousness appeared in front of the white tiger's gaping mouth, gently flicking out a wisp of red flames. Chapter 277. Easily subduing the five-color thunder pillar after 100 breaths. The artifact spirit took Uni through the vast space 1,000 meters underground. Through the tower's body, he merely glanced and was left dumbfounded, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In the enormous underground space, there lay a pure white spiritual vein, 100 meters long, with eyes as large as lanterns. Its illusory dragon body was surrounded by a large amount of pure white spiritual energy, looking immaculate, with the surrounding spiritual energy condensing into patches of white mist, continuously dripping spiritual liquid onto the ground, making a dripping sound. Lingia, is this what a mid-level spiritual vein looks like? It looks so terrifying. Can you handle it? Looking at the seemingly harmless spiritual vein, Uni's heart trembled, whispering, his eyes beginning to shine with greedy light. No problem. Linger is a spirit of a divine artifact. Although my current strength is less than 1 in 10,000 of its peak, a mere mid-level spiritual vein is still manageable. Young master, this time, just watch Linger suppress it. You don't need to make a move. The playful voice of the artifact spirit came, having transformed into a handsome young boy, smiling adorably as he appeared in the underground dragon cave. His appearance caused the spiritual vein, which had been resting with its eyes closed, to suddenly open its eyes. Chapter 278. Desperately protecting the extinct Xuanhuan clan upon seeing the emergence of the five-color thunder pillar, Uni realized that it was the heavens expressing their fury, gathering all the thunder power to crush him and Long Junfei along with the others. Damn heavens, if you want to kill me, you better be prepared. I'm going all out. With a roar, Uni's body trembled, merging the spiritual power and soul power of Long Junfei and the others into his hands, summoning the dragon sword. In an instant, the sword techniques he learned fused into a brand new sword technique. In the unity of man and sword, he charged straight at the thunder pillar, and at a distance of 3 meters from it, he unleashed a breathtaking three-colored sword energy with all his might, roaring loudly. One sword slays the divine. Whoosh! As the 100-meter-long sword energy struck the five-color thunder pillar, the pillar trembled, and in the astonished gazes of Long Junfei and the others, it was instantly sliced in half by the sword energy. Before the pillar could fall to the ground, it transformed into five-color streams of light and dissipated. After executing this strike, Uni found that his spiritual power in the sea of elixirs and soul power in the sea of consciousness had dwindled to 1/3, his breath dropping dramatically, and he nearly fell from the Qiankuan tower. Linger, Ashishma. Gazing at the swirling thunderclouds in the sky, Uni roared, charging straight into the thundercloud amidst the stunned expressions of the others. Chapter 279. Scatter training to rescue Xuanhuan, my lord. Please let us out. We also want to contribute to the human race and improve our combat abilities along the way. Just a few days after Uni left the Xuanhuan clan, the voice of Feng Wuing echoed in the tower. Uni could only stop, his face serious as he spoke. Is this the decision of all of you? Don't forget, this is the territory of the demon race, filled with powerful demons. Before he could finish, the voices of Feng Wuing and the others came again. Please trust us. My lord, even if we die, we will die gloriously and never tarnish your reputation. If we can't even handle the mere demon race, what face do we have to follow you in conquering the world? As the voices of 100 people resonated together, Uni smiled with satisfaction. Since you have made up your minds, I will fulfill your wish. But you all must be careful. If you encounter an unbeatable demon, retreat quickly. As long as you have your lives, that is a victory. After saying this lightly, Yuni appeared among the mountains, and with a thought, he rolled 100 people out of the Xuanhuan tower. Scanning the group, he saw that they were all at the peak of the true martial realm. Chapter 280. Weakness as Original Sin and the Mystery of Origins at this moment. Yuni, controlling the Xuanhuan tower, successfully evaded the pursuit of the Candle Dragon Star-Lord, moving towards the direction where Feng Wuying and the others were. The artifact spirit had sensed the aura of a skybound expert early on, and Yuni did not dare to be careless. Inside the tower, after Ji Rumeng treated her, Qin Yao finally woke up, but she was exceptionally weak. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Ji Rumeng, she thought she was dreaming, tears shimmering in her eyes as her weak, hoarse voice came through. "Sister Ji, it's me. Don't speak, just rest well. You're fine now. Whatever you need to say, wait until you recover. Don't worry, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan has been completely annihilated. Your revenge has been avenged, so just focus on healing." Ji Rumeng hurriedly spoke, saying everything she needed to say as she understood what the latter wanted to express. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao's tense heart finally relaxed. As she relaxed, she fainted again, showing the extent of her torment during this time. If it weren't for her primordial Yin still being intact, Ji Rumeng would have been surprised that she had suffered humiliation at the hands of the demon race. In fact, Ji Rumeng was unaware that the reason Qin Yao still retained her purity was mainly because the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had obtained her Order Guardian Waste token. Chapter 281. The Pressure of Demons and the Impending Battle. What? You 100 people have consecutively wiped out over 10 demon clans? The ancestor of the Sky Wolf clan has been killed by you? After hearing Ji Rumeng's account, Mujiu City was shocked, struggling to believe that the 100-person team led by Yuni had such terrifying combat power. The Barbaric Elephant and Sky Wolf clans were among the strongest demon races in the Tianlong continent, second only to the Demon Dragon clan. And the ancestor of the Sky Wolf clan had fought him for over 100 rounds without a clear winner. Yet now, they were directly slaughtered by this little girl Ji Rumeng. How could it not shock him? The national general? Ha! There's no need for the senior to be surprised. The people around Brother E are all elites among the elites. Although some of our people have also fallen this time, compared to the demon race, it is completely negligible. If the Heavenly Dragon Saint knew about that day, he would surely be furious and might even send an army of demon beasts to attack the Dragon Trapping Pass. The reason we retreated is also this. Senior, please issue a command to strengthen your defenses. As long as we have a little more time, even if the Heavenly Dragon Saint comes, I can make him despair. Chapter 282. The demon race retreats under night, raid half a month later. Millions of demon troops gathered outside the Dragon Trapping Pass, their demonic energy soaring into the sky, their blood-red eyes glaring at the 100,000 human defenders on the city walls. The Heavenly Dragon Saint appeared, hovering 100 meters outside the Dragon Trapping Pass, and shouted coldly, "Mu Jiuqing, come out and speak." Mu Jiuqing, who was issuing orders in the main tent, heard the voice and had to temporarily set aside his tasks, appearing on the city wall, staring coldly at the Heavenly Dragon Saint. "Old reptile, is there anything left to say between us? You gathered 1,000,000 rabble and attacked my Dragon Trapping Pass again. What? Do you think you're capable again? Or do you think you have lived long enough and planned to bring the demon race of Heavenly Dragon State to their deaths?" As he spoke, he mocked the Heavenly Dragon Saint, making the latter's face turn pale with rage. He snorted coldly before stating his purpose. I came this time to give your human race another chance. Now, if you agree to hand over the ants that destroyed several of my demon tribes, I will order my 1,000,000 troops to return to the city of 10,000 demons and not harass the Dragon Trapping Pass for 100 years. If you remain stubborn, then I can only destroy you. Chapter 283. Night Raid on the Demon Dragon Red Lotus Annihilation. As Yin Yi appeared above the camp of the Demon Dragon tribe, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in his hands. With a cold shout, the fireball smashed down into the midst of the Demon Dragon army. Boom! A muffled explosion shook the heavens as the fireball instantly erupted, engulfing an area of 100 meters. Countless demon race members, caught off guard, were ignited by the Red Lotus flames, letting out piercing screams as they dashed around like headless flies in the demon army. Boom! 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 But that wasn't the end. Before Li Qiufeng and the others could react, Yin Yi threw out several more giant fireballs towards the demon dragon camp, completely engulfing the entire valley. Damn human ants. It's you again, seeking death. Just as he threw down the last fireball, Li Qiufeng arrived, and upon seeing Yun Yi's face, he roared in rage and swept his massive claw towards Yun Yi's head. He was truly furious with Yun Yi. Previously, Yun Yi had ambushed and killed Li Qiuyu outside the demon dragon territory, which made him hate the latter to the bone. Now, seeing Yun Yi again using such despicable means against his demon dragon tribe, this old monster was filled with killing intent, attacking Yun Yi with all his might, vowing to completely erase him. Chapter 284. The National Guard retreats. 100 hold the defense. However, this old fellow forgot one crucial issue: his realm. His appearance and aura could be altered with a transformation pill, but his realm could not be hidden. He didn't realize this and was detected by Yun Yi's weapon spirit when he was 5 miles away from the dragon trapping pass. Young master, the aura of the black dragon real person is outside the dragon trapping pass. You should be here for revenge, so be careful. The weapon spirit suddenly spoke, startling Yun Yi, who was crazily devouring the energy from the corpses of Li Qiufeng and others. Upon hearing that the black dragon real person had finally appeared, a wicked smile appeared on Yun Yi's face. Previously, he might have been wary of the old fellow, but now, with Ji Ruming's strength, she was already capable of contending with him. Moreover, they had teamed up to take down many peak Skyward Realm experts. So Yun Yi felt no concern for the latter at this moment. Let him come. Perhaps he won't even find me before being exposed. After saying this, he closed his eyes and continued to devour the demon dragon corpses in front of him, while the weapon spirit remained silent, constantly monitoring the movements of the black dragon real person. Although they were 5 miles apart, the now 5th grade earth weapon spirit had astonishing sensing abilities and could clearly perceive any movement within dozens of miles, as long as he wished to. Chapter 285. Fighting against the demon hordes. The universe buries them. 1 sword cuts the gods. Thunderbolt. 18 cuts. Sword burial of the underworld. 10,000 swords return to the sect. Amidst the endless roars of demon beasts, the roars of Yun Yi and his companions were exceptionally piercing. The 4 of them unleashed their full power, frantically executing their strongest sword techniques, causing the approaching demon beasts to drop dead on the spot. The 4 of them moved like madmen, constantly weaving through the demon beast horde, taking the lives of dozens of demon race members with every sword strike. Feng Wuying and the others, along with the remaining personal guards, crazily employed assassination techniques, continuously harvesting the lives of the demon beasts. Half an hour passed, and they were all unharmed. Evil Moonswort Technique, Lunar Eclipse. Just as everyone was slaughtering freely, Ji Ruming could no longer sit still. Her delicate figure flickered, appearing 10 meters in front of Yun Yi, and she unleashed a giant blood moon towards the countless demon beasts ahead. Boom! As the blood moon exploded, the area within 10,000 meters turned to scorched earth, and all the demon race were transformed into blood mist, dissipating. I'd recover a bit. Rum will hold them off for a while. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Ruming. Yun Yi smiled and nodded, taking out a dozen 5th grade recovery pills and swallowing them all. His depleted spiritual power quickly replenished. Chapter 286. The final blow that annihilates the demon race with 2 resounding roars echoing above the dragon trapping pass. The demon army turned to dust. On the ground, only a hollow area of several 100,000 meters remained, shining under the light of the red lotus flames, like a blazing sun sinking into an endless black hole, sinking, until the red lotus transformed into a flaming meteor and flew back into Yun Yi's divine sea. The universe tower rapidly shrank, spinning rapidly in Yun Yi's palm, buzzing. Puff! Just then, the time limit for Yun Yi's blood fiend divine art had ended, causing his aura to plummet. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy waning, staggering as his white hair flew about. Amidst the stunned expressions of Ji Ruming and the others in the distance, he crashed down into the void. Fortunately, the weapon spirit managed to drag him into the tower at full strength, transforming him into a meteor that landed in Ji Ruming's palm. Is this it? The demon race of hundreds of thousands? The heavenly dragon saint and his dozens of peak skyward realm subordinates. Just like that. All dead? Am I dreaming? 100,000 demon race, just like that, were annihilated by Brother Yun alone? What kind of secret method did he employ to suddenly elevate his realm to peak skyward realm? Is he still human? Chapter 287. Bloodline Mutation. The 4 split apart while Yun Yi and the others were recovering in the tower. The weapon spirit took them to wander around, searching for mining resources. Far away in Dragon Burial City, Mu Jiuqing and the others finally learned about the complete disappearance of the demon race. Although this old fellow was extremely puzzled, he seized this rare opportunity. Under the instigation of numerous generals, the 100,000 troops returned to the Kunlong Pass once again. Upon seeing the empty scene outside the pass, they were all stunned. After a long time, Mu Jiuqing left 10,000 men to guard Kunlong Pass and personally led the remaining troops of the Zhenghua army directly across the pass, marching grandly into Tianlong Prefecture, approaching the only city of the demon race, and sending out a large number of scouts to search for traces of the demons. However, after several days, all the scouts returned to report the findings accurately. I didn't expect that after guarding this place for so many years, this general would capture Tianlong Prefecture into the imperial territory without losing a single soldier. This place is rich in resources. It is the perfect opportunity for you and me to develop secretly. Issue a command to the army to set up camp on the spot, and send people to search for resource veins. As long as we find a spiritual vein, or this Tianlong Prefecture will be the territory of this general in the future. Chapter 288. Dispersing the crowd at Huangsha Pass. Half an hour quickly passed. The thunderclouds in the sky dissipated, and a myriad of colors descended from the heavens. The light of the gifts forming a rainbow in the sky, painting the area within 10 miles into a colorful world. Little Master, it's a bit of a loss. The spirit of the weapons said, this time, less than 50 people survived the tribulation, and more than half were directly crushed by the tribulation. The words of the weapon spirit made Yuni's face bitter. Sigh, I knew it. It seems that in the end, it was still my fault that harmed them. It appears that breaking through too quickly was of no benefit to them. Everything has its destiny. It cannot be changed by human effort. Forget it. It's not that simple to go against the heavens. Whatever remains is whatever remains. Yuni sighed, his expression complex, as he finished speaking and continued to wait in place for everyone to return. The weapon spirit also said nothing more, as this was too normal in the martial arts world. Although Xianyan Prefecture is rare, every year in Zhongzhou, there are no less than 100,000 people who perish tragically due to failed tribulations. But even with such a high chance of falling, countless cultivators did not retreat. Instead, they jumped into fire like moths to a flame, because they all knew that as long as they could endure, the path ahead would be smooth sailing. Not only could their lifespan increase by 1,000 years, but their status would also rise dramatically. Chapter 289. One sword resolves all after sending off Long Junfei and others. Yuni shifted his gaze and looked sternly at Feng Wuing and the other three, making them feel a bit uneasy. Young master, please don't look at us like that. We want to leave you. The three spoke almost simultaneously, surprising Yuni. Aren't you all strong in the Tianwu realm? Why are you following a mere, true, martial realm ant like me? Don't you feel it's beneath your talents? Hearing the words of the three, Yuni was also somewhat surprised, grinning as he looked at them again. We don't feel that way. It's our honor to follow the young master. Although following the young master is quite dangerous, it's better than being in front of the commander. At least we want to have to accept those troublesome assassination missions. Besides, being near the young master with the support of the spiritual veins greatly benefits the improvement of our strength. Only a fool would leave the young master. These three, truly worthy of being brothers, spoke in unison, leaving Yuni speechless. All right, since you are willing to follow me, then follow along. However, if I encounter someone I cannot defeat, you must step in. Otherwise, if I accidentally get killed, your good days will come to an end. Chapter 290. Erasing all tokens of affection. Is this world truly sick? Why does everyone shout to kill me upon seeing me? If one didn't know better, they would really think I did something that angered the heavens. Facing the roar of hundreds, Yuni smiled wickedly, whispering as he looked disdainfully at Sha Tianba. I remain unchanged in name and surname. I am Yuni. Old man, I have no interest in knowing who you are. If you don't want to die, then take your dog and roll far away now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill you all. As Yuni's soul magic echoed out, the roaring bandits all felt a splitting headache, and their steeds collapsed to the ground, uttering cries of despair. In an instant, hundreds of people fell silent, many bandits showing fear in their eyes, subconsciously taking a few steps back before realizing it. Kid, you're seeking death. Seeing Yuni scare off his hundreds of subordinates just with his voice, Sha Tianba's face twisted in rage, feeling he was about to lose face. So he shouted angrily at Yuni and prepared to strike. But at that moment, Feng Qi beside him reached out to stop him. Chapter 291. The incident at the gates of Qinghua City. A few days later, Yuni finally crossed the vast yellow sands and arrived outside the city of extreme evil on the edge of the wasteland. Looking at the many headless corpses hanging on the city walls, Yuni's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect the city lord here to be so extravagant, but you better not come looking for trouble with me, or I won't mind hanging your head on this city wall too. With a wicked smile, he slowly walked toward the city gate. As soon as he appeared, countless true martial realm cultivators lurking outside the city revealed a bloodthirsty look, licking their lips. Their crimson eyes filled with insatiable greed. These guys didn't even have a single spiritual stone in hand, just waiting for a fat sheep to deliver itself. The fat sheep is here, hee. Brothers, let us work together to take him down. How about we split the resources? If we don't score anything, we'll really starve to death outside this city. As a middle-aged man with a bloodthirsty face shouted, dozens of people around him stood up, their swords clanging as they rushed towards Yuni's location. Dusty and tired, as Yuni just brushed the sand off his clothes, he was taken aback to see a crowd rushing towards him. Chapter 292. Conflict resurfaces at the Four Seas Dam Pavilion. He had just entered the robe shop when several individuals from the city lord's mansion had already locked onto his aura, subsequently taking out communication tokens to inform Qin Yu of the news. You all hold him off. This young master will call for help right away. The voice of Qin Yu roared from the token. Although the few people felt bitter in their hearts, they had no choice but to draw their blades, waiting for Yuni to come out. Sure enough, moments later, Yuni walked out of the robe shop with a smile on his face. He had just purchased dozens of sets of clothing for both men and women, packed them into the tower for the two girls, and stored away his own sets before emerging with a cheerful demeanor. However, as soon as he appeared on the street, his good mood vanished instantly. Seeing several young men blocking his path on both sides of the street, he said nothing and leaped, instantly crossing over the buildings and jumping into another street. Damn it! That cunning brat. Hurry up and chase him, don't let him escape. Seeing Yuni make a direct escape, the dozens of people cursed in unison, feeling bitter as they leaped onto the buildings, chasing after him down the distant street. By the time Qin Yu and his men arrived, Yuni had once again vanished from their sight. Damn it, young man, no matter where you escape to, as long as you are still in this evil city, you cannot escape from my grasp. You are doomed. Chapter 293. One sword to annihilate, kidnapping Qin Yu. But what everyone didn't expect was that Yuni did not turn back, nor did he make any defensive posture. Just when everyone thought he was resigning to his fate, a figure in a black robe, emanating a deathly aura, suddenly appeared behind Yuni and punched out at the slashing blade light. Bang! The moment the black fist shadow struck the blade light, Xuanhuan's attack directly turned into nothingness, dissipating, while the fist shadow surged towards the old man like a demon dragon, startling him, who hurriedly crossed his sword to block. Following the dull explosion, Xuanhuan felt an overwhelming force strike his chest, shattering his sternum into pieces in an instant. And the sword he had crossed in front of him instantly turned to shards, completely penetrating his body. Peak Heaven Martial Realm Corpse King? How is that possible? This old man was sent flying dozens of meters away, heavily crashing onto the street, struggling to get up, his face twisted in agony, and before he could finish speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his breath in disarray. His words made Yuni smirk. Only then did he turn around, looking at Xuanhuan with a wicked smile, lightly mocking him. Do you really think this young master is easy to deal with? You dare come to a place like Evil City without any means? Chapter 294. Ransom received, crazy tempering. Seeing Qin Yu close his mouth and look at him in fear, Yuni smirked and said lightly, "That's more like it. If there's nothing to say, don't chatter on, or I'll slap you. Now, you obediently wait here, and when your father brings the ransom for the trade, I will let you go. But before that, I have a few words I want you to remember clearly. If you continue to trouble me, regardless of who you are or who your father is, I will definitely kill you. You'd better not test my patience, or you will really die a terrible death." After saying that, Yuni did not make things difficult for Qin Yu. After having the spirit of the instrument restrain him, he returned to the life fruit tree and continued to close his eyes and comprehend. Ji Rumeng and Qin Yao, however, were on the first floor, continuing to cultivate the Nine Dragons' soul refining technique, not paying attention to what Yuni was doing. Meanwhile, the three brothers Feng Wufeng and Feng Wuxuang merely glanced at Qin Yu and then ignored him, continuing their closed-eye cultivation. In the distance, Ji Chun and others were now enveloped in rich spiritual energy, each exuding the aura of the true martial realm. It was clear that this group had all broken through to the true martial realm. Chapter 295, Desolate Anomaly. Zombie tide erupts. Just as Yun Yi was crazily tempering himself, Yin Feiyong finally emerged from his retreat in Evil City, where he learned that Yun Yi had also come to Evil City and had captured his uncle, demanding a ransom of 3 billion from Qin Haifeng. Yin Feiyong was furious. However, he did not dare to let Qin Haifeng know about his past relationship with Yun Yi, only assuring the latter that he would kill Yun Yi to avenge Qin Yu. As he searched for Yun Yi's whereabouts, Zheng Yunfan, the one in charge of the Four Seas Dam Pavilion in Evil City, dispatched a large number of people to search for Yun Yi's hiding place. However, after working hard for more than half a month, they found nothing, and in the end, this old man could only temporarily give up the pursuit of Yun Yi, his face filled with anger. Just when everyone thought this guy had escaped to other cities, Yun Yi, after recovering his strength, reappeared in Evil City. However, this time he was more low-key, using the transformation technique to change his appearance and aura, swaggering under the watch of the city lord's people, re-entering the city. And at that moment, he was indulging himself in a restaurant, eating to his heart's content. While he was enjoying his meal, several cultivators next door, after a few drinks, began to discuss loudly. Chapter 296. Enemies converge, breaking into the forbidden area. Many strong individuals, seeing a few people flying on swords, immediately followed suit, using their signature skills, stepping on blades, spears, swords, and halberds, soaring into the air, no longer entangled with the horde of corpses, transforming into streaks of light, heading straight for the desolate land. A few hours quickly passed. Yun Yi, riding the Xuanhuan Tower, finally arrived 5 miles away from the desolate land. Through the tower, he saw that there were actually tens of thousands of strong individuals from various races gathered here. Among them were demon races, devil races, and also members of the nether race. But regardless of the opponent's race, they had all gathered together at this moment, madly resisting the tide of corpses attacking them from all directions. Fortunately, there were many peak heaven martial realm experts present, so the tide of corpses was quickly slaughtered. It seemed there are quite a few smart people. Knowing that physical attacks were ineffective, they all brought out their signature skills. If this continues, the tide of corpses will soon be under control. Watching many strong individuals use soul attacks to slay the incoming corpses, Yuni couldn't help but praise them. His figure flickered and appeared 10,000 meters away from the crowd, using space shifting to teleport behind them. His appearance attracted the attention of many human race experts. Chapter 297. Joyfully obtaining the 9 Nether Annihilation Technique. The scene shifted, and Yun Yi's figure appeared in a desolate land, where sandstorms were forming massive whirlwinds, heading towards his location. Oh no, how terrifying! I must escape. Seeing the terrifying whirlwind approaching, Yun Yi did not hesitate at all, turning and running wildly towards the sand dunes ahead. He found that this desolate land was somewhat similar to the desert outside the Yellow Sand Pass, with sand dunes everywhere. However, just as he had fled 100 meters, he suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on the sand a mere 10 meters ahead. He saw something wriggling beneath the sand. In an instant, a mountain-sized sandworm burst out from the ground, opening its massive, tooth-filled mouth and lunging at Yun Yi from above, attempting to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Yun Yi flickered and dodged the sandworm's attack, retreating 100 meters away. Hiss! Just as he steadied himself, several large sandworms leapt out from beneath him, opening their mouths to pounce on him, seeking death. Seeing this, he stopped fleeing, shouted coldly, and leapt into the air, his dragon sword slashing out several streams of 3-colored sword energy. As the sword light passed, the sandworms were instantly cut in half, their heads and tails twisting and rolling, making a rustling sound on the sand, and were directly shredded by the approaching massive whirlwind, turning into disgusting goo that splattered everywhere. Chapter 298. In a snap of fingers, entering Heaven Martial. Young master, you have obtained such a divine skill. It's best to quickly leave the desolate land. If others find out, you will become a target and face endless pursuit. Besides, even if there are other opportunities in this forbidden area, they are not worth a fraction of the technique in your hands, so don't take the risk. Listen to Lingar. Hide in the tower and successfully cultivate the 9 Nether Annihilation Technique. it will be safest to reappear afterward. But before that, Linger hopes the young master can first cultivate the evil god true canon and the time-space divine canon to the highest level. So the young master's strength will only grow stronger and will not be limited by the techniques. The spirit of the instrument's excited voice reached Yun Yi's ears, making him smile even brighter. Listen to you, just leave the void and find a deserted place. I, the young master, am going to go into seclusion. As for Mistress Ji and Miss Qin, they can go wherever they like. I will first go greet them and then begin my seclusion. Hee hee. Yun Yi nodded and entered tower. As soon as he appeared, both women opened their beautiful eyes and smiled at him. Ji Rumeng spoke first, her voice enchanting and soul-stirring, causing Yun Yi's heart to race. Chapter 299. The Thunder Dragon successfully transcends tribulation as soon as the spirit of the artifact finished speaking. A thunderous clap echoed from above Yun Yi's head. Following that, darkness enveloped the ground, and rolling thunderclouds suddenly appeared, blocking the area within 10 miles. Boom! Amidst the rampant lightning, roars emanated from the thunderclouds. I knew it. The old heavens are targeting me again. Come on. If you can strike me dead, then you're something special. Yun Yi looked up at the funnel-shaped, swirling black thunderclouds above. Although his face was extremely serious, he was not frightened. With a tremor of his body, the threefold ancestral dragon battle heavenly art activated, and spiritual energy surged forth to protect himself. The dragon sword in his hand roared, and the 9th level fused sword intent surrounded the sword body, staring at the thunderclouds above with fighting spirit. Crack! After several hundred breaths, a piercing, tearing sound came from the thunderclouds, followed by a black thunder dragon flashing into view, carrying terrifying destructive power, rushing towards Yun Yi like a shooting star. The thunder dragon, with its sparkling claws, swung fiercely as it approached Yun Yi, forming 5 thunder whips that twisted towards him. Each thunder whip erupted with destructive thunderballs that quickly surrounded Yun Yi, exploding with a bang. Chapter 300. Instant Kill Qin Song, Battle Yun Feiyong soon. Yun Yi returned safely outside the extreme, evil city. He walked into the city with a swagger and a mischievous smile, completely ignoring the strange gazes of many peak, true martial realm cultivators around him. That kid? ISNT, he the wanted Yun Yi. He disappeared for 3 years, and I thought he had died in the wasteland. How did he reappear? Moreover, he has broken through to the heavenly martial realm. What happened? A middle-aged man recognized Yun Yi at a glance, causing many to look at the faded wanted poster on the city wall, their eyes revealing greed. Now, this kid's bounty has surpassed 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. If we kill him, how about we split the bounty? A threefold heavenly martial realm expert whispered to several others beside him after confirming Yun Yi's identity. Xiaoning, you hold him down, and we'll ambush him. No matter how strong he is, with so many of us charging at him, what can he use to defend himself? The others, after sizing up Yun Yi, whispered a few words to the threefold heavenly martial realm expert, who nodded, his figure flickering, and in an instant, he blocked Yun Yi's path. Chapter 301. Mad grinding of sword intent breaks the situation. Hee hee. Little master, why did you stop fighting? Just slipped away like that? It's not your style. Besides, didn't you always want to kill Yin Feiyong? That guy's strength has indeed increased quite a bit, but if it comes down to a fight, he might not be your match. Why did you suddenly escape? The spirit of the artifact, seeing its master acting out of character and directly retreating into the tower, immediately started teasing him, leaving Yun Yi with a face full of black lines. Fight him? I'm not in a hurry to kill him. I want to keep nurturing him. Moreover, the immortal demon sect hasn't been destroyed yet, and the demon war hasn't been fought. How could I kill that green-haired turtle first? The stronger he is, the more I like it. Just wait. When the immortal demon sect is destroyed, he will be the sharpest knife in my hand. The main reason is that I suddenly don't hate him as much as before. As for the reason, you know it too. If I continue to fight him, it will only attract more powerful cultivators. At that time, I might not even have the chance to leave. Haven T, you notice that more and more peak heavenly martial realm experts are appearing? After Yun Yi finished speaking, the spirit of the artifact finally reacted. Chapter 302. The power of heaven and earth validates strength, little master. You can come out now. The spirit of the artifact's voice came, and Yun Yi appeared in the yellow sand. The sword intent energy that had just been suppressed back into his body erupted again, transforming into a 3-colored sword pillar that shot straight into the sky. Boom! Explosive sounds echoed, causing the surrounding space to shatter, leaving Yuan in shock. He could only sit cross-legged, bracing against the rolling yellow sand, operating the 9 nether extinguishing god technique to the extreme, devouring the spiritual roots to activate it fully, just to control the rampaging sword intent. At this moment, Yuan could clearly feel that his affinity with this world had greatly increased. Moreover, he could sense the power of heaven and earth around him and could control a strand of heavenly power for his use. Is this the force of the great trend of heaven and earth that appears after breaking through the sword intent? It truly is terrifying, using the power of heaven and earth to attack opponents. My strength has increased significantly again. This feels good. After sensing for a while, he revealed a brilliant smile, quickly suppressing the erupting sword intent light pillar back into the divine spiritual sword. He sat down to continue sensing the power of the great trend of heaven and earth, starting to familiarize himself with that energy and attempting to harness this power. He sat like this for several days, eventually burying himself in the yellow sand. Chapter 303. Nurturing soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for a moment after a moment. He returned to the G residence, and Qin Yao also arrived safely. Only then did Yuan completely relax. However, he did not make an appearance. He merely sat in the tower with a smile, continuing to solidify his sword intent. I didn't expect that the 9 nether extinguishing god technique, upon reaching the first level, would enhance my combat power so terrifyingly. If I cultivate it to the 12th level, who below true immortals can be my opponent? Moreover, now that I have learned to use the power of heaven and earth to kill enemies, those who want me dead should prepare their coffins first. My head is not so easy to take. While consolidating, he murmured, his heart already bursting with joy. But he also dared not reveal the 9 nether extinguishing god technique in front of outsiders. If it turned out to be, as Yin Jiuyo said, once seen by several major superpowers, he would surely become a target. What he needed to do now was to hide and increase his strength. Try to avoid taking action as much as possible. Little master, have you forgotten? You still have 3 capable underlings. 3 years have passed, and those 3 have all broken through to the peak of the 7th level of the heavenly martial realm using the energy from the tower's spiritual veins. It's time for them to repay you, little master. Otherwise, what is the point of nurturing them? Chapter 304. The 3-sword strike, mutual calculation look. More people are coming. 3-sword cultivators? Could they be disciples of the eternal sword sect? Are they here to take Yin Yi's head again? As the 3 figures drew closer, many true martial realm cultivators gathered outside the city were shocked, whispering to each other. Many even trembled slightly upon seeing the sword energy swirling around the 3, their eyes filled with fear. Upon seeing this group of guys, it seems they have recently been frightened by sword cultivators, which is why they show such expressions after meeting the 3. Soon, the 3 of them arrived 100 meters outside the gate of the extreme evil city, scanning the towering city walls with wicked smiles on their faces. What do you think Brother Yun will be? Lei Qingyi said with a wicked grin, prompting both of them to roll their eyes at him. Enough talk. Let's go inside and take a look. Right, but I see the city looks a bit chaotic and the smell of blood is overwhelming from afar. Did a massacre just happen? As soon as Nangong Wuhan finished speaking, Dugu Qingfeng spoke up with a serious expression. Just then, a commotion arose from within the city, with many city defense soldiers, their faces full of murderous intent, marching toward the city gate, dragging soft, limp bodies behind them, causing many people to retreat in fear. Chapter 305. Slaying Kai Wenxiang and battling Zheng Yunfan, he had just entered the tavern and hadn't even had a chance to speak when a terrifying fish shadow directly sent him flying out of the fragrant tavern, sliding onto the street. Before he could react, a middle-aged man exuding murderous intent burst out from the tavern. It was Kai Wenxiang, the owner of the fragrant tavern. This old man was also a member of the Four Seas Alliance and had been searching for Yuni's whereabouts. As soon as he saw Yuni enter the tavern, he didn't say a word and took the initiative to strike, directly sending the unsuspecting Yuni flying. Fortunately, the latter's strength had already changed compared to the past. Although he was shaken, he was not seriously injured. "Aunt, you've hidden for 3 years, and now you finally show yourself. Haha, my luck is really good. Now you will die." Kai Wenxiang quickly rushed out of the tavern, stopping 10 meters away from Yuni. As soon as he opened his mouth, the pedestrians around him retreated in panic. Just as his words fell, he transformed into a shooting star, charging straight at Uni. Heavenly God Fist. In an instant, he pounced down on Uni, and with a cold shout, a fist shadow struck down at Uni's head, carrying immense heavenly pressure. If it hit, Uni would likely die on the spot. Old man, you're really arrogant. Chapter 306. Hongmeng Blood Soul Scripture Bloodline Breakthrough Humph. Ignorant ant. Even if you burn your blood essence to forcibly increase your strength, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest. D. Thunder God Fist. Destroy heaven and earth. Seeing Uni's sword light approaching, Xuanhuan coldly snorted and moved back easily to dodge Uni's slash, then aimed another palm strike at Uni, causing the void to shatter along the way. Seeing the giant palm pressing down again, Uni stepped into the void, and with a thought, the Xuanhuan tower appeared in his hand. He roared, and the tower suddenly transformed into a colossal tower, sweeping outwards, crossing heaven and earth. Buzz. As the void shattered, the Xuanhuan tower collided with the giant palm, and a massive shockwave spread in all directions, sending his figure flying 1,000 meters away. But before the onlookers could recover from their shock, Uni's body trembled again, letting out another roar. Blood Slaughter Divine Skill, activate. In Xuanhuan's astonishment, Uni's body shook, and the violent power of blood essence surged, his momentum rising sharply, burning 500 years of lifespan in the blink of an eye. And his realm instantly reached the peak of the Void Control Realm. How is this possible? The old man let out a roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 307. The Ancient Blood Clan's movements exposed at the same time, just as Uni's bloodline broke through to the Earth stage. In mysterious prison city above the Tianwu continent, the man and woman pierced by the peep of bone opened their eyes simultaneously, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. A hoarse voice followed from the man's mouth. He, the young master's ancient bloodline, has finally been activated. You so-called Heavenly Martial Divine Clan, your end is about to come. The war god of my ancient blood clan is about to return. Just as his words fell, the gates of the prison city were opened, and a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor appeared before the two stone pillars, roaring in anger. Yin Zheng, Lu Su, you dog couple. No matter how long you hold on, in the end, your pitiful young master has still been sensed by us. Ha ha! He dares to activate his ancient bloodline in the Tianwu continent, which means he is destined to become a soul under our blades. Your ancient blood clan is about to be completely exterminated. I will personally descend to the lower realm, capture your hidden young master in front of you, and crush him right before your eyes, leaving you in utter despair. Ha ha ha! The middle-aged man finished with a mocking expression, bursting into maniacal laughter, leaving the couple named Yin Zheng and Lu Su on the stone pillar with twisted, furious faces. Chapter 308. Parting ways with no set date, Brother Yun. Upon seeing Uni appear, the three of them stopped in their tracks, stepped forward, and cupped their hands with smiles on their faces. It's been 3 years. You all have surpassed me. Uni smiled and nodded, glancing at the three with a bitter sigh, causing them to look at him disdainfully. Realm doesn't represent strength. We aren't as strong as you, Brother Yin. You can even kill peak void control realm experts, and you're here mocking us. Is that interesting? Nangang Wuhan said, rolling his eyes at Uni, making the latter feel quite embarrassed. That old stone is right. You're getting crazier by the day. You burn your lifespan and blood essence to fight at the drop of a hat. You're crazier than a madman, Dugu Qingfeng said, expressing disdain as he gave Uni a punch. Lei Qingyi, however, looked uneasy, apologizing to Uni with a cupped fist, and after a long pause, managed to spit out a few words. Captain, you're so abnormal. Are you really not afraid of death? This made Uni unsure of how to respond, and after pondering for a moment, he replied with a wicked smile, It's precisely because I'm afraid of death that I must give it my all. If I don't burn my blood essence and lifespan to fight, then the one who dies could be me, compared to my own life. What's a mere 1,000 years of lifespan? At least in the end, the one who dies will be that old man.